know that our service and our sacrifice for our country will be always remembered. We want to know that our grandchildren and our great-grandchildren will be able to stand in this spot that is so special to us long after. The best way to make sure these activities continue is to establish a legacy endowment. And I'm excited to say that an anonymous donor has come forward with a $500,000 match. At the end of your printed program, yes, absolutely, thank you. At the end of your printed program, you'll find more information, and you can go to the VVMF website to gather even more insight. This is really about the future, and I challenge each and every one of you who values this memorial to participate in whichever way you can. Now on to our speakers. Each year, VVMF holds this ceremony in partnership with the National Park Service. So I'd like to welcome Jeff Reinbold, Superintendent of the National Mall and Memorial Parks.
Good afternoon. On behalf of the National Park Service, it is my pleasure to welcome our veterans, their families, honored guests, and the public to the Vietnam Veterans Memorial, again in person. We gather again on this Memorial Day to remember those whose names are on the wall and the generations they represent. Special welcome to Jan Scruggs. It's a privilege and an honor to have you with us again and to work in partnership with you and with Jim Knotts, the wonderful staff of the Vietnam Veterans Memorial Fund at this hallowed place. I also want to recognize our volunteers, National Park Service staff, who interpret and maintain this magnificent memorial and educate the more than 4 million people who come here, more than 5.5 million people that come here every year, as well as those we reach virtually. A special thank you to the Volunteer Corps, many of whom have been personally touched by the war in some way. You know them by their yellow ball caps, by their warm smiles, offering a sympathetic ear when necessary, and always as a source of information about the wall, about the war, about the memorial, and the men and women it represents. 40 years ago, architect Maya Lin, her vision for this memorial was to create a park within a park, not an unchanging monument, but a moving composition to be understood as we move in and out of it. A serene place, a memorial for those who have died and for us to remember them. It is that and more. That idea of a memorial as a moving composition also exists through time. Maya Lin cited the memorial so its legs extend towards the Washington Monument and the Lincoln Memorial to bring the Vietnam Memorial into historical context. This Memorial Day, we also mark the 100th anniversary of the dedication of the Lincoln Memorial, the president who dealt with military loss more than any of our other nation's leaders. When you go to the Lincoln Memorial, you will see the president's second inaugural address on the north wall, to the right as you enter. Widely considered one of the most significant presidential speeches in American history, the president rises above the divisiveness of the Civil War to bring closure and to start healing. You'll notice here at the Vietnam Veterans Memorial, Maya Lin organized the names so they would meet in the middle. The war's beginning, the war's end. Completing the war so that the healing could begin. History, sometimes it rhymes. Engraved on the south wall of the Lincoln Memorial is the Gettysburg Address. The President delivered it at the dedication of the Soldiers' National Cemetery in Gettysburg in an attempt to find meaning in a conflict that ultimately cost more than 630,000 American lives. Lincoln said that from these honored dead, we take increased devotion to that cause for which they gave the last full measure of devotion, that we here highly resolve that these dead shall not have died in vain. Lincoln was speaking not just of the Civil War or those who died at Gettysburg. He was prompting all of us to remember all of those who have died in service to their country. National memorials like the Vietnam Veterans Memorial and the Lincoln Memorial provide us focal points where we can remember their sacrifices and their cause every day of the year, not just on Memorial Day.
and others, nurses and corpsmen and medics that served in the hospitals and in the field. Helicopter pilots. I never knew any helicopter pilots because their job ended when my job began. And the radio men like Dick Churchill from Cohasset, who would radio in for the wounded, to bring on those choppers, to pick up the wounded and bring them to me in the hospital. So I'd like to ask all of you out there to please stand and let's give them a hand for all they did in Vietnam. Thank you. Wonderful. Thank you. And Gold Star mothers, like. But I knew many of my friends were being drafted. In those days, you were all being drafted, and you were wounded and killed. I decided what would be of more purpose at that time in my life, a new 21-year-old nurse, than to care for those wounded that were being drafted and sent to war. I joined the Army Nurse Corps, and after 10 months working here at Walter Reed, I was ordered to the 95th Evac Hospital in Da Nang, where I worked in what we call in the States here, the emergency room. Receiving the wounded. I took care of 18 and 19-year-olds. I rarely saw a 20-year-old that were shot up, frightened, alone, and afraid to die in a war that they did not understand either. How does a 22-year-old girl from a small town in Massachusetts tell a 19-year-old soldier that he doesn't want it anymore? And the head wounds, the patients that were expected to die, they were not candidates for surgery. I just held them. I held their hand until they died. I wondered why we were fighting this war. I thought I would find some answers in Vietnam, but I didn't. I did learn that war causes death and mutilation. So what was it like coming home for me? Looking back now, I had classic PTSD, post-traumatic stress. I believe all of us returning from war have some degree of post-traumatic stress disorder. I had nightmares, trouble sleeping, hypervigilance, I was depressed, I wasn't eating. In those days, though, there was no such thing as PTSD. You were told to just put one foot in front of the other, to go on with your life. That's what the healthy people did. So for me, that meant school, it meant work, it meant more school and family. But I did. We had the dedication of the memorial for the nurses over there. I remember being here. We had a parade of nurses down Constitution Avenue. And each hospital had a banner with the nurses from that hospital in front of it. And it was a quiet parade. There wasn't a lot of cheering. And the vets were alongside of the road. And every once in a while, I'd hear someone yell out, "Serve me. You took care of me." This was so healing for all of us, for the vets and for us, the nurses. It was a time for us nurses to begin to realize that we needed to heal too. We saw those atrocities day in and day out, and we needed to be healed. And that's what both of these Vietnam memorials have given to us over these years. And I'm so glad for what we do each memorial. Listen now to this story I tell about these women who lived through hell. For they were young, like you and me. How much more special can they be? How many hands at night did she hold? While a young voice cried out, "I'm so cold." Listen now to the stories they tell. These are the women who lived through hell. Let us not forget these stories they tell, for they were our sisters who lived through hell.
Thank you, Jane. It's now my pleasure
your motorcycles all the way to Washington, D.C., and remembering the people who fought in these wars. I'm going to pray for you guys to make it back to your destination. Thanks a lot, Joda. So this is the kind of thing that people leave at the wall. It's a very beautiful, a beautiful thing for people to do. So, but let's begin for each of you to thank you for coming here, because you may not have noticed it, but it's a little...
All right, just wanted to play out a little bit from the Vietnam Memorial there in Washington, D.C. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are going to take another quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we'll show you the full remarks from President Biden earlier today.
Ladies and gentlemen, Chaplain Colonel James Foster, Command Chaplain, Joint Task Force, National Capital Region, and the United States Army Military District of Washington.
I invite you to a moment of prayer with me on this hot but amazing day. Almighty God, who rules the nations and gives freely to those who ask, I praise you this morning and thank you for a nation here who continues to call upon your name. I thank you for the blessings you have bestowed upon us and the freedoms we enjoy because of your righteous right arm. For generation after generation now, the men and women of this nation have stood up when called upon, in order to do our very best at providing liberty, justice for all, and a peace that passes all understanding. The headstones surrounding this amphitheater and a multitude of others around the globe stand in representation of the brave souls that have gone on before us, and for which we give particular thanks today. Lord, they call out to us to choose wisely in our endeavors. So on this day of remembrance, stir our hearts to stand united and to continue striving for that peace that only you provide. Now bless our efforts and our words in this place today. In your holy name I ask it. Amen.
Please remain standing for our national anthem, presented by the United States Air Force Band and singing sergeants. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, General Mark A. Milley.
Mr. President, Madam Vice President, Secretary Austin, distinguished guests, fellow Americans, and most importantly, Gold Star families, welcome to all. And it's an honor to join you all in solemn remembrance and reflection on this 154th observance of Memorial Day for the over 1 million Americans who have given the last full measure of devotion in service to our country. Beginning with the founding of our nation, more than 42 million Americans have worn the cloth of our country. From Lexington and Concord to Yorktown, from Manassas to Appomattox, in Bellawood and Normandy and Iwo Jima, Pusan, Incheon, the Ia Drang, Ramadi, Mosul, and the Arghandab. These places are forever etched in our national vocabulary and in our collective memory. The story of the sacrifices made is the story of our nation. It's the story of our values. And behind every fallen soldier, sailor, airman, and Marine is a family whose sacrifice beats in the heart of every American. On this day, reflect on the parents who grow up without the comfort of their child, of the children who grow up without a parent, for the families of our fallen. Every day is Memorial Day. Our fallen fought and gave their lives for an idea, a simple yet powerful idea, the idea that is America, embedded in our founding documents, the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution, for which we swear an oath. The idea that here in the United States of America, every single one of us is born free and equal. No matter who you are, no matter where you came from, under these colors of red, white, and blue, all of us, every single one of us, is an American. And our fallen lived knowing that freedom and the idea that is America is worth fighting for. And it's up to us, the living, to ensure they did not die in vain. And we do that by recommitting ourselves to the idea, the values that constitute America. That we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men and all women are endowed by the Creator with the inalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And we uphold the cause, not just for which they died, but the cause for which they lived. And we must continue. We must live a life that is worthy of their sacrifice. And we continue to build this nation and never forget the idea that is America. So on this day and every day, may God bless our fallen and the cause for which they gave their all. It is now my privilege to introduce the Secretary of Defense, a man who I have personally witnessed his leadership in the crucible of battle. And I have had the pleasure of knowing him for a quarter of a century. He's a leader of courage, a leader of integrity, a leader of grit. It's my pleasure to serve alongside him yet again. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to introduce the 28th United States Secretary of Defense, Lloyd J. Austin III.
Mr. President, Dr. Biden, Vice President Harris, Mr. Imhoff, fellow members of the Cabinet, General Milley, and members of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, good afternoon. To our distinguished guests, our service members, and my fellow veterans, thank you for letting us share this day with you. And to the Gold Star and surviving families here, you honor us with your presence. I know that when you look across this hallowed ground, you ache for those you have lost. Your devotion to your loved ones has never faltered. And in turn, America owes all of you support that does not waver. We renew that dedication every Memorial Day. And as we do, we also renew our faith in our democracy and the values of self-government that bind us together as Americans. We understand the stakes. In the 21st century, the security of the world hinges again on the survival and success of the American experiment. And in turn, that great experiment relies on the American patriots who volunteer to keep their fellow citizens safe and their nation secure. And these patriots carry the moral force that can be wielded only by free people defending their inalienable rights and the rule of law. Today, on the battlefields of Ukraine, the world again sees the power of democratic citizens and soldiers to defy tyranny, cruelty, and oppression. Their freedom is under attack. And so is the international order rooted in the rules that we have built since World War II at such terrible costs. We understand the challenge, and we're determined to meet it. As the President says, in the battle between democracy and autocracies, democracies are rising to the moment. We draw inspiration from the unity of our allies and partners, and we draw strength from the men and women of the United States military. In the years since we last gathered on this solemn day, America's longest war has come to a close. And today we remember the 2,461 American service members and personnel who fell in Afghanistan. And we remember all those who still carry the wounds of that war, to body and to soul. We hold them in our hearts alongside the patriots across generations who gave their lives to defend us all. The heroes here are joined together, united not just by their final resting place, but by their devotion to the values that gave life to our democracy. And they came from every state, from every territory, from every background, and from every creed. But they were all patriots who loved their country, who marched to defend our democracy, and who fought to forge a more perfect union. Their sacrifice demands more than even our deepest gratitude. In the words of President Kennedy, who rests nearby, quote, "We must never forget that the highest appreciation is not to utter words, but to live by them." So as we honor our fallen today, let us live by their dedication to democracy, to liberty, and to the Constitution. When choosing between what is easy and what is right, let us live by the example of our fallen warriors. And when the values that we hold dear are put to the test, let us live by the ideals that they gave their lives to defend. Today we hold the fallen in our prayers, and every day we strive to make them proud. Thank you again for being here today. And ladies and gentlemen, our Commander-in-Chief has been a staunch and steadfast champion of our men and women in uniform. And I know personally how much he values their sacrifice, their commitment, and how devoted he is to our men and women in uniform and to the families who serve alongside them. He has spent a lifetime in public service to advance the democratic ideals for which so many have given so much. It is my honor to introduce the President of the United States.
Thank you. They lie here in glory and honor, in quiet rows in Arlington, in cemeteries in Europe that I've visited, many of you have, in graves across our country, in towns large and small, America's beloved daughters and sons who dared all, risked all, and gave all to preserve and defend an idea unlike any other in human history. The idea of the United States of America. And today, as a nation, we undertake a sacred ritual to reflect and remember. Because if we forget the lives that each of those silent markers represent, mothers, fathers, siblings, spouses, children, if we forget what they sacrificed, what they made, so that our nation might endure, strong, free, and united, then we forget who we are. Who we are. Ladies and gentlemen, our First Lady, the love of my life, Jill, Vice President Harris, the Second Gentleman, Secretary Austin, General Milley, Joint Chiefs of Staff, Cabinet members, Gold Star families, most importantly, and survivors. Today, we renew our sacred vow. It's a simple vow, to remember. To remember. Memorial Day is always a day where pain and pride are mixed together. We all know it sitting here. Jill and I know it. Today's the day our son died. And folks, for those who have lost a loved one in the service of our country, if your loved one is missing or unaccounted for, I know the ceremonies reopen that black hole in the center of your chest that just pulls you in, suffocates you. I said 7 years ago today, our son, Major Bo Biden, took his last breath at Walter Reed. Major in the Delaware Army National Guard, he insisted on deploying to Iraq with his unit for a year when he was Attorney General. Came home a decorated soldier, Bronze Star, Legion of Merit, Delaware's Conspicuous Service Cross. He didn't die in the line of duty. He came home from Iraq with cancer. It was horrific cancer that stole us from him, and him from us. But still, it always feels to me on Memorial Day, I see him, not as he was the last time I held his hand, but the day I pinned his bars on him as a second lieutenant. I see him with me down at the Delaware Memorial Bridge, hugging all the Gold Star families. Days like this bring back before your eyes their smile and their laugh. The last conversation you had, each of you know it. The hurt can be overwhelming. But for so many of you, as is with Jill and me, the hurt is wrapped around the knowledge that your loved one was part of something bigger than any of us. They chose a life of purpose. Sounds corny, like a Memorial Day speech, but I mean it from the bottom of my heart. They chose a life of purpose. They had a mission. And above all, they believed in duty. They believed in honor. They believed in their country. And still today, we are free because they were brave. We live by the light of the flame of liberty that they kept burning. And so a part of them is still with us no matter how long ago we lost them. As hard as it is for many to believe, especially those whose loss is still raw, I promise you the day will come when the memory of your loved one, your patriot, will bring a smile to your lip before it brings a tear to your eye. That's when you know you're going to make it. Today, American service members stand watch around the world. And as many of you know, at often a great personal risk. And this Memorial Day, we know the memory is still painful of all the fallen who lost their lives during the last 2 decades in combat. Each of them leaving behind a family, a community, hearts broken by their absence, and lives that will never be the same. We see in the hundreds of graves here in Section 60 at Arlington, reminder that there's nothing low risk or low cost about war for the women and men who fight it. 7,054 American military members gave their lives over 20 years of our Iraq and Afghan conflicts. Untold others died of injuries and illness connected to their service in these wars. And the enduring grief borne by the survivors is the cost of war that will carry as a nation forever. And so, to every Gold Star family, to every survivor and family member and caregiver, this grateful nation owes you as well as the mercy you lost. And we can never repay the sacrifice. But we will never stop trying. We'll never fail in our duty to remember. With their lives, they bought our freedom. And so with our lives, We must always live up to their example, putting service before self, caring for our neighbors as ourselves, working fervently to bring our union just that much closer to fulfilling the founding creed. As the Secretary said, that all women and men are created equal. I've often said that as a nation we have many obligations, but the only one that is truly sacred, the only truly sacred obligation we have, is to prepare and equip those women and men we send into harm's way and care for them and their families when they return home and when they don't. This is an obligation that unites Americans. It brings us together to make sure the women and men who are willing to lay down their lives for us get the very best from us in return. I want to acknowledge that we're making progress in key areas like comprehensive bipartisan legislation that is advancing in Congress that will deliver health care services and benefits to veterans and the survivors impacted by toxic exposures. We don't know how many Americans and service members may have died because of what they were exposed to on the battlefield. Toxic smoke from burn pits near where they were based. Burn pits that incinerated with the wastes of war, medical and hazardous material, jet fuel, and so much more. We have a duty to do right by them. And I'm determined to make sure that our brave service families and members that served alongside them do not wait decades for the care and benefits that they deserve. And that's why we're working so hard to find out what the facts are. Where we can still save lives, we have to act. All of us also have a duty to renew our commitment to the foundational values of our nation in their honor. For those are the values that have inspired generation after generation to service. On Friday, I spoke at the graduation and commissioning ceremony of the U.S. Naval Academy. I had an opportunity to do it the night before as well. It was a remarkable experience again, an honor. Looking out at those young men and women, newly commissioned officers, embarking on a life of service, they hold before them the example of the heroes who have gone before them, many of your family members. Heroes who've answered duty's call at Lexington, Concord, Antietam, and Gettysburg. Belleau Woods, the Battle of the Bulge, the Korean and Vietnam and Afghanistan, Iraq, and so many other places around the world. So many of whom never returned home, including the legacy of all those held prisoners of war or who are still missing in action. To be here today, soon after that joyful celebration at the Academy, is a bracing reminder of all that we ask of our service members and their families. For it's on the strong shoulders and noble spirits of our service members that our freedom is built, our democracy is sustained. And in this moment, when a war of aggression is once more being waged by Russia to snuff out the freedom, the democracy, the very culture and identity of neighboring Ukraine, we see so clearly all that's at stake. Freedom has never been free. Democracy has always required champions. Today, in the perennial struggle for democracy and freedom, Ukraine and its people are on the front lines fighting to save their nation. But their fight is part of a larger fight that unites all people. There's a fight that so many of the patriots whose eternal rest is here in these hallowed grounds were part of. A battle between democracy and autocracy, between liberty and repression, between appetites and ambition of a few who forever seek to dominate the lives and liberties of many. A battle for essential democratic principles, the rule of law, free and fair elections, freedom to speak and write and to assemble, freedom to worship as one chooses, freedom of the press, principles that are essential for a free society. We've heard this a lot. We've heard this a lot over the years, but we're now realizing how real it is around the world in so many countries as I speak. These are the foundations of our great experiment, but they are never guaranteed, even here in America. Every generation has to defeat democracy's mortal foes. And into every generation, heroes are born, willing to shed their blood for that which they and we hold dear. Ladies and gentlemen, today we remember and we reaffirm freedom is worth the sacrifice. Democracy is not perfect. It's never been good, perfect. But it's worth fighting for. If necessary, worth dying for. It's more than just our form of government. It is part of the very soul of America, the soul of America. Our democracy is our greatest gift as a nation, made holy by those we've lost along the way. Our democracy is how we undertake the constant work of perfecting the Union. And we have not perfected it, but we've never stopped trying, of opening the doors wider of opportunity and prosperity and justice for people everywhere. Our democracy is how we endure through every challenge, overcome every obstacle we faced through the last 246 years of self-government, and how we've come back stronger than before. We must never walk away from that. We must never betray the lives laid down to make our nation a beacon to the world, a citadel of liberty and justice for everybody. This is the mission of our time. Our memorial to them must not be just a day when we pause and pray. It must be a daily commitment to act, to come together, to be worthy of the price that was paid. May God bring comfort to all those who mourn. May God bless our Gold Star families and survivors. And please, God, protect our troops. God bless America and all of you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the playing of taps and the benediction.
Please join me in this closing prayer. Lord, thank you for this nation we call home. Thank you once again for those who, as the song says, more than self their country loved, and for the families of those fallen that are still grieving today. These are the patriots who continue to pay the price for the peace and security we enjoy. Now, God, bless us with your Spirit as we strive to honor their full measure of devotion, and bless with strength and courage those who faithfully continue to serve. Now, God bless America, her leaders, and all her children. Amen.
Please remain standing for the singing of America the Beautiful performed by the United States Air Force Band and the Singing Sergeants.
Beautiful ceremony there, as always, at Arlington National Cemetery. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are going to take another quick 2-minute break as we honor and remember across the country on this Memorial Day. Welcome back, everyone, here live now from Fox. A live look in Uvalde right now at the memorial there where they continue to honor the victims from last week's terrible tragedy and shooting. Earlier today, the governor of Texas not only honoring and remember Memorial Day, but also the Uvalde victims.
Lobo State Championship helmets. So obviously we're here today to talk about Memorial Day, and I want to visit with you about that. But first I want to mention a couple of other things. One is, as Andy talked about, I grew up here as a kid. And we all know that when you're growing up, the memories that you have as a kid never fade. They're the most cherished things that a child does have. And two of the most prominent memories that I have growing up as a kid was, for one, playing baseball. Now, I spent time with Andy, I spent time with his brother Chris, and also I spent time playing baseball against a guy named Jimmy Wright. I don't know if Jimmy is here today or not, but growing up as a kid, playing Little League Baseball here, and being immersed in it, and winning games, losing games, getting a snow cone after you win or lose. The best times in the entire world. Memories that I carry with me to the Capitol every single day. The other thing is growing up in that cabin, Troop 201, that I was so proud to be a part of. But I want to take a moment and commend the entire community of Longview for preserving and perpetuating this area. It was this area where we would walk down for the cabin and wander into the lake, and it was not nearly as good looking as it is now. And that's the point. It was pretty different back in the late 1960s, early 1970s when I was here. To be able to come here today and see the backdrop that I get to see, I think there is no more beautiful place in the entire state of Texas to be today and to celebrate Memorial Day than in this setting of what you all have been able to create here. One other quick thing before I make some brief comments. One thing a governor is supposed to do is to read the room. And in reading the room, there are a lot of people fanning themselves who are pretty hot. And so I'm going to cut my remarks to no more than 2 hours. But it will not be long. But before I do, moments ago I talked about growing up here as a kid. And kids are on my mind today because of what happened in Uvalde, Texas. There was a young girl who was an all-star baseball player herself who lost her life in that shooting. There are kids who work during the course of the school year waiting to get out of the school year so that they can have fun in the summertime. Kids who are not having fun. Parents who've lost the joy of their life. So as we gather today on this Memorial Day, I have a special request for you as well as everybody across the state of Texas. I ask that you keep in your prayers the people of Uvalde, Texas. What happened in Uvalde was a horrific act of evil. And as Texans, we must come together and lift up Uvalde and support them in every way that we possibly can. It is going to take time to heal the devastation that the families there have gone through and are going through. But be assured, we will not relent until Uvalde recovers. We are Texas, and Texans will unite. Well, I'm honored to join you on this Memorial Day at this wonderful setting to show our enduring respect for all who died in service to our great nation. We all understand that America is a symbol. It is a symbol across the entire globe of freedom, of opportunity, and hope. From our nation's very beginning, the United States military has safeguarded those sacred values. And today we honor the heroes who gave their all to fight for those values. Those who went into harm's way to protect the American way. You know, when you think about it, there is an arc in the story of America, and that arc bends toward freedom. From Valley Forge to Vicksburg, from the Civil War to civil rights, from the Cold War to the War on Terror, Americans have always remembered that freedom is worth fighting for. And America remains the greatest force for freedom the world has ever known, and that freedom has been preserved, protected, and defended by the mightiest military in the history of the entire world. In times of war as well as in times of peace, there have been heroes who have stepped up. It's important to remember that those heroes are mothers and fathers, sons and daughters, brothers and sisters. They stand in the face of danger and they protect us from all that threatens, sacrificing so much and asking so little in return other than respect for the freedom for which they fought. And that respect, it runs deep for those who paid the ultimate sacrifice for the United States of America. They may not be with us today, but their legacy will remain with us every single day, forever, in the history of the United States of America. And let me emphasize this. To all who have served and to those who still serve today, we must offer more than just the gratitude of a very grateful nation. We must honor our commitments to those who answer the call of duty. As much as we remember those who never return, our country must rededicate our commitment to care for those who do return from the battlefields. And we must also honor our commitments to the families of those who served along the side of those who did not return. They were waiting, hoping, praying each day and every night for their loved one to return home. Too many never return home. And let me add this. While we memorialize the brave men and women who sacrificed their lives for our freedom, we also take a moment today to thank our first responders who risked their own lives, ensuring safety and security for us here in the homeland. They too put their lives on the line for our communities and our country and deserve our gratitude. Several years ago, when I first visited the National Cemetery over in Dallas, Texas, I spoke with the caretaker, and he told me that for each soldier buried there, he wished that he could shake their hand and thank them for what they did. But he said you can't, because it's too late. But what we can do is live our lives that deserve their deeds. So as we gather today, we thank God for all who made the ultimate sacrifice for our country. For through the fire of their sacrifice, our freedom has been preserved. And we ask for God's blessings and comfort for the families of the fallen. And we rededicate ourselves to the cause for which they fought and they died. May we never forget the price they paid so that we can be free. May God bless all who have served, and may He forever bless the United States of America. God bless.
Thank you, Governor. It's such a proud moment for all of us here in Longview to have our governor spend this important time with us. Great governor. Thank you. Now I'd like to call County Judge Bill Stout.
Thank you, Jay. First of all, let me thank Governor Abbott for being here. Thank you so very much. It's very special for the city of Longview and Gregg County for you to be here. We appreciate you very much. Senator Hughes, thank you very much for being here as well. Do a great job for us down in Austin. We appreciate you. Representative Dean, we see you all the time. And Mayor Mack, as well, of course, I work very closely with Mayor Mack on many different fronts, and it's my privilege today to be with these gentlemen. At this time, Governor Abbott and I will now be presenting plaques to those we are honoring in our community and thanking them today for their service to the community and the state and our nation. And please hold your applause until all the plaques have been given out. And we will start with, Jay, are you ready? Just pick one up. There you go. First, representing the United States Navy, Petty Officer Austin Arnold. Petty Officer, there he is. At this time, representing the United States Marine Corps, Sergeant Michael Powell. Representing all military veterans, these three people were the driving force behind the creation of the Veterans Plaza in Teague Park and all the monuments you see here today. And if you have not seen these monuments, please take some time while you're out here to go see them. It's quite a sight, including the Vietnam War Memorial Wall. Retired Air Force Lieutenant Colonel Richard Jaworski. Retired Air Force Master Sergeant Gail Jaworski. And Combat Veteran Marine Corps Sergeant Billy G. Clay. At this time, our own Longview Chief of Police, Anthony Boone. Chief.
As we continue on here on Live Now from Fox, it is a new hour, taking you from Texas now to Glendale, California for this ceremony honoring those that paid the ultimate sacrifice.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Adam Franco. I'm the president of the Montrose Verdugo City Chamber of Commerce. Just want to thank you all for coming here as we remember our troops that have given the greatest sacrifice of all to defend our country and our Constitution. Thank you. Have a wonderful Memorial Day weekend, and God bless you, and God bless America.
You may all be seated now. Thank you. my honor to be here today, and I'd like to recognize a few people who are here with us today. The United States Congressman Adam Schiff, the California State Senator Anthony J. Portantino, the California State Assembly Member Laura Friedman, the City of Glendale Mayor Artie Kasakian, Glendale Council Member Ara Najarian, Glendale Council Member Vrej Agajanian, Glendale Council Member Paula Devine, Glendale Unified School District Board Member Jennifer Fremont, the Montrose Shopping Park Association President Andre Ordubegian, the Montrose Verdugo City Chamber of Commerce President Adam Franco, the Glendale Police Chief Carl Pavlidis, the California Highway Patrol Captain Derek Moulton, the Crescenta Valley Sheriff Captain Robert Hanline, and if there are any other board members from the Montrose Shopping Park Association, please raise your hand to be recognized now. And any board members from the Montrose Verdugo City Chamber of Commerce, please raise your hand to be recognized. I'd now like to welcome the City of Glendale Mayor Artie Kasakian to share a few words.
Thank you all for coming. I want to thank the organizers of this event, as well as thank members of our police department, fire department, anyone who is here to help us honor the memory of those who have fallen. There are many states that claim to have started the tradition of Memorial Day, but there seems to be little doubt that this tradition started sometime in our nation immediately after the Civil War, with a few asserting that it was President Abraham Lincoln's dedication of the cemetery at the battlefield of Gettysburg that started this somber but noble tradition of honoring our nation's fallen soldiers. Knowing this, it was hard for me to think of something more meaningful to say today than what was so eloquently and precisely spoken by President Lincoln at that dedication. One of the briefest but most poignant words ever spoken on the topic, when he observed that, in a larger sense, we cannot consecrate, we cannot dedicate, we cannot hallow this ground. The brave men, living and dead, who struggled here, have consecrated it far above our poor power to add or detract. The world will little note nor long remember what we say here, but it can never forget what they did here. It is for us, the living rather, to be dedicated here to the unfinished work which they who fought here have thus far so nobly advanced. It is rather for us to be here dedicated to the great task remaining before us, that from these honored dead we take increased devotion to that cause for which they gave the last full measure of devotion, that we here highly resolve that these dead shall not have died in vain. The sacrifice of the fallen soldier is, as noted by President Lincoln, far greater than any words we can speak, and the highest honor to the ideals and values of our nation. That we are all created equal and have God-given right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of our happiness. The Medal of Honor is our nation's highest honor for those who have served in our armed forces. During and immediately after the Civil War, during the 19th century as a whole, some 26 African Americans were awarded this honor for their valor during the Civil War, fighting for our nation and the grand army of our republic. Another 24 after during the Indian Wars and Spanish Civil War, and then the honors stopped. None were given for African servicemen for service during World War I and World War II until 1991. Now in the 50s, 2 were honored for action during the Korean War and then in Vietnam. But for 2 of the greatest wars in which we fought, it was well documented how colored regiments served, fought, and died. No honors were bestowed upon them until 1991. A research study in the 1990s found a clear policy of discrimination in how the medal was awarded, and more importantly, not awarded. I say this not to shame us or to politicize our somber remembrance, but to remind us that we can all fall into behavior that does not honor the sacrifice of our fallen heroes, that our nation isn't perfect, but must be made perfect by our individual actions every day. Now, in the Jewish faith, I have learned that it is a sin to say a prayer and not follow it with action. For instance, if you pray over a meal and not eat that bread, it is the same as having committed a sin. Well, when we pray for the memory of our lost loved ones, our brave men and women who have fought for our freedoms and to protect our nation, and then we engage in actions that divide us and only selectively engage with our neighbors because they don't share our views or vote for the person I voted for, that is a sinful behavior. Memorial Day was born out of the sacrifice of our American soldiers who died to preserve the unity of our great nation. During the Civil War, when there were those who felt that their political beliefs justified for them to break off from this country and pursue a belief that was abhorrent, that some Americans were less than they were. The sacrifice of those fallen reminds us that we are one nation, under God, and indivisible, no matter who or what forces try to tear us apart. Memorial Day is and should be that reminder that no matter how different we think we are, the sacrifice for this nation knows no color, no religion, or creed, and we must all do our part to honor the memory of the fallen. Thank you, and God bless us all.
And now a few words from U.S. Congressman Adam Schiff.
Good morning, veterans. Good morning, Mr. Mayor and council members, my wonderful colleagues in the legislature, Senator Portantino, Laura Friedman. It is an honor to be with you, and I want to thank the City of Glendale, Montrose Shopping Park Association, and Montrose Verdugo City Chamber of Commerce for having us here today. Every day, hundreds of thousands of brave men and women wake up and serve our nation with distinction. They risk their lives to keep us and the freedoms we hold dear safe and secure. Today, we gather as a community to express our gratitude for their service, and we pause to remember the many heroes who have paid the ultimate sacrifice, laying down their lives so that we at home may live in peace and prosperity. We can never fully repay them or their families for their selflessness, but what we can do, what we must do today and every day, is honor their memory. That means sharing their stories so future generations never forget their courage. It means showing up and caring for loved ones that they leave behind. It means supporting their brothers and sisters in arms who do return home, and helping our veterans pursue rich, full lives in their memory. Today, I'm especially thinking about the 13 U.S. service members who were killed last August in Kabul, Afghanistan. I'm thinking of their families who are marking their first Memorial Day without their beloved children, their spouses, their friends, and their family. It is a beautiful thing to have people who are not afraid to risk it all. But there's no greater tragedy than when they are lost, and often they are lost so very young. We owe them so very much. Thank you to all who are gathered here today, and to all who have served this nation in uniform. We salute you, and God bless you. And if I may, I would also like to recognize the families of those victims in Uvalde and around the country this week in a heartbreaking tragedy which I think tears at the fabric of our country. We think of those parents, and we think of those families and those teachers, and our hearts break with them. Thank you.
And now a few words from California Senator Anthony J. Portantino.
Good morning. Would like to thank the Montrose Chamber, the shopping park, everyone who brought us here together to this morning. In particular, I'd like to say thank you to all the veterans out there. If you're a veteran, could you raise your hand? So let's please say thank you to the veterans who are in attendance. And our first responders, firefighters, police officers, highway patrol. Please, let's give them a round of applause as well. You know, we all have the benefit of enjoying freedom, our quality of life. And to me, one of the most poignant parts of this morning ceremony in Montrose is looking at the names of the soldiers who didn't come back during the Vietnam War. I don't think anything brings home the point as, you know, I stare out and I read the names. There's somebody's son, brother, uncle. Some of them could have been somebody's dad, somebody's grandparent, but for the fact that they went off to war so we could be here today, and they didn't come home. I think it was President Obama who said, we owe a debt of appreciation to the fallen, and it's a debt that we can never fully repay. Let me say that again. We owe a debt to the fallen, and we can never fully repay that debt. I think that says it all. Obviously, we have a country in the midst of significant issues of the day, and I think one way we can try to repay the debt to those men and women who paid the ultimate sacrifice is to be better people. And so if you could all indulge me this morning and just turn to the person next to you, introduce yourself, share the moment, please. Say good morning. Say good morning. If it's a firefighter or a police officer or a veteran, say thank you. Let me say that again. If it's a firefighter, a police officer, or a veteran, say thank you. Appreciate the moment. Appreciate the freedoms, the love that we get to share with our families that these men and women who paid the ultimate sacrifices don't get to pay. And so for me, if you would just join me today, make a pledge inside that we're going to honor those men and women who didn't come back by being better Americans, by being better people, and by appreciating all of the freedoms that they died for. So thank you very much, and thank you for letting me be part of this morning.
And now a few words from California Assembly Member Laura Friedman.
Good morning. It's an honor to be with you here once again, and I always enjoy coming and seeing how many people do come out at 7 a.m. on Memorial Day for acknowledging this day for the solemnness that it actually has. You know, it took me a little while to realize that not every area recognizes Memorial Day in the same way. I was speaking to some of my colleagues in the state legislature this week, and I asked them what they were doing on Memorial Day, because many of us who were elected go from this event to downtown Glendale, to La Cañada's event, to La Crescenta's event, to Burbank's event, and to many of the Memorial Day ceremonies that are happening around this region. And I was surprised that I have colleagues who don't go to one Memorial Day event because in some areas they've kind of forgotten or they're small. And I think that we should take pride in the fact that this community recognizes Memorial Day, recognizes its heroes and its veterans, and will continue to do that, I think, for the rest of time. And this particular memorial being right in the middle of Montrose is that living reminder to so many people of the sacrifices that our own have made. You know, this day means a lot to a lot of people, and I want to particularly acknowledge the veterans and the families of those who have lost loved ones fighting for our freedoms. In my own family, my uncle is a Vietnam combat veteran. My great uncle, who lives with my mother, who's 97, is a World War I veteran and still sharp as a tack, I might say. My father's a veteran. And every year, both on Veterans Day and Memorial Day, I make it a point to reach out to them, because for many people, they are still hurting from what they have seen and experienced, and for those that they have lost. So I think on this day, it's very important that we do acknowledge the people who are around us who still feel those wounds fresh in their bodies, in their souls, in their households, and make sure that we do focus on supporting them. And at a time, as my colleagues have said, when there are wars waging around the world, and sometimes it seems to us almost inconceivable that in the modern era we can see the kind of destruction that we're seeing now in the Ukraine, in Africa, and many parts of the world, that could be us if it wasn't for the sacrifices that our veterans have made. And we should never take that for granted, never take our own security and our own peace for granted, because as has been said many times, that freedom is not free. And many have paid a very terrible and ultimate price for that. And lastly, I'd like to acknowledge the first responders who are here, who keep us safe at home every single day. That is also a sacrifice that I've learned a lot more about over the years, of time, of family, and sometimes of life and limb. So again, to all of the veterans who are here, a particular thank you to all of the Gold Star families and all of the families of our service members. Thank you so much, and God bless all of you.
Thank you so much. And before we move forward, I'd like to recognize the Glendale Unified School District Superintendent Vivian Etchkin for being here today with us. Now, if Ara Najarian, if you could please come forward to share a few words about your family member on the wall.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you to Steve Pierce, members of the Montrose Shopping Park Association, the Montrose Verdugo City Chamber of Commerce, for putting on this ceremony about as long as I can remember. I'd also like to thank you for letting me speak here this morning. Each year at this monument, we honor the fallen sons and daughters from wars, and in particular in this monument, the sons. I don't think there's a young lady on the wall, but the sons who fell during the Vietnam War from the Montrose area. And each name is called out, followed by a singular toll of the bell. It's a sad and solemn moment in the ceremony that interrupts the otherwise calm and quiet in the heart of Montrose. Well, usually. I've sat quietly and listened to the names each year, but hearing one name always got my head, my heart, and my thoughts spinning for a few moments. That is of Michael Anthony Najarian, Corpsman, U.S. Navy. It wasn't that our family was unfamiliar with the military. My uncle was a colonel in the Green Beret who fought in Vietnam, and he returned safely. My brother Rafi is an Air Force colonel who served in Operation Desert Shield. Rafi's right there. As an aside, no matter how many stripes or stars my younger brother has, he never outranks the senior brother of the family. My brother-in-law, Steve Yakubian, is a lieutenant commander in the U.S. Navy. So we're very familiar with the military. It's just that we didn't know much about the name on the wall, Michael Anthony Najarian. So we had to do a little research to find out how is it that this young man came to settle in Montrose, far away from where I grew up. I grew up in Ohio. So after a little research, what we discovered was that Michael's grandfather and my grandfather were cousins. They grew up in a small town in eastern Turkey, some say western Armenia, of Urfa. And most of us have heard of the 1915 Turkish massacres of the Armenians, but there was a massacre in 1895 in which 300,000 Armenians were killed, but also produced 50,000 orphan children. Michael Najarian's grandfather and my grandfather were two of those orphans. Thankfully, Protestant missionaries stepped in to save some of the orphans, to bring them to the East Coast and settle them in the Boston area. Michael's grandfather was one of those orphans, and he was settled in Boston. But my grandfather, perhaps unfortunately, remained in Turkey, and that's where the family tree split, if you will. Michael's dad, Leo, was born in Boston in 1911, and he made his way west. He was married in Nevada and eventually settled in Los Angeles, where he enlisted in World War II. After the war, he joined the LA County Fire Department, where he became a battalion chief and was actually quite famous for being one of the pioneers in hazardous waste disposal and hazardous waste handling. In fact, there is a scholarship that the County Fire Department puts out in his name. He eventually became a battalion chief. Now Michael, the one whose name is on the wall, was born in 1944 and raised here in the Crescenta Valley. He lived just up the hill on Altura Avenue. He worked at La Crescenta Pharmacy, and he enjoyed singing in several choral groups. And I can imagine the discussions that they had at the dining room table with Leo, the dad, discussing how important it was to give to the community, how important community service was, having the background that he had, appreciating and adoring the great United States that he was living in. In 1966, we didn't have the draft. So anyone that was in the war at that time were enlisted men. They volunteered to fight. And that's what Michael did. He volunteered to join the Navy and to become a corpsman. Now, a corpsman, if you're not in the military and you're not familiar, corpsman is similar to a combat EMT. He's placed with typically Marine divisions, and he follows those Marine divisions through combat situations. And should there be an incident, should there be an injury on the battlefield, the corpsman is the first one to rush out and try and save his comrade. And that's what Michael was doing in June of 1966. He was attached with the 3rd Division Marines. We believe that there was a battle that time called the Battle of Hill 488. It was in the northern area of South Vietnam, and the role of the Marines at that time were to stop the flow of the People's Army of North Vietnam infiltrating into South Vietnam and bringing in weapons that they were using on the rest of the South Vietnamese. There was a gunfight for several days. The situation usually is such that air support helps the Marines to push back the aggressors, but due to weather conditions, they just couldn't get that air support. So it was a very brutal war, a very brutal battle. Michael was shot several times. He was removed from the battlefield. He was airlifted to the hospital in Da Nang, but unfortunately he succumbed to his injuries and died 3 days later. He was only 21 years old. Now, families of fallen soldiers always wonder what could have been. Could Michael Najarian have returned to the Crescenta Valley after the war? Could he have joined the fire service and followed in his father's footsteps? He wanted to. Could he have someday been a fire chief, maybe of Glendale or some other city? Would he have raised a family and been standing amongst us today, honoring his other fallen comrades? The world will never know what awaited a young 21-year-old boy. What we do know is that he gave his life in service to our country. Michael's sacrifice and the sacrifices of hundreds of thousands of other servicemen and women throughout our wars are what we commemorate today. Their ultimate sacrifices have kept democracy and our country safe to this day. Michael and others answered our nation's call for the American core values of God, country, family, and patriotism, and our freedom to worship as we please. May they all rest in peace. Thank you.
Tamara Bolton once said, "This is the day we pay homage to all those who didn't come home." This is not Veterans Day. It's not a celebration. It is a day of solemn contemplation over the cost of freedom. Callan James Courtemanche, Corporal, United States Marine Corps. Fred B. Beckerman, Jr., Lance Corporal, United States Marine Corps. Gary Nels Nelson, Corporal, United States Marine Corps. Gregory Paul Kelly, Lance Corporal, United States Marine Corps. Jack Dennis Downs, Private First Class, United States Army. James Reginald Boder, Captain, United States Navy. Jerry Ray Murphy, Specialist 5th Class, United States Army. John Patrick Lee, Specialist 4th Class, United States Army. Lauren Eugene Ingstrom, Warrant Officer, United States Army. John C. Sweet, Lieutenant, United States Navy, USS Scorpion. William A. Peterson, Lieutenant Junior Grade, United States Navy. Manuel Miranda, Specialist 5th Class, United States Army. Michael Anthony Najarian, Naval Hospital Corpsman, United States Marine Corps. Michael David Sheehan, Private First Class, United States Army. Norman Richard Kidd, Captain, United States Army. Patrick Owen Quinn, Lance Corporal, United States Marine Corps. Ralph N. Doomling, First Lieutenant, United States Marine Corps. Richard C. Ramsey, Sergeant, United States Air Force. Robert A. Chapp, Sergeant, United States Marine Corps. Roy Allen Fryman, Gunnery Sergeant, United States Marine Corps. Stephen Arthur Golsch, Specialist 4th Class, United States Army. Stephen Frank Burlingame, Specialist 4th Class, United States Army. Warren Richard Spencer, Major, United States Air Force. William Warren Hale, Lieutenant Colonel, United States Air Force.
At this moment, we ask you to please rise for a moment of silence to remember the fallen.
All right, we've been listening in to many of these Memorial Day services across the country. That one in Glendale, California, there as they took a moment of silence at the very end. I'm Daytona Everett. You're watching Live Now from Fox. It's a little after 2:30 here in Phoenix, 2:30 out there on the West Coast in California. Hopefully you all are having a good weekend here. We're going to be taking you across the country to many of these other events. Unfortunately, some not as happy here as we have services for some of those Uvalde, Texas shooting victims. Remember those 19 children and 2 teachers shot dead last week at Robb Elementary School. Well, people are still turning out, as many have the day off of work. They are coming out to remember those lives, and we're also remembering the lives that have been given up in service to protect this country too. So like we said, we have a lot of events coming up here, a lot of them coming out of the White House, as President Biden has been out and about today. We'll tell you what he's been up to after the break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. As we have full coverage today, Memorial Day weekend coverage. Hopefully everyone is having a safe, good weekend, maybe with their family here. This is the community out in Uvalde, Texas. An unfortunate reality, as many of them are not spending it, with some family members, 19 children and 2 teachers dead because of that school shooting. The Justice Department now investigating the slow police response to the shooting at Robb Elementary School. Fox News correspondent Casey Stiegel has more from Uvalde, Texas.
Pain is palpable, and I think a lot of it's unnecessary. So I'm going to continue to push.
President Biden vowing to press ahead with new gun control legislation just a day after visiting Uvalde, Texas, where a gunman killed 21 people, including 19 children, at Robb Elementary School last week. The president and the First Lady met with folks here, offering prayers and condolences, and also promising action to make schools safer. He says he wants to work with Republicans on common sense reforms, claiming the shooting here changed the political landscape.
Since I haven't spoken to them, I don't know, but my guess is that yes, I think they're going to have to take a hard look.
But conservative lawmakers are still largely opposed to gun control legislation. They say new laws wouldn't have stopped the shooting, pointing to admissions by police that they waited too long to enter the school classroom, possibly costing some students their lives. The Justice Department has now opened an investigation into their actions, while Republicans push for more school security. Meantime, as Uvalde mourns, funerals and visitation for the victims begin today, with officials promising to continue to support the community through all the anger, frustration, and grief.
We will not relent until Uvalde recovers.
Some lawmakers here in Texas are also pushing for a separate FBI investigation. That's the latest from Uvalde, Texas. Casey Stiegel, Fox News.
And again, that live look in Uvalde, Texas. They caught President Biden with some of those remarks after he got off of Air Force One. We're going to play out those remarks for you live, raw, and unfiltered.
Folks who were victimized, their families, they spent 3 hours and 40 minutes with me. They waited all that time, and some came 2 hours early. And the pain is palpable, and I think a lot of it's unnecessary. So I'm going to continue to push, and we'll see how this works.
Are you going to send long-range rocket systems to Ukraine?
We're not going to send to Ukraine rocket systems that can strike into Russia.
Sir, do you think there is anything different in how Republicans will approach the gun reform question now, given the circumstances?
Since I haven't spoken to them, I don't know, but my guess is that yes, I think they're going to have to take a hard look.
Is there one element? Is it age? Is it red flag? Is it some component that you think could be most successful now?
Well, that's hard to say because I've not been negotiating with any of the Republicans yet. And I deliberately did not engage in a debate about that with any Republicans when we were down consoling the families in Texas. So I don't know what is the most, how far it goes. I know that it makes no sense to be able to purchase something that can fire up to 300 rounds. I know what happened when we had rational action before, back in the crime bill, with the law that got passed. It did significantly cut down mass murder. And so there's only one reason for something that can fire, 100 shots. I mean, and I'll just conclude with this. Look, when I first started doing hearings on the issue of what rational gun laws should be, it was during a period when I was a senator and the death rate was going up. Not that many more people were being shot, but the death rate was up. And I went, I think it was, I'm not sure, I think it was Hahnemann Hospital in New York, whatever the largest trauma hospital is. And I sat with a trauma doctor.
And I asked him, I said, what's the difference? Why are so many people, not that many more people are being shot. This is now 20 years ago, or 25 years. I said, why are they dying? And they showed me a x-ray. He said a 22 caliber bullet will lodge in a lung, and we can probably get it out, may be able to get it and save the life. A 9mm bullet blows the lung out of the body. So the idea of these high caliber weapons is there's simply no rational basis for it in terms of about self-protection, hunting. I mean, I guess, and remember, the Constitution, the Second Amendment, was never absolute. You couldn't buy a cannon when the Second Amendment was passed. You couldn't go out and purchase a lot of weaponry. And those who, not many are saying it anymore, but there was a while there where people were saying that, you know, the tree of liberty is water with the blood of patriots, and what we have to do is you have to be able to take on the government when they're wrong. Well, to do that, you need an F-15, you know, you need a Abrams tank. I mean, so it's just, I think things have gotten so bad that everybody's getting more rational about it. At least that's my hope and prayer. I have a Gold Star moms in there, so I got to.
Sir, I know you want Congress to act, but do you believe as president you have a particular responsibility now?
Oh, I know I have to, but there's a Constitution. I can't dictate this stuff. I can do the things I've done, and any executive action I can take, I'll continue to take. But I can't outlaw a weapon. I can't, you know, change the background checks. I can't do that. And you know, my whole career I've been doing it. Persuasion, yeah. But you know, there's been a few things happening. I know you noticed it. You've had to travel.
McConnell has directed Senator Cornyn to search for a compromise. Do you really think there's something there, or are they just making noise?
I don't know, but I think there's a realization on the part of rational Republicans, and I consider McConnell a rational Republican, and Cornyn is as well. I think there's a recognition on their part that we can't continue like this. We can't do this. I've got to go in. I got the Gold Star there. Thank you.
So there you have it, President Biden from a little bit earlier today, talking about what happens next in Congress. A lot of people calling on gun legislation on both sides of the aisle, Republicans and Democrats. President Biden saying Senator McConnell is a sensible person and should be hearing out some of the lawmakers on the opposite side who are calling on rifles to just not be allowed to be bought anymore out in Texas. As we know, Ramos, the 18-year-old shooter, bought an assault rifle just within the week before that shooting, just days before. So commenting on that, as well as, of course, investigations that are underway. As we said, the Department of Justice now investigating the police response, and now many calling on the FBI to do their own investigation. We'll have a live report from down on the ground in Uvalde, Texas, after this commercial break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. As we said, we have all eyes on Uvalde on this Memorial Day as there are services now taking place for some of those shooting victims, 2 of the 10-year-olds. There's services for them today. Also out in Uvalde, this is the square that we've really been taking you out to over the past week. People have been gathering there nonstop for ever since that shooter, that 18-year-old, a local high school student, opening fire at Robb Elementary School, taking the lives of 19 children and 2 teachers there. Now there's conversations of what happens next. There's an investigation that's been launched into the police response when all of it went down. And now it's also bringing up conversations about just school safety in general. We'll remember out in Florida, as there's been school shootings out there, Parkland shooting, that prompted new conversations on school security and safety here. So we want to play out for you this update from Fox 13 in Tampa as they're breaking down the changes that were made in Florida post-Parkland.
Our political editor, Craig Patrick, is here with a closer look at what we've done, what we've learned, and what could happen next. Craig?
Well, you look at the range of reforms Florida passed. It involves both gun laws that were passed as well as new safety requirements in our schools. All of that passed after 2018 with the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School mass shooting. And also the state formed a commission to be able to examine the impact of these reforms and changes. And several other states have followed Florida's lead.
This is the comprehensive school safety bill.
Florida required and expanded active shooter drills in schools for students and staff to practice the best ways to respond. We know Texas schools also have active shooter training, as do schools in Michigan, where students say it helped save their lives in the Oxford mass shooting in December.
We locked the doors, so we all hid, and it was really scary.
Did you guys have training as far as what to do
Yeah.
in the situation?
Mm-hmm.
So do you feel like that helped you a little bit?
Yes, it did.
Florida also created the Guardian program, which allows some trained teachers to carry guns. And Florida committed more resources to mental health services.
The system's broken. The mental health system does not work.
And safety features in schools, like bolstering doors and windows to keep out intruders. And in noting the Parkland killer legally bought his murder weapon at the age of 19, Florida banned anyone under the age of 21 from buying a rifle, shotgun, or other long gun. That change would not appear to have stopped the suspected 15-year-old Michigan school shooter back in December, because police say his father purchased the gun he used. But the Texas school shooter would have been banned from legally purchasing his rifles if Texas had a law like Florida's. A federal judge upheld that Florida law last year under a challenge from the NRA. And Florida also passed what's called a red flag law. It gives Florida government the power to take an individual's gun with due process when they pose a threat. And the context on that is that the Parkland mass killer left a number of warnings and threats, red flags that were missed over and over again, months and weeks and days before his particular attack. And so in seeing that see something, say something just didn't work, it broke down, that's what inspired Florida to pass this red flag law, in the hope that it at least created a mechanism in which threats could be followed up on through some due process to make sure that in such an event with so many red flags that a gun could be temporarily taken away. Texas does not have that kind of law. There is a movement within the federal government to expand it as well, on top of some other policy debates that are playing out as we speak, which we'll break down coming up in the next hour.
Yeah, you know, Craig, I think when these shootings happen, so many of us ask exactly what you just addressed. Why were these red flags missed? But also just this big question of why. So is there any consensus on what tends to cause these mass shootings?
No, there is none at all, and that's why we have such a fervent debate over whether or not to expand background checks on gun purchases, whether or not to ban what the government has defined as assault rifles, for example. And there's also some leading beliefs based on research that it may have something to do with our culture as well, in that a number of these individuals that commit these acts may be looking for attention and trying to go out, quote, in a blaze of glory, which is something that has evaded lawmakers in terms of their ability to pass laws to address it.
Yeah, and in this latest shooting, again, Craig, he did post those 3 very strong statements right before the shooting. Craig Patrick, thank you.
All right, Fox 13 in Tampa right there, they talked about this new legislation push push following Uvalde, Texas, and we'll be playing that out for you in just a moment. But many saying the cause is unfortunately lack of mental health initiatives for children right now. Fox 6 in Milwaukee with this story.
When it comes to mental health, age doesn't discriminate.
When it comes to children's mental health, we have seen pretty alarming trends.
Dr. Ariana Howitt says over the last 10 years, we've seen increases in sadness, hopelessness, thoughts of suicide, and the pandemic exacerbated it all.
We saw those patterns increase a lot more quickly.
At Children's Wisconsin, between 2019 and 2021, call volumes to the Mental and Behavioral Health Access Center tripled. And since 2020, visits to the Emergency Department Trauma Center for mental and behavioral health concerns have increased by 40%. MBH specialists are urging families to bring awareness to children's mental health.
It's all about building that positive relationship, that safe space between the adult and the child.
Adding, on our sleeves, Operation Conversation could be the place to turn to.
Informational resources for any adult with a child in their life that teaches them how to start that conversation. And then once the child starts talking, what do I do with it? How do I respond so that we keep the conversation going?
Connections that are vital to help the child feel supported.
I encourage parents to engage in what their child loves to do.
While overall numbers of poor mental health have increased, genetic and risk factors, family and financial stress, even trauma can all play a part. This campaign can be one more tool to help fix the issue.
Hopefully start learning those strategies of how do I respond to stressful life situations.
In Milwaukee, Derica Williams, Fox 6 News.
There we have it right there as we are tracking all of the perspectives of this Uvalde school shooting. It's really taking an effect on not only that community, but communities across the country. As we showed you before, there are services underway in Uvalde, Texas tonight. This one for a couple of those 10-year-olds that were shot and killed, and then people showing up with flowers and balloons to remember all of the lives in this square. Don't think that's going to be going away anytime soon. We did tell you before the Department of Justice is now investigating the police response to the mass shooting at the elementary school in Uvalde, Texas. This comes after many parents and witnesses of the shooting have expressed outrage over police not entering the school while the shooter was still inside. Fox's Rebecca Castor live from Robb Elementary School with the latest. Rebecca, what are we learning tonight?
Okay. Linda, thank you.
They're hoping that DNA investigation will address some of those, but at the same time, the community is trying to take steps towards healing. Behind me, you can see the growing memorial that sits outside the school that says all day today. It's been a nonstop flow of people coming to pay their respects. It's one of the many ways we're seeing people try to process the deep emotions behind this crime.
A powerful moment in Uvalde's town square this weekend as hundreds gathered to worship and pray for healing.
We are here to pray for the people here, to bring the light to Uvalde, to spread prayer, to just lift people up and let them know that Jesus is here with them no matter what.
One man traveling all the way from Detroit to carry a cross through the town.
This is the light of the world, and all God wants us to do is hold it up, and that's what our intention is, just so everyone can see the light and know that the light will never go out.
The downtown memorial now triple in size. Many of the flowers coming from a shop right down the street. The owner tells us everything about this is personal.
It's painful because from day one, we make flowers for them when the child is born. We make flowers for their first birthday. We make flowers for their pre-K graduation. We make flowers when it's father-daughter dance at Rob's school. So it hurts right now, everybody.
Others are taking their pain to the pavement. Jason Portillo is a police officer from San Antonio, but he grew up in Uvalde. We met as he was running 21 miles for the 21 victims.
I just felt being in my hometown, I needed to do something.
President Biden and the First Lady visited Uvalde on Sunday after being met with these chants from members of the community. Biden pointed to the crowd and said, "We will."
So once again, a live look in Uvalde, Texas. While President Biden was in Uvalde, he was meeting with grieving families, first responders, and state leaders. In an interview with local reporters, one state senator says that Biden is suggesting using federal funds to tear down the school and build a new one. So more to come on Uvalde, Texas. From Capitol Hill, as conversations are underway, legislators, lawmakers calling on new action. Here's proposed legislation from both Republicans and Democrats from Fox 13 in Tampa.
The wrong decision was made, and that stunning admission came today from the head of the Texas Department of Public Safety as he outlined a string of failures in the law enforcement response to that school shooting in Uvalde. Public Safety Director Steve McGraw gave a minute-by-minute description of what happened. He said the gunman entered the school at 11:33 and started shooting in two classrooms, 111 and 112. Officers entered the building just 2 minutes later, but they did not enter the classroom, which was still under attack, until 12:50. That's how long. McGraw said the commander on the scene believed that the gunman was barricaded inside and no longer a threat to children. And that's despite repeated 911 calls from kids who were inside the classroom, pleading to send in the police now.
The on-scene commander considered a barricaded subject and that there was time and there were no more children at risk. Obviously, based upon the information we have, there were children in that classroom that were at risk, and it was, in fact, still an active shooter situation and not a barricaded subject.
McGraw says the gunman entered the school through a door that a teacher had propped open earlier in the day, and that the school resource officer did not confront the shooter, as had been earlier reported. Now, the NRA is holding its annual three-day convention in Houston this weekend with former President Trump headlining the event. Protests have already started. People are gathering outside that conference, holding up signs and pictures showing photos of the children in the Uvalde school shooting. They're calling for the convention to be canceled in light of the tragedy.
A bipartisan group of lawmakers in Washington is working on ways to reduce school shootings and mass shootings. Our political editor, Craig Patrick, joins us now with a closer look at their plans and the chances they may pass. Hi, Craig.
Well, let's start with a history of prior plans that came up and failed. In addition to that history, you look at the current makeup of Congress, what many of the lawmakers have already said. Quite frankly, the chances of passing reforms to try to reduce school shootings and mass shootings are below 50%. In fact, maybe quite slim. But that said, where have we heard that before? Last year, we heard it with infrastructure. Before a bipartisan team came along, we now have a bipartisan team looking into this pressing issue, and it includes many of the same lawmakers who worked on infrastructure from both parties, and they worked against the odds. So the chances are, in fact, higher than they have been in recent years, and leaders from both parties today say there appears to be more resolve and more momentum to try to strike some compromise after what happened in Texas.
There's a sense of, urgency that maybe we didn't feel before.
Texas Senator John Cornyn is leading Republicans, and Connecticut Senator Chris Murphy is leading Democrats in the bipartisan group trying to make our schools safer and trying to reduce mass shootings.
We're going to work throughout the weekend.
The tone of these bipartisan talks is very different from the scolding we've heard from the Democratic Senate leader.
Please, damn it, put yourself in the shoes of these parents for once. Too many members on the other side of the aisle are disconnected from the suffering of the American people.
In fact, Senator Schumer appears to be taking some backlash from his own party as the bipartisan group tries to lower the heat.
We have to reach across the bench, but we can't politicize it. It has to be done in such a practical way. It just makes sense.
For years, Democrats have called for universal background checks on gun purchases. That would not appear to have stopped the Texas killer, but they say it could stop others. They also want to reinstate the long-expired ban on semi-automatic rifles with certain military characteristics that they define as assault rifles. But neither of those proposals are likely to pass and do not appear to be part of what the bipartisan group is putting together. Their proposals are still in the works, but may include an incremental expansion of background checks, more federal support for hardening school buildings to make them harder for intruders to break into, and more federal support for states that pass red flag laws. And a red flag law like Florida passed after the shooting at Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School basically gives government the power through due process to act on threats that individuals pose to themselves or others as reported by others so that they can take that individual's guns for a certain period of time. Florida was a leading state. At this point, the bipartisan team is also looking at ways to export what Florida has done to other states, which is very much in the mix of what they're trying to develop, in fact, this weekend, and may have some plans very soon.
So, Craig, of the proposals this bipartisan group is considering, which has the greatest chance of passing, do you think?
Well, there's common ground on increasing funding for mental health services. And given the disagreement that the parties tend to have on so many other issues, that may stand the best chance of passing. The federal government, after committing so much money to the pandemic and the war on Ukraine, is likely to also commit much more money on this pressing crisis within our own country here. And with that, you can expect to see more funding for mental health, but also more funding for school hardening as well. In other words, Washington and the lack of agreement may throw it to states and local governments to help find the solutions by giving them more money to do it.
All right, perhaps some steps in the right direction. Craig Patrick, thank you.
All right, Fox 13 in Tampa with that breakdown there. Something to be looking for on Capitol Hill coming up this week. And at the White House, as we said, President Biden making his way around Uvalde, Texas, speaking with community members, but also making his way around for Memorial Day today. We're going to go out to some of the coverage with Fox 26 in Houston as they're explaining the situation in Texas, what everyone has been up to out there, and so much more. Take a listen.
Houston, remember fallen members of the military this Memorial Day. Plus, visitations have begun for some of the 21 people who were killed in the Uvalde elementary school shooting. And a Houston area neighborhood on high alert tonight after anti-Semitic flyers were discovered. Fox 26 News at 5 starts right now.
And first at 5, the nation is remembering our fallen heroes on this Memorial Day.
There were very special ceremonies held all across Houston honoring members of the military who lost their lives. Fox 26's Dominique Keith joining us live now from Bear Creek Park, where one of those ceremonies took place.
Yeah, the ceremony held here at the Harris County War Memorial for our fallen members of the military, put on by County Commissioners Tom Ramsey and Jack Cagle, was absolutely touching, as was the event held in the Heights, hosted by Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee. With music from Houston bands, with heartfelt words.
We want to remember all of those who gave their lives for all of us. Amazing grace.
And through song, this Memorial Day, Houston is honoring the men and women in the military who paid the ultimate sacrifice for our country.
Who went into battle and did not come home. The names are many. And so we stand on sacred ground. Never will we forget the fallen in battle.
Memorial Day is a day of national awareness and solemn reverence. A day for us to honor the military men and women who gave their lives in defense of our nation, its values, and our freedom.
When people around you simply see Memorial Day as a day off of work, for those of us that have experienced loss, it can be very isolating and very lonely, which makes events like this one all that more important.
How precious I'm sorry, y'all. This is much too much for me.
This Navy veteran's beautiful voice cracks as he becomes overwhelmed with emotion while paying tribute to his fallen colleagues.
And no one knows more of the sacrifice than the Gold Star families, those immediate family members of service members who gave their life in defense of our freedom.
And those who are hosting Memorial Day events say they hope we will use this day to renew our pledge to always honor our heroes and never forget them. Reporting live, I'm Dominique Keith, Fox 26 News.
Donnelly, thank you. And President Biden's Memorial Day tribute also honored America's fallen heroes and service members, including his own son.
Fox's Jackie Heinrich has more from the White House.
As the nation remembers those Americans who made the ultimate sacrifice, President Biden, joined by Vice President Harris and Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, marking a somber and solemn Memorial Day.
Present!
With a ceremony at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier in Arlington National Cemetery. President Biden laying a wreath honoring America's fallen service members.
Today, we renew our sacred vow. It's a simple vow. To remember. To remember.
The Commander-in-Chief specifically addressing the families of the more than 2,400 service members who lost their lives in Afghanistan, America's longest war. The president pulling troops from the country last summer.
I promise you the day will come when the memory of your loved one, your patriot, will bring a smile to your lip before it brings a tear to your eye.
He also looked to Russia's ongoing war in Ukraine, emphasizing the importance of defending democracy.
But their fight is part of a larger fight that unites all people.
The president also mourning alongside Gold Star families.
7 years ago today, our son, Major Beau Biden, took his last breath at Walter Reed.
Earlier in the day, the first couple attended Mass in Wilmington, Delaware. Then the president visited his late son Beau's grave, exactly 7 years after the 46-year-old Iraq War veteran died of brain cancer. Families of fallen service members are joining the president and first lady in a magnolia tree planting ceremony here on the grounds of the White House to further honor the fallen. At the White House, Jackie Heinrich, Fox 26 News.
Now we are taking a live look here from Uvalde, where you can see there are so many people showing up with balloons and flowers. This is all to visit a memorial of those victims from last week's shooting. Visitations did start today and funerals tomorrow for some of those 21 children and teachers killed inside Robb Elementary School. The Department of Justice is now investigating the police response to the mass shooting at the elementary school in Uvalde. Well, Fox's Rebecca Castor is live from Robb Elementary with the latest. Rebecca.
Rashi, the community still has a lot of unanswered questions, and they're hoping this DOJ investigation will address some of those. But at the same time, the community is trying to take steps towards healing. Behind me, you'll see the growing memorial that sits outside the elementary school. And just all day today, it's been a nonstop flow of people coming to pay their respects. It's just one of the many ways we're seeing people try to process the deep emotions behind this tragedy. A powerful moment in Uvalde's town square this weekend as hundreds gathered to worship and pray for healing.
We are here to pray for the people here, to bring the light to Uvalde, to spread prayer, to just lift people up and let them know that Jesus is here with them no matter what.
One man traveling all the way from Detroit to carry a cross through the town.
This is the light of the world, and all God wants us to do is hold it up. And that's what our intention is, just so everyone can see the light and know that the light will never go out.
The downtown memorial now triple in size. Many of the flowers coming from a shop right down the street. The owner tells us everything about this is personal.
It's painful because from day one, we make flowers for them when the child is born. We make flowers for their first birthday. We make flowers for their pre-K graduation. We make flowers when it's father-daughter dance at Robb's school. So it hurts right now, everybody.
Others are taking their pain to the pavement. Jason Portillo is a police officer from San Antonio, but he grew up in Uvalde. We met as he was running 21 miles for the 21 victims.
I just felt being in my hometown, I needed to do something.
President Biden and the First Lady visited Uvalde on Sunday after being met with these chants from members of the community. Biden pointed to the crowd and said, "We will." Now, while President Biden was in Uvalde, he met with the grieving families, first responders, and state leaders. In an interview with local reporters here, one state senator says that President Biden is suggesting using federal funds to tear down the school and build a new one. In Uvalde, Texas, Rebecca Castor, Fox 26 News.
Rebecca, thank you. Some other news we're following tonight. Police in Florida are investigating 2 separate school shooting threats, one of them involving a 5th grader. That 10-year-old was arrested for sending a text message threatening a mass shooting. The Lee County Sheriff's Office did not provide any details of the threat, but after what happened last week in Uvalde, he described the behavior as sickening. He said that the boy made a fake threat, but is now facing some real consequences. And an 18-year-old from the Tampa area also under arrest, charged with threatening to conduct a mass shooting. Investigators say they got a tip that Corey Anderson posted a photo of himself in what appears to be a handgun, rifle, and tactical vest. Well, the photo was captioned, "Hey Siri, directions to the nearest school." The handgun and rifle were airsoft weapons.
Houston police are trying to piece together why a man was shot and killed while buying dinner for himself and his wife at a food truck. This happened about 10:30 last night on Irvington Boulevard near Cross Timbers on the north side of town. The victim had just ordered food from a taco truck on Irvington near Cross Timbers. He was sitting in his car waiting for them when 2 men walked up and shot him multiple times and ran. Well, it has been a very busy holiday weekend for the beach.
So those were just some of the top stories coming out of Fox 26 in Houston there. We'll be talking about Memorial Day weekend and what that's been like for Americans across the country, some travel issues and also some high gas prices. But this is breaking news out of Los Angeles County in California. Firefighters on the scene of the Bouquet fire. Not sure exactly how large this fire is, how it started, but you can see some of those air drops, water drops, looks like there in Los Angeles County. Doesn't seem to be a residential area, very much just a brush area, possibly on what looks like a trail, but Skyfox overhead right now, so we're going to be monitoring this scene as we continue to get details in from our sister station out there in Los Angeles. Looks like there's some active flames, which they are currently trying to knock down as it is just a little after 3 o'clock there in California, a busy Memorial Day weekend for some of these first responders. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Live look from Los Angeles County, where firefighters are trying to knock down what they're calling the Bouquet fire. This brush fire broke out as a result of a car crash. That's what we're hearing in the Angeles forest near Bouquet Canyon Road. That's why they're calling it. This is sending heavy smoke into the air and prompting a response from many of these units in Los Angeles County here. First responders on the scene. The fire continues to grow to about 50 acres. Not sure what the containment is in this moment here, but you always are having concerns about power lines, how this is affecting nearby areas. Doesn't look to be much of a residential area, but you can see some of those power lines that might be obstructed due to the blaze. Again, a vehicle collision is the cause, is what we're hearing at this point in time. As you can imagine, a lot of travelers out and about for Memorial Day weekend, especially out in Los Angeles County, and travelers across the country making their way out to different locations. If we get any more details on the circumstances surrounding this fire, looks like they have a pretty heavy presence and a lot of traffic backup, seemingly because of this fire. Looks like they've shut down a portion of that freeway right there as the smoke just kind of billows up into the air in Los Angeles County. I believe this is in the Santa Clarita area. So this is what we have coming into the newsroom, live, raw, and unfiltered, as always, here on Live Now from Fox. Speaking of Memorial Day weekend, though, there were some issues for people traveling, many of these flights being canceled over the weekend in the hundreds here. Fox's Christina Coleman with more.
The unofficial start of summer travel kicked off this weekend, but not for everyone.
As soon as we got here, that's when we got the email about that our flight was actually canceled.
It's nerve-wracking. I'm not happy.
Widespread cancellations, grounding thousands of flights over Memorial Day weekend, with more than 5,000 flights worldwide axed since Friday, according to FlightAware. That number increasing on Monday, one of the busiest travel days.
By the time that they actually tell you the flight's delayed, you're already in the Uber on the way to the airport, and then you're there, and then it's delayed and delayed and delayed again.
Delta Airlines scrubbing more than 400 flights on Saturday and Sunday, the most of any airline. The carrier blamed those cancellations on bad weather and air traffic control issues. Other factors contributing to the airline delays and cancellations for the estimated 3 million Americans traveling this holiday weekend: reduced staffing and COVID creating unplanned worker absences.
The travel industry is working as hard as it can to make things smooth for passengers.
This as inflation is hitting travelers in the wallet, with summer airline ticket prices taking off. Domestic airfares reaching an average of $400. That's up 24% from 2019 and a 45% increase from this time last year, according to travel data website Hopper.
It's definitely more expensive, but you know, the planes are full. So supply and demand. In fact, the airlines don't have enough staff, so I don't really see it coming down too soon. Despite the rising costs, roughly
6 in 10 Americans are still planning at least one summer trip. Reporting in Los Angeles, Christina Coleman, Fox News.
And with record-breaking gas prices, some analysts predicting Americans are going to shell out $6 a gallon this summer. Many drivers now giving electric vehicles another look. Fox News correspondent Caroline Shively with that part of the story.
There are plenty of incentives for drivers to switch to electric vehicles, from cleaner air to tax credits. But in the end, the prime motivator may be the high price at the pump.
They're the highest I've seen in my whole life, actually.
President Biden spoke about the gas crisis on his recent trip through Asia.
We're going through an incredible transition that is taking place that, God willing, when it's over, we'll be stronger and the world will be stronger and less reliant on fossil fuels.
That drew backlash from some congressional Republicans.
What Joe Biden is saying is, if you at home, if you drive a pickup truck, to hell with you, you can't drive your pickup truck. If you have a Suburban, you got to get rid of that. If you've got a minivan, you got to get rid of that. We're all getting Toyota Priuses.
President Biden is pushing for electric vehicles to make up half of all new car sales by 2030. The Department of Energy reports that Americans bought more than 600,000 electric or plug-in hybrid vehicles last year, almost double the total from 2020. That's a fraction of the 15 million new cars sold in 2021, but that was before gas prices climbed to record heights this year.
We're also working to make electric vehicles more affordable because that has a huge benefit.
A new survey by Ernst & Young finds that 29% of Americans want their next vehicle to be electric. Worldwide, that number jumps to 52%. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
Well, Memorial Day weekend may be winding to a close, but it may serve as the starting line for the next big battle in politics. Midterm elections are a shade over 5 months away now, and as Doug Luzader reports from Washington, they're about to consume the nation's capital.
If you drive and gas up this Memorial Day holiday, you'll be confronted with what could be one of the prime issues right now for the midterm elections.
Look, this is going to be the most expensive gas that's ever been on Memorial Day.
Republicans expect rising inflation and a sagging economy to figure prominently as they hope to win big in the November elections, now just over 5 months away. The president's approval numbers have been tanking, and the GOP hopes to retake one or both houses of Congress.
We always are running on kitchen table issues.
Publicly, Democrats say they're happy to have that conversation about the economy, but they will also try to pivot to other issues. Last week's school shooting in Texas suddenly put gun control on center stage.
Gun violence prevention will be on the ballot this November.
But just 3 weeks earlier, that same senator had said the same thing about abortion after a draft opinion leaked from the Supreme Court.
Reproductive rights will be on the ballot.
And don't rule out another attempt at a spending package with elements of the president's stalled Build Back Better agenda.
I do think that means that has to happen before the August recess. So that means that's not just a handshake deal, but that's passing something before the August recess. We're not there yet.
Well, they are not there yet, but Democrats see this as perhaps a final opportunity to get a big spending package passed before voters decide whether to turn the keys of Congress over to Republicans. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Eyes also on the Federal Reserve as there is word that another interest rate hike could be coming in the near future. Fox 5 in D.C. with more.
Thanks, Claire. 6:31 is our time right now, and interest rates could rise once again when the Federal Reserve meets for its June session. It comes as Americans are feeling the current price pain, and the Fed is looking to put up a fight against inflation. So how would another bump impact your budget? Joining us now, finance expert Solda and Megji this morning to help us sort it all out. Good morning. Good to see you.
Good to see you, too.
So, you know, we keep saying that they could raise, but actually the Fed's putting out there that they are going to raise, not only in June, but again in July by 0.5% each time, which is kind of rare for the Fed to be so direct. They usually like to give themselves a little more wiggle room. So why do you think they're going about it this way, to let people know this is going to happen?
That's exactly right. And as you look over the next 18 months or so, we're still going to see inflationary pressures. And what the Fed is trying to do is telegraph not just to the markets, but to the average American that while they're doing all the right things to try to slow this inflation growth down, it's still going to be happening. And so they want to keep confidence up. They want to keep consumer confidence up. They want to see growth over zero, but they really do need to slow it down quite a bit in order for the inflationary pressures to slow down and be mitigated.
It's so hard, though, because they're basically telling everybody, look, you know, it's going to cost you more to borrow money if you want to do anything. But we're hoping that then that kind of keeps companies in check because it'll slow down buying just enough to bring the prices down. But we don't want you to stop buying because then we're going to go into a recession. I mean, it's really a balancing act here.
It is. They're walking a very fine line, and they're looking to historical precedents like in the 90s and in the 70s. But the fact is, if they raise rates too much, we'll go into recession. If they don't raise them enough, the inflation will continue to grow. We're starting to see some data, though, that they're starting to slow things down. So it's a little bit of a light at the end of the tunnel on inflation.
So day in and day out, the average person that's watching this is like, okay, whatever. They're trying to look at the big picture and manage it. I want to know what it means for my bottom line, Sunday to next week.
Yeah. Prices are still going to go up. Consumer prices are going to go up. Gas prices are probably going to go up a little bit more. When the Fed does something like this, it takes anywhere from 3 to 6 months for it to hit the average American's checkbook. So it's still going to go up, but maybe not quite as much as it has been.
So how do we look at that in terms of budgeting? What should we be keeping in mind?
So the simple way to think about it is inflation should be around 2.5% to 3% every year. It's going to be above that for the next 2 years. So give yourself a couple extra percentage points in the checkbook every month, and just try to weather this for the next 18 to 24 months.
If you're in the situation, though, where you need to make a big purchase and you need to borrow money, what should your mindset be? Do you just have to accept the fact that you're going to get less for your money?
Yeah. Yeah, and that it's going to actually be worse later on because rates might be at a certain point now, but they might be, half a point, a point and a half higher 6, 12, 18 months from now. So, if you're going to do something, I would say get it done now and not do it next year when it'll even be more expensive.
So, I think that's a good point because I think right now some people are like bemoaning the fact that they didn't do it before, but now is now. You can't worry about the past, right? Now is now, and this is probably as good as it's going to get, like you said, for the next year or two.
Yeah, at least the next year or two. I would say, don't buy anything, a year from now or 2 years from now if you can try to do it now. I would say, think about it in a 24-month planning horizon.
All right, Sultan Megji, thank you so much for putting it all in perspective for us. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right.
Fox 5 in D.C. right there with a great breakdown on those interest rate hikes, potential interest rate hikes. Back out to California now, where firefighting crews are working to put out a forest fire in the Castaic area. According to officials, the blaze currently covers between 25 to 30 acres. We're hearing that could be even larger from other local reporting. There are reports that the blaze began coming in shortly before 2:30. And this is in the Angeles National Forest. The fire started as a car fire on Bouquet Canyon Road. This is being called the Bouquet Fire. That's why it has eventually spread to trees, nearby trees, which you're seeing right here. Los Angeles County Fire Department crews have responded to the scene right now. Sky Fox live overhead this firefight. At least one helicopter has been seen drawing water from the nearby Bouquet Reservoir, attempting to douse these flames and these hot spots. Crews also can be seen on the ground. So we have ground shots, ground fights, and air fights as well to knock down these flames. But really the smoke is what's now been pluming in this area in Los Angeles County. Again, the Castaic area, if you are familiar with Los Angeles County. We are coming up on 3:30 there in California, at 3:30 here in Phoenix, Arizona. You're watching Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We're going to be back on the opposite side of this with more events that are happening around the country, across the country for Memorial Day. Don't go away. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. A look from an event a little bit earlier today. This is the Memorial Day service at the Philadelphia Vietnam Veterans Memorial. Their service really highlighting and outlining everything that these Vietnam vets did here. We also have a pretty interesting live report coming up here about ways that an organization is trying to help the mental health of veterans, including training horses. More on that coming up in just minutes. So let's listen in to this event from Philadelphia.
1 million people altogether in service to our country, covering all wars that we have been in thus far. When we look at different things that are here, different people are touched in many, many different ways by this, whether it's the loss of a member or someone close, or for all those that did serve in active duty in our armed forces. I would like to think that everybody's proud of this memorial, which I am. I go all the way back a long time ago, in the initial startup, and it's even my pleasure to have Ron Castillo as our guest speaker, as when he and 2 other individuals thought up the inception of this memorial, and has been following things through all these years with us, and it's one I'd like to have him with. Anyway, at this point in time, we're going to move into a special flag ceremony, and I'm going to ask Mr. Mike Daly, our Executive Director, to move ahead with that particular item. And he's going to be reading the story of Old Glory.
Thank you, Dennis. Today we're honored to have a flag, also named Old Glory, that has been displayed all over the world, and it's our historic sites. So I'll read the introduction, and it's very brief. This flag, being proudly carried by the 82nd Airborne Division Association Honor Guard, was first raised on June 13, 1999, at Valley Forge's National Memorial Arch that honors General George Washington and his Continental Army. The ceremony launched the World Flag Tour named Old Glory Travels America's Freedom Road. The tour, conducted by CenturyLink America, in part commemorates important events of our history and honors the service and sacrifice of all who served and serve our country. The same flag raised at Valley Forge has participated in ceremonies throughout the U.S. and in many allied countries, and in Iraq and Afghanistan. Old Glory is flown proudly at American outposts of freedom on land, sea, and air, saluting members of all military branches. She is flown also over hallowed ground at Normandy's American Cemetery in Pointe du Hoc, aboard the USS Arizona at Pearl Harbor, on Midway, Saipan, and Tinian Islands, atop Mount Suribachi on Iwo Jima, the Oklahoma City Memorial, Ground Zero in New York City, at the Flight 93 Memorial in Shanksville, PA, and the Pentagon. The flag is twice led a procession of veterans groups into the amphitheater at Arlington National Cemetery on Veterans Day. Old Glory is honored those who serve and sacrifice with ceremonies at the World War I Memorial, Museum in Kansas City, Missouri, and at the World War II, Korean War, and U.S. Marine Corps memorials in Washington, D.C. Today, the tour with Old Glory is proud to be here at the Philadelphia Vietnam Veterans Memorial to help honor and remember those who served and sacrificed during the Vietnam War. And this biography was organized by Dave Polowitz from CenturyLink America. We have to thank for calling me an orphan to display and honor the flag. Honor guards, post the colors. Present colors.
Order, arms. It's about the invocation of the Midterm. Sorry about it. Order arms.
So once again, we've been listening in to this event out in Philadelphia. Unfortunately, some tech issues, but this is an event memorializing Vietnam veterans specifically here. We'll be taking you out to many other events across the country, but of course, this Memorial Day, people across the country honoring those who died while serving in U.S. forces. But sadly, we've lost a lot more veterans to suicide than combat. Fox's Madison Scarpino has a story from Casper, Wyoming. Madison.
Hey Daytona, being exposed to some of the trauma our troops experience can inevitably cause mental health problems, some minor, some severe. Here in Wyoming, there's a program that pairs up veterans or first responders with wild Mustangs, and the Mustangs actually suffer from PTSD and anxieties themselves, so this program offers healing for both the human and the horse.
When you are in a 24-foot by 24-foot pen, you really can't think of stuff that is outside of those railings.
Kelly Alexander and his wife Karen were inspired to start Operation Remount based on his personal experiences. Kelly served for over 20 years in Iraq and Afghanistan and has struggled with his mental health after retirement. From 2006 to 2021, the Department of Veterans Affairs saw that mental health needs increased about 98%. Kelly eventually found a program where he was matched up with a wild horse. Karen says it changed his world.
Working with the horses has brought him a new sense of purpose and has also provided him with some peace. So he wanted to provide this for others.
Seeing how it affects others in a positive manner is probably even better than when I felt that from my own personal experience.
Now, the program helps people like Army veteran Alicia Allen, who trained Afghan Army members to be medics.
Some of the things that I came across, seen, or had to encounter gave me severe anxiety, nightmares, depression. I had a hard time coming back and dealing with civilian life.
Same for former Air Force medic Audra Smith.
I wanted to come out here so I could keep working on myself and keep working on those anxieties and the mindfulness and all that stuff.
The trust built between the human and the horse allows veterans to slow down and be in the moment.
They were pulled from their homes, just like veterans, when we leave the service, we're pulled from our herd, from our family. And so to be able to come here, they are kind of our herd again. They're our family. So.
Operation Remount allows the veteran or first responders to actually keep the wild Mustang once they complete the 6-week program. The Alexanders hope to have up to 8 vets and first responders on the ranch next year. Daytona?
Wow, really emotional there at the end. Great reporting, Madison. You were able to see this program in person. I mean, what was it like to see the interaction with the Mustangs and these veterans?
It was such a cool experience and really beautiful to see the horse and the veteran work together. And if you know anything about horses, they can really pick up on human emotions. So that's why this program works so well for both the horse and the human.
And you said that the horses themselves have PTSD, but from the video, I mean, it looks like they're pretty well trained, pretty calm.
Yeah, I mean, they've been on that ranch for a while, but typically the PTSD is from being rounded up in the wild, but really any change of environment can cause some anxieties for them. But they were some very well-behaved, nice horses out on the ranch.
Yeah, and just being in Wyoming, I'm sure, is a breath of fresh air. So gorgeous out there on this Memorial Day. Fox's Madison Scarpino, thank you so much for this story.
Thanks, Daytona.
Well, we're going to take one more commercial break as we'll do a little round robin here of what we are tracking through the rest of the evening. This is a fire. This is called the Bouquet Fire out in Los Angeles County. Firefighters on the ground, airdrops underway as it's expanding. We've heard up to 50 acres, but now like 25 to 30 is what has been officially reported, but retardant on the forest. It started in Angeles National Forest, and there's been some backups even on the local highway there of cars. Many, I'm sure, trying to maybe get home after traveling over this holiday weekend. So we're tracking that. We are also tracking out here in Uvalde, Texas, as the investigation is now underway with the Department of Justice into the police response to that school shooting just last week. This has really been the top story over the past week as community members have come out to try to mourn these victims, these 19 kids and these 2 teachers that were shot and killed inside of that elementary school, Robb Elementary School. They've come out with balloons and candles and flowers. There's even a couple of services for some of those elementary school students today. We've been taking out to vigils and candlelight vigils throughout the past couple days over the weekend. It has not slowed down at all. So more to come on that and more to come on this firefight underway in Los Angeles County after the break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, where we take you to top stories and breaking news across the country. This right here is a firefight underway in Los Angeles County. Crews working to put out this forest fire in the Castaic area. We are now coming up on the 4 o'clock hour there in California. Officials say the blaze currently covers between 25 and 30 acres. Reports of the blaze came in shortly before 2:30, so we're coming up on more than an hour on this fire. According to reports from Angeles National Forest officials, they say the fire started as a car fire at Bouquet Canyon Road near Spunky Road before spreading eventually to the trees, which is what we're seeing now. Los Angeles County Fire Department crews responded to the scene. Skyfox still live overhead of this firefight. At least one helicopter could be seen drawing water from the nearby reservoir, attempting to douse the active flames in hot spots. crews also seen on the ground here. As we get more details, we'll bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox, but we want to move on to some of the other coverage here for Memorial Day. Fox 5 in New York, a proud partner of the Tunnel to Towers Foundation, bringing the inspirational stories behind their Tower Climb New York City event taking place on Sunday, June 5th. And after a 2-year hiatus, the climb returns to One World Observatory at One World Trade Center in Lower Manhattan. We want to bring to you some of these stories here on Live Now.
What makes a hero? Is it the courage to reach extraordinary heights?
Stephen Stiller gave the ultimate sacrifice to help others, which is something that these men do without even thinking. They run in when everyone else runs out.
Is it the will to honor the heroes before us by following in their footsteps?
So many men that day were doing this climb, wearing a lot more gear, a lot more weight, in terrible conditions, and they just did it.
So on this day, we come together to climb.
Each floor, reminding ourselves, what does it symbolize? What does it mean to be here?
2,226 steps.
It's not just climbing stairs, it's giving back something. You know, it's being selfless.
To the top of One World Trade Center.
It's the little voice inside your head telling you you're doing this for those who can't.
And honor the fallen heroes of September 11th and in the years since.
Here's the 9/11.
Hey, we did it. We are here, we are not going away, and we're going to run up those stairs in the glory of all those people. God bless you and God bless America.
Now is our time to rise.
Time never stands still. It only prepares us for life's next step. It's been 3 years since we've been here at One World Trade Center, sharing the stories from the Tunnel to Towers Tower Climb New York City, honoring the heroes we lost on September 11th. As the climb returns after a challenging time for all of us, we stand together, ready to rise again. On Sunday, June 5th, 1,000 climbers will return to make the ascent, starting 2 floors below ground level and taking the 2,226 steps, 104 flights, alongside members of the NYPD, FDNY, Port Authority Police, and New York State court officers to reach One World Observatory to honor the sacrifice of all 9/11 heroes and the first responders who lost their lives in the years that followed due to 9/11 related illnesses. We begin with Erica Olkers, who will be serving as an honorary starter for this year's climb in memory of her husband, who lost his life 20 years after 9/11. Antoine Lewis has that story.
Thomas Olkers was a firefighter with Ladder 44 in the Bronx, having joined the FDNY after several years with the NYPD. In the aftermath of September 11th, Tom Olkers became a familiar presence at Ground Zero.
He was there every day. I believe it was 16 hours a day, and he was there for about 5 weeks straight.
At the same time, Erica herself was working in finance in Lower Manhattan. And in 2016, tests revealed she had contracted non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, a confirmed case of 9/11 related cancer.
I got diagnosed, we caught it early, I did my treatments, and we went into remission.
But in August of 2020, Tom started to not feel well, and although the entire world was in the middle of the COVID-19 pandemic, doctors would soon determine what Tom had was not coronavirus.
And so when they did the scan, they found cancer, and it was everywhere. And it was stage 4 when they found it. My husband, he was never sick a day in his life, and I watched him lose 100 pounds before my eyes. The man who could do anything, fix anything, pick up anything, just deteriorated before our eyes, and it was just impossible to believe. We just felt helpless that we couldn't fix it.
Thomas Olkers passed away from 9/11 related cancer in May of 2021. 9 months to the day after being diagnosed. He was 46 years old, and the worlds of Erica and their 3 daughters changed forever.
And it's hard to explain to little girls that your dad doesn't want to leave you, but he loves his job so much, he wouldn't have probably done anything different. And that's really hard to explain to little kids.
Erica will serve as an honorary starter for this year's Tower Climb New York City on June 5th, which she calls a privilege to do so in honor of her husband that she still misses very dearly.
As the wife of a fireman, you get used to them not being home on these like 24-hour tours, right? And it's quiet here without him. It's quiet when I come home, it's quiet at night, and I still haven't wrapped my head around the fact that he's just not here, not coming back. It's just easier to treat every day like it's a 24.
So that was Fox 5 in New York with that Tower of Heroes special. That was just part 1. We have a few other parts for you. We'll be playing that out for you after the break.
As Tower Climb New York City makes its return after being canceled the last 2 years, climbers are eager to make the journey once again. Jessica Formoso has more on the special meaning it has for 2 of them.
Tommy Foley died on September 11th. Danny Foley was his brother, and he was a firefighter. And he went down to the pile, and he told his mother and his father, I'm going to stay there. I'm going to go back there every day. I'm bringing Tommy back.
11 days later, Danny found his brother's body in the rubble. But the family's tragedy didn't end on September 11, 2001. Danny would be diagnosed with pancreatic cancer years later.
Danny Foley died just before the pandemic. Danny and Tommy's father also died of a 9/11 cancer.
It's stories like the Foleys that are so ever present for Shelley Sunstein.
I'm Shelley Sunstein.
The rock and roll radio host made this t-shirt with prayer cards.
Some of them are people we lost that day. Most of these cards are people we lost after.
An advocate for the 9/11 community, Sunstein has made it her mission to tell the stories of the fallen heroes.
I say this to first responders and everyone in the 9/11 community. As long as I have a mic, I've got your back.
But it's not just the mic she uses. Since 2015, the radio personality has participated in the annual Tunnel to Towers Foundation Tower Climb. On June 5th, Shelley will be ready to climb 104 stories to the top of One World Trade Center with her t-shirt on once again after the event was canceled the last 2 years due to the pandemic. Also returning to the climb is U.S. Marine Corps veteran Rob Jones.
It's just a way for me to give back to these organizations that have done so much for us veterans, and then also continue to challenge myself.
A double amputee, Rob lost both of his legs while serving in Afghanistan, but it hasn't stopped him. He continues to inspire us all with his acts of determination and strength.
I had a mission of just, showing what's possible for people in the wake of a tragedy, both for veterans and for civilians, everybody.
It is why every step taken is with a purpose.
It's in honor of close to 3,000 people we lost that day. But what most people don't realize is we have actually lost more people to 9/11 illnesses than we lost on September 11th. It is so inspiring, and what a sense of community. It's just a beautiful day. It's beautiful.
This event would not be possible without the Tunnel to Towers Foundation. This past September, Chairman and CEO Frank Siller made a symbolic journey walking from Washington, D.C. and ending right here at Ladder Company 10 in Lower Manhattan. Chris Welch tells us how it commemorated the 20th anniversary of 9/11 while representing the enormous steps the foundation has taken in the last 20 years.
I personally wanted to take on a journey that would mean something.
Frank Siller is talking about the 537 miles he walked ahead of last year's 20th anniversary of 9/11, from the nation's capital to Shanksville, Pennsylvania, before ending up in Lower Manhattan.
It had to have real meaning.
But he could just as easily be talking about the journey of the nonprofit he started in his brother's honor, the Tunnel to Towers Foundation. Named after firefighter Stephen Siller's final act of bravery when he ran with 60 pounds of gear through the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel, then toward the towers. He never returned.
Our first mission was to make sure that we honor the sacrifice and never forget. We found out along the way that you do that best by doing good.
Nationwide, they've built more than 100 so-called smart homes, specifically designed with features like wider hallways, automatic doors, and cabinets and counters that can be raised and lowered, all to meet the needs of catastrophically injured service members and first responders. Another hallmark of the organization, they've paid off the mortgages of hundreds of families of fallen veterans and of first responders who've died of 9/11 related illnesses.
We are going to pay off your mortgage. You're never going to have to worry about your mortgage again.
And this year, they're expanding further with an effort to eradicate homelessness among veterans, something Siller hopes could assist as many as 40,000 former service members living in the streets. No doubt, a tall order.
But we want that responsibility. We honor it, we respect it, and we are going to continue doing the work that we do.
A journey that continues, one step at a time.
Next, one woman's trauma from September 11th and the police captain who helped her overcome the past and move forward. Stay tuned.
And there we have it. Fox 5 in New York with these incredible, inspirational stories. We'll be playing that next story here in just a moment. It is the top of the hour, 4 o'clock here in Phoenix. It is 7 o'clock out on the East Coast. Want to take you back out to this breaking news out in Los Angeles County as Skyfox is now heading away. We're getting in from officials. The bouquet fire has grown to 75 acres. So 75 acres for that fire there. It doesn't look like any of the nearby structures in the area are threatened. Just maybe a backup of traffic here. There is ground and air support for this fire underway. So we'll be keeping our eyes on that. We want to move back into some of the coverage from Fox 5 in D.C., though, as we are listening in to the Tower of Heroes. It returns to share these inspirational stories behind this year's Tunnel to Towers tower climb in New York City to One World Observatory at One World Trade Center on Sunday, June 5th. We'll have full coverage of that after a 2-year hiatus. The iconic event will once again give climbers the opportunity to climb these over 2,000 steps alongside members of the NYPD, FDNY, PAPD, and New York State court officers to reach the top of the building, which symbolizes strength, hope, and the resiliency of the American spirit. So what better day to show you these stories than Memorial Day? Here, once again, is Fox 5 in New York.
Now to the story of a woman struggling to overcome the memories of September 11th and the New Jersey police captain who helped her gain the courage to move forward. Arthur Chian tells us how the climb to One World Observatory created the unlikely but special bond.
Shayna O'Keefe recalls the morning of September 11th, 2001 as if it were yesterday.
I was walking home. It was literally like the end of the world. And then you would see the people that were walking home from the World Trade covered in dust and soot. And they looked like not just their physical appearance, but their facial expression, what they had seen. And it was chilling.
The chilling images are still etched in the memory of Shayna O'Keefe as she remembers leaving her Midtown office on September 11th. It was a devastating moment for her and everyone she walked home side by side with that day, not yet knowing how they would ever have the strength to persevere. As the years went on, Shayna married, had 2 beautiful kids, and moved to Roselle Park, New Jersey. And like so many New Yorkers, Shayna sought to process that personal trauma from the day on her own. That changed in 2017 when she came across a Roselle Park Facebook group run by Manny Jimenez. The local police captain and first responder on 9/11 was organizing a group to participate in what is now known as the Tunnel to Towers Foundation Tower Climb. Shayna decided it was time to get involved.
When I saw that this is what they were doing, I mean, yes, you can raise money, but also I feel like raising awareness for what he had done and promote that sort of never forget kind of atmosphere.
Not knowing what to expect, Shayna signed up and met Manny and company on race day, only to find she was the sole female participant of the group, the only non-police and non-firefighter, and faced with the challenge of climbing 104 floors to the top of One World Trade Center.
One thing they did say is try not to stop. If you try to stop and then start again, you're gonna have a really hard time. So I had that in my head and I'm like, that's good advice. Just keep going, just keep going, just keep going.
It was advice that these first responders had practiced in their years of service, and one that the fallen heroes of 9/11 exemplified in the years before that. It would propel her to the top, first in the group, a credit to the big boost of encouragement from her teammates, including Manny.
He didn't know me from Adam, and he was proud of me. And then the following year, he was like, what's gonna be your time this year?
It was the beginning of a new friendship, growing year after year, climb after climb. A mom of 2 and a veteran police captain bound together by their experiences on 9/11. After taking part in the 2019 tower climb, Manny would face a different challenge, a pancreatic cancer diagnosis resulting from his recovery efforts at the World Trade Center following the attack.
He didn't let it get him down at all. He just dove straight into treatment.
My fellow officers, thank you for your unwavering support during this difficult last year.
On Tuesday, September 7th, 2021, the man who was an inspiration to so many finally succumbed to his illness. He was just 53 years old.
I was flipping through Facebook and I saw the post that he had passed and I started crying. I knew it was coming. It's just sad to lose somebody with that sort of strength of character.
On June 5th, Shayna will be lacing up to climb again. It will be the first time without Manny there by her side, but she will carry with her the words when they first met, to keep going. Words that not only helped her reach the top of One World Trade Center, but also helped usher her through the trauma of September 11th.
I think it's really just good advice for life. You know, no matter what obstacles are thrown in your path, you just have to keep going.
Hold up!
And now to a live look of the Statue of Liberty, as after this commercial break, we'll be going out to the fourth and final part of this Tower of Heroes special from Fox 5 in New York. Don't go away.
Student athlete Chris Canozzaro lost his father, FDNY firefighter Brian Canozzaro, on 9/11. Now he is using his leadership on the baseball field to serve as a bridge to the next generation and to never forget. Dana Arshan has that story.
The days following September 11th, 2001 left us with the need for a sense of healing, a symbol to bring us together and to help us move forward. It would come 10 days after the attacks in the first baseball game to be played in New York City when the Mets took on the Atlanta Braves, an iconic moment that would lift the hearts and the spirits of so many of us.
Back goes Wagner, high bomb and crack at the wall. It's out of here!
I remember just watching videos of Mike Piazza hitting a home run at Shea Stadium and the place going absolutely crazy. It almost felt like they were bringing the country back together.
It was a sign of hope for Chris Canozzaro, who was only 11 months old at the time. It would serve a deeper meaning in the years to come. It was on September 11th when his father Brian was among the countless heroes who raced to the Twin Towers and lost his life on that fateful day. A dedicated firefighter with FDNY Ladder 101 in Red Hook, Brooklyn. He was only 30.
It definitely changes you as a human to have a father and unfortunately lose him at a young age and not really get to know him. It's tough for sure, but it kind of just drives me to be the person I am, and I just want to make him proud.
The loss, which was also felt so deeply by Chris's mom, Jackie, would bring mother and son together to form a powerful and emotional bond as both began a somber yet new chapter in their lives.
I go to her for every piece of advice or if I ever just need to talk or anything, and she's always there right by my side.
A new beginning was presented to both of them a few years after 9/11. Jackie would remarry, and for Chris, his stepdad, John Harkins, would serve as a guide, mentor, and dedicated father in the next stage of his life.
He actually introduced me to baseball when I was probably like 4 years old and built a batting cage in my backyard.
Baseball would eventually be among the driving forces in Chris's life. A Staten Island native, Chris is now a D1 college baseball player for Bucknell University in Pennsylvania, which is where he spoke to us via satellite. As co-captain of his team, he led the prestigious College Patriot League in batting average last year. Despite the extensive recognition he gets for his athleticism, Chris never loses sight of where he came from. The left fielder makes sure his father's initials BC, the words never forget, and the date of Brian's death are always scrawled across his cleats and baseball caps.
This dark day in history gets further and further in the past, so why do you think it's so important to keep the memories alive?
They're all heroes and they deserve all the credit in the world. Sometimes they don't get enough credit or they're forgotten in these days. So for me, I want, the younger generation and everyone in the world to kind of never forget what they did that day and just to always be remembered for the heroes they are.
Chris is now a student-athlete brand ambassador for the Tunnel to Towers Foundation. And just as Mike Piazza's historic home run inspired a nation, Chris is hoping to inspire others to share and preserve the memories of those we lost on 9/11.
Thank you for joining us for this special look at stories from Tower Climb, New York City. For everyone at Fox 5, I'm Audrey Puente.
So there you have it, Fox 5 in New York with that really great series there. We'll have coverage on that, as we said, with Fox 5 when that event does take place in June, which is fastly approaching. A beautiful shot of the Statue of Liberty as it is a little after 7 o'clock there on the East Coast. We want to stay in New York. Rifles were fired a wreath laid in the honor of the fallen in a solemn ceremony at the Intrepid Museum. Hundreds of members of military and veterans attended the service, as well as Governor Hochul and Mayor Adams. We're going to listen in to this event from a little bit earlier here on Live Now from Fox.
You for your commitment to the security of our nation and for protecting the freedoms that we enjoy in this country every day. Welcome to all of you watching at home, whether you're in New York, across the country, around the globe. Thank you for making us a part of your Memorial Day. I am honored to present our special guests, and I do ask if you will hold your applause until they are all introduced. Command Chaplain, USS Bataan, Captain Wayne R. Hall. Vice Chairman of the Intrepid Museum, Mr. Mel Imrangoop. Co-Chairman of the Intrepid Museum, Mr. Bruce Mosler. Commanding General of Marine Forces Command, Lieutenant General Michael Langley. Chief of Staff to the Supreme Allied Commander, Vice Admiral Guy Robinson. The Commander of U.S. Fleet Forces Command, Admiral Darrell Caudle. The 110th Mayor of the City of New York, the Honorable Eric Adams, and the 57th Governor of the State of New York, the Honorable Kathy Hochul. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as our national colors are advanced by the color guard from USS Bataan, and please remain standing for both the performance of our national anthem by musician second class Holden Moyer and the Navy Band Northeast, and then the invocation delivered by Command Chaplain Hall. Present the colors.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Post the colors. Command Chaplain Hall.
Good morning. Would you join me in prayer? Most gracious God, giver of life, we thank you for this beautiful, warm day that brings an end to an amazing return to Fleet Week in New York City. In a time when the news frequently focuses our eyes on those things in our world which divide us, it has indeed been a blessing to be able to gather together in the streets and establishments of this great city and to greet one another face to face and remember that those things which divide us can never overcome that which unites us. The fact that each of us is made in your image and that we enjoy freedom as citizens of this great nation through our precious Constitution. Thank you for giving us these incomparable gifts. Father, although we know that the gift of freedom comes from you, it does not come without a price. And so we ask that you would be with us as we close this week in solemn reverence, remembering those who paid the ultimate price for our freedom while wearing the cloth of our nation. We are often reminded of the true and timeless words of Jesus when he said, "Greater love has no one than this, that someone laid down his life for his friends." May our time of remembrance on this day honor their sacrifice. May it bring a measure of comfort to those here and across our nation who feel their loss in deeply personal ways. And may it fuel our unity until we can one day know that fullest of peace, which only comes from you. And it is in your holy name I pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Command Chaplain, for such an important and meaningful prayer. Please be seated. I am so pleased to recognize distinguished guests who have joined us this morning. And again, I do ask that you hold your applause. Commander of Navy Region Mid-Atlantic, who oversees all of the Fleet Week planning and execution, Rear Admiral Chip Rock. Commander, Coast Guard District 1, Rear Admiral John Mauger. Commissioner of the New York City Department of Veterans Affairs, James Hendon. And President of the Intrepid Former Crew Members Association, Mr. Stu Gelband. And a very special thank you to the Army Corps of Engineers, whose vessel, the Driftmaster, can be seen out here in the Hudson, flying a large American flag in salute of our ceremony today. So on Memorial Day, we honor all those who made the ultimate sacrifice protecting our nation and our freedom. And we recognize how especially fitting it is to do what we do next to this legendary aircraft that we call Intrepid. Throughout Intrepid's history, 250 of its own sailors gave their lives aboard this ship and in the skies above. Some of those brave men who served with them are here with us today. So may I ask all of the former crew members of the Intrepid to please stand and be recognized. Intrepid in its time of active duty was remarkable, engaged in World War II, the Cold War, the Vietnam War, and the space race. It was decommissioned in 1974, became a museum in 1982, and was designated a National Historic Landmark in 1986. The ship continues to serve today. This August will mark 40 years since the museum opened its doors to the public, and for those 4 decades, Intrepid has served as the centerpiece of the Intrepid Sea, Air, and Space Museum, an entire complex, now a leading cultural institution in New York City dedicated to the intersection of history and innovation. In a typical year, more than 1 million visitors from around the world come through our doors to be inspired by our one-of-a-kind artifacts, the amazing innovation and technology behind those displays, and compelling stories of bravery, service, and sacrifice of the individuals who served on board. Education is at the heart of all that we do. Our programs, our exhibitions, they amplify the real experiences of those on the front lines of history and the stories behind the engineering marvels in our collection that were shaped by and in turn changed the course of world history. We utilize all these events and innovations in history as a springboard to meet today's needs and tomorrow's challenges. We reach more than 55,000 school children annually, the majority of whom are underserved, teaching STEM education programming. We provide sensory-sensitive programming for individuals with autism and cognitive disabilities, and we conduct accessible programming for those who are deaf and hard of hearing, blind and visually impaired, and for those who have dementia in their families. And in order to help break down barriers and make the museum accessible to all, we offer numerous opportunities to experience the museum free of charge. And for our cherished veterans and active duty military personnel, we deliver a myriad of impactful programs that provide a supportive museum experience for returning service members and veterans from all conflicts, particularly those with post-traumatic stress, with the aim of building community and easing the transition back home. And we conduct similar programs for the families of our veterans and active service members. So to our veterans, you have our promise, our word, that the Intrepid Museum will always be here for you as you have always been there for us. Allow me now to introduce a great military leader. He joined the Royal Navy in 1986 as a warfare officer. His seagoing career has been primarily spent in frigates and destroyers, serving as a bridge watchkeeping officer, navigator, and then principal warfare officer. He's been fortunate to command 3 warships, including commanding the Edinburgh during the combat phase of the Second Gulf War. From 2015 through 2016, he was the Deputy Commander of United Kingdom Maritime Forces, the Royal Navy's High Readiness Battle Staff. In his most recent command assignment, he was Deputy Commander at Naval Striking and Support Forces NATO, a deployable joint battle staff whose primary role is the integration of high-end U.S. maritime capabilities into NATO operations. He became Chief of Staff at Headquarters Supreme Allied Command Transformation. Please welcome Vice Admiral Guy Robinson.
Ms. Susan Marnoff-Sausner, President of the Intrepid Sea, Air and Space Museum, General Langley, Admiral Caudle, Mayor Adams, distinguished guests, dear veterans and families, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for inviting me today. I am deeply honored to join you for this Memorial Day commemoration. I stand here as a representative of all 30 NATO nations, toiling together to ensure the security of almost 1 billion people across North America and Europe. I also represent one of NATO's 2 strategic commands and the only one on US soil, namely Allied Command Transformation in Norfolk, Virginia. I'm delighted to be here, surrounded by so much history at the Intrepid Sea, Air and Space Museum in its 40th anniversary. This ship could tell us of its exciting times evading kamikaze attacks in World War II, working alongside NATO allies in the Cold War, or fishing astronauts out of the sea. Or to name but one of its many aircraft, the whispered tales of the A-12 and its reconnaissance mission. And finally, as I glance wistfully over at Concord, I will share with you as a frequent traveller to Europe my hope that the days of supersonic travel across the Atlantic will hopefully not long remain a historical memory. But seriously, this institution, by honouring the men and women who served in the armed forces, their sacrifices and those of their families, also plays a vital role in educating children and the public about history and innovation. This innovative and educational mission is something that connects our 2 organisations. NATO has entrusted our command with what we call defence transformation, our mission to ensure that collectively, as an alliance of 30 member nations, we stand ready to meet the challenges of today and of tomorrow, despite the ever-changing character of war. 100 years ago on this day, the Lincoln Memorial was officially dedicated, celebrating a man whose life, death and words are so closely intertwined with Memorial Day. We acknowledge today the extraordinary sacrifices of those who have died to preserve our freedoms and our values, to guard against the amnesia of future generations, or to quote President Franklin Roosevelt, those who have long enjoyed such privileges as we enjoy forget in time that men have died to win them. To those who attempted to dismiss the importance of remembering the lessons of history, I say look to the east, where one nation is trying to deny another its independence and even its own history. This is why I also pay tribute to the incredible efforts of the Ukrainian armed forces and the unwavering patriotism and courage of the Ukrainian people and their leaders who have inspired so many across the world. The war in Ukraine is proof that freedom cannot be taken for granted and highlights the importance of cooperation, partnership and determination so that together we can preserve our security and shared values. This is why the NATO men and women working on US soil stand with the American nation to reflect, remember and honor the men and women of the Air Force, Army, Navy, Marine Corps, Coast Guard and Merchant Marine who made the ultimate sacrifice defending this great country, its security interests and the ideals on which it was built. Memorial Day is an opportunity for all of us, your allies, to pay our respects to those who died serving your nation and our alliance, and acknowledge the immense debt we owe them, their families and those they left behind. This is the day we pay homage to all those who served in the military and did not come home. In 1863, standing on the field at Gettysburg, Lincoln reminded us that through their deeds, the dead of battle have spoken more eloquently for themselves than any of the living ever could. But he also stressed that we can only honor them by rededicating ourselves to the cause for which they gave their last full measure of devotion. And this is what we, members of NATO's Strategic Command in the USA, are trying to do. We make sure the Allies continue to have the best warfighters in the world, equipped, trained and led by the finest men and women our societies produce, to ensure we can continue as history's greatest and most successful military alliance. Of course, we understand, as guests of your great nation, that today is primarily a day of solemn contemplation and an acknowledgement that freedom has a price. I cannot therefore praise the commitment of our military forces without thinking of those who have sacrificed so much in all theatres of operations for our countries and the alliance. In the wake of September 11, NATO invoked Article 5 of the Washington Treaty for the first and only time in history. And as allies, we engaged together in Afghanistan to ensure that no terrorist attack on Allied soil would ever be planned from that country. So I pay homage to all the men and women from our nations, our partners and friends who contributed to our peace, particularly those who shed their blood, risked their health and lives for our freedom and the security of each and every one of us. Let's honor those who served and those who continue to serve. Thank you.
Admiral Robinson, thank you so much. Thank you for those critical words and for your nation's unbreakable and important alliance. I am proud to introduce a dedicated Intrepid leader, a longtime vice chairman of the museum. He was chairman of one of Wall Street's premier firms for almost 20 years. He served for many years on the Defense Business Board of the Department of Defense and on the senior advisory boards of both the United States Southern Command and European Command. He's recently been serving as an advisor to many four-star admirals with respect to their transitions from the military to the private sector upon retirement. He's a recipient of the Exceptional Public Service Medal, among the highest civilian awards of the Secretary of Defense. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Imrangoop.
Memorial Day is our annual holiday for remembering those who have died while serving their country as members of our armed forces. We are truly blessed today to have as our Memorial Day speaker, alongside Intrepid, Admiral Caudle, the current commander of United States Fleet Forces Command, which is one of the largest components of the entire United States Navy, the most powerful and largest naval force in the history of the world. A few years ago, we began having an important representative of one of our allied naval forces as a guest on Memorial Day. We started with the Minister of Defense of Colombia, followed by the head of the Canadian Navy, and then Deputy Supreme Allied Commander Transformation of NATO from Germany. Admiral Robinson, we're delighted to add you to that distinguished list. How appropriate this time of the central importance of NATO to have you as our allied participant in our ceremony. Thank you very much for joining us today. National security concerns obviously preoccupy every citizen of the United States now. The situation in Ukraine, as Admiral Robinson mentioned, and with Russia, heightened anxiety to a level not seen since September 11th. Adding aggressive activity by China to that, and the usual issues with Iran and North Korea, make our military as important now as it has been at any time in our history. Intrepid is, besides Grant's Tomb, the only major military installation in the capital of the world, New York City. Memorial Day is our most solemn day, commemorating as it does those who have made the ultimate sacrifice in defending our country. It's therefore inspiring to have as our speaker on this Memorial Day alongside this great ship, Intrepid, a leader like Admiral Caudle. He's truly extraordinary. A native of Winston-Salem, North Carolina, he has 2 master's degrees in physics, a PhD in organizational leadership, and is the current commander of United States Fleet Forces Command based in Norfolk, Virginia. In that role, he mans, trains, and equips over 125 ships, 1,000 aircraft, and more than 100,000 active duty servicemen and government employees. As commander of fleet forces, he's responsible for providing combat-ready forces to our numbered fleets and combatant commanders around the globe in support of United States national security interests. He is also responsible for the Navy's participation in Fleet Week and has been terrifically helpful in that capacity to Intrepid. Admiral Caudle is a submariner by background. In that capacity, he's held numerous command positions on submarines, as well as commanding the entire U.S. submarine force and NATO's Allied Submarine Command. He is regarded as one of the most imaginative and accomplished officers in the Navy. Admiral Caudle, we've had no...
Okay, this is Andrew Kraft here. We've been listening in to this event at the USS Intrepid on the west side of Manhattan there in New York City today. Speakers like New York Governor Kathy Hochul, New York City Mayor Eric Adams have yet to speak in our replay of this. We're going to move away from this event. We have a few more stories, of course, left to get to on this Memorial Day. Hope everyone is having a long and restful weekend as we take the day to honor those who have given the ultimate sacrifice in honor of their country. And we also just have, and we're going to make this full here, just a beautiful LiveNOW look in New York Harbor as Lady Liberty stands there in the twilight. Just a really beautiful shot. We also have a shot of the White House here. We've heard and we've seen from President Biden today. We'll be replaying some of his events as he took note of Memorial Day, visiting Arlington National Cemetery, visiting the tomb of the unknown soldier, laying a wreath. We also know that he met with families of the fallen heroes from the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. And of course, this is the 7th anniversary of the loss of his son, Beau Biden, due to brain cancer. And so he was at church for that as well today. So President Biden making a lot of stops today. We'll have more of an update on that. But right now, let's focus on some more stories, including down at the southern border. We know that as Title 42 is now making its way through the courts, we're going to take a look at the border towns who are trying new ways to manage the influx in migrants. Title 42 allows the U.S. to turn away undocumented migrants seeking asylum, and once it ends, the Department of Homeland Security is predicting up to 18,000 migrants could cross the border daily. Joining me now live from McAllen, Texas, at the southern border, Fox's Caroline Elliott. Caroline, good to see you again. Who have you spoken to, and what have you learned?
Well, Andrew, we've been talking with local people who live and work along this river and learning more about what it's like to live in a border town, as Title 42 could be delayed in court for months. Now, we're finding that this delay does give Border Patrol and these border towns more time to prepare, but we're finding even the recent efforts to stop crossings aren't slowing them down. Along the Rio Grande River, Border Patrol and barbed wire isn't enough to stop smugglers and migrants from crossing into the United States.
That's an illegal swimming across. They have sentinels all up and down the river. Cartel has with phones. They know exactly what's going on this river 24/7. And this is not the neighborhood we want where we live or where we work.
Othel Brand runs the 3rd Water District along the river. One area deputies say is known for cartel activity.
Outside of the city limits, outside on the river where these guys work, it's a totally different environment. Totally different environment. And we have people shot. We have bodies pulled out, some with heads, some with no heads.
The Texas National Guard installed barbed wire last month, but migrants are still finding their way across the river. In fact, last month, Border Patrol saw the highest number of border crossings ever recorded. Now locals are asking the federal government for help.
We don't want this to be the norm, and it is right now. And the only one that's making this a norm is our federal government.
While the order remains in court for now, border towns know the end of Title 42 is inevitable.
This border issue is a big concern for Americans. It's a concern for us who live here on the border, and we want it solved.
Judge Cortez told us the county is pleased with this decision, but as Title 42 makes its way through the court system, he says he hopes the federal government can find a much faster way for migrants to apply for citizenship. Andrew.
All right, Fox's Caroline Elliott there live for us in McAllen. Caroline, thanks for your reporting. We'll talk to you again.
Thank you.
Okay, right now we're going to stay in Texas. We heard from Texas Governor Greg Abbott earlier today at a Memorial Day event, meeting with families of fallen heroes, meeting with veterans as well, but also taking the opportunity to comment yet again. Now we are almost a week removed from the horrific tragedy we saw at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas. We do still have a LiveNOW look in Uvalde right there, as so many in the community, and remember, it is a small community, coming out here to this city plaza where this fountain is, putting balloons, wreaths, flowers, photos of the victims as the community is still in shock and grief, since 19 kids and 2 teachers were shot and killed in that 4th grade classroom. Right now, though, we want to hear from Texas Governor Greg Abbott at this Memorial Day event. We'll also be replaying some of the press conferences from Texas DPS officials and from Governor Greg Abbott himself on Friday about the investigation ongoing. Remember, we now know the Department of Justice will be getting involved. They have opened up an investigation into the law enforcement response, as so many questions remain to why law enforcement waited so long to breach the classroom door. Let's go out now to Governor Abbott.
Award, this trophy, it is going to be going up in the governor's office at the state capitol. If ever you visit there, you'll get to see it. Interestingly, it's going to be alongside something else that I received from Longview, Texas. You may remember a couple of years ago, the Longview Lobos won the state championship. And when they did, we hosted them at the state capitol, and I received a Longview Lobo football helmet that is on top of one of our areas in the governor's office of the state capitol. This is going right next to the Longview Lobo state championship helmet. So obviously we're here today to talk about Memorial Day, and I want to visit with you about that. But first I want to mention a couple of other things. One is, as Andy talked about, I grew up here as a kid. And we all know that when you're growing up, the memories that you have as a kid never fade. They're the most cherished things that a child does have. And 2 of the most prominent memories that I have growing up as a kid was, for one, playing baseball. Now, I spent time with Andy. I spent time with his brother Chris. And also I spent time playing baseball against a guy named Jimmy Wright. I don't know if Jimmy is here today or not. But growing up as a kid, playing Little League Baseball here, and being immersed in it, and winning games, losing games, getting a snow cone after you win or lose. The best times in the entire world. Memories that I carry with me to the Capitol every single day. The other thing is growing up in that cabinet, Troop 201, that I was so proud to be a part of. But I want to take a moment and commend the entire community of Longview for preserving and perpetuating this area. It was this area where we would walk down for the cabin and wander into the lake, and it was not nearly as good looking as it is now. And that's the point. It was pretty different back in the late 1960s, early 1970s when I was here. To be able to come here today and see the backdrop that I get to see, I think there is no more beautiful place in the entire state of Texas to be today and to celebrate Memorial Day than in this setting of what you all have been able to create here. One other quick thing before I make some brief comments. One thing a governor is supposed to do is to read the room. And in reading the room, there are a lot of people fanning themselves who are pretty hot. And so I'm going to cut my remarks to no more than 2 hours. But it will not be long. But before I do, moments ago I talked about growing up here as a kid. And kids are on my mind today because of what happened in Uvalde, Texas. There was a young girl who was an all-star baseball player herself who lost her life in that shooting. There are kids who work during the course of the school year waiting to get out of the school year so that they can have fun in the summertime. Kids who are not having fun. Parents who've lost the joy of their life. So as we gather today on this Memorial Day, I have a special request for you as well as everybody across the state of Texas. I ask that you keep in your prayers the people of Uvalde, Texas. What happened in Uvalde was a horrific act of evil. And as Texans, we must come together and lift up Uvalde and support them in every way that we possibly can. It is going to take time to heal the devastation that the families there have gone through and are going through. But be assured, we will not relent until Uvalde recovers. We are Texas, and Texans will unite. Well, I'm honored to join you on this Memorial Day at this wonderful setting to show our enduring respect for all who died in service to our great nation. You know, we all understand that America is a symbol. It is a symbol across the entire globe of freedom, of opportunity, and hope. From our nation's very beginning, the United States military has safeguarded those sacred values. And today we honor the heroes who gave their all to fight for those values. Those who went into harm's way to protect the American way. You know, when you think about it, there is an arc in the story of America. And that arc bends toward freedom. From Valley Forge to Vicksburg, from the Civil War to civil rights, from the Cold War to the War on Terror, Americans have always remembered that freedom is worth fighting for. And America remains the greatest force for freedom the world has ever known, and that freedom has been preserved, protected, and defended by the mightiest military in the history of the entire world. In times of war as well as in times of peace, there have been heroes who have stepped up. It's important to remember that those heroes are mothers and fathers, sons and daughters, brothers and sisters. They stand in the face of danger and they protect us from all that threatens, sacrificing so much and asking so little in return other than respect for the freedom for which they fought. And that respect, it runs deep for those who paid the ultimate sacrifice for the United States of America. They may not be with us today, but their legacy will remain with us every single day, forever, in the history of the United States of America. And let me emphasize this. To all who have served and to those who still serve today, we must offer more than just the gratitude of a very grateful nation. We must honor our commitments to those who answer the call of duty. As much as we remember those who never returned, our country must rededicate our commitment to care for those who do return from the battlefields. And we must also honor our commitments to the families of those who served along the side of those who did not return. They were waiting, hoping, praying each day and every night for their loved one to return home. Too many never returned home. And let me add this. While we memorialize the brave men and women who sacrificed their lives for our freedom, we also take a moment today to thank our first responders who risked their own lives, ensuring safety and security for us here in the homeland. They too put their lives on the line for our communities and our country and deserve our gratitude. Several years ago, when I first visited the National Cemetery over in Dallas, Texas, I spoke with the caretaker, and he told me that for each soldier buried there, he wished that he could shake their hand and thank them for what they did. But he said you can't, because it's too late. But what we can do is live our lives that deserve their deeds. So as we gather today, we thank God for all who made the ultimate sacrifice for our country. For through the fire of their sacrifice, our freedom has been preserved. And we ask for God's blessings and comfort for the families of the fallen. And we rededicate ourselves to the cause for which they fought and they died. May we never forget the price they paid so that we can be free. May God bless all who have served, and may He forever bless the United States of America. God bless.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott there at that Texas community honoring those who gave their life in service to the country, especially those from the state of Texas. But of course, on the minds of so many Texans is the tragedy there in Uvalde, Texas. We still have a live look as well as funeral visitations took place for two of the victims, two 10-year-old children who died last Tuesday in that fourth grade classroom at Robb Elementary. Of course, President Biden and the First Lady visited the community of Uvalde just yesterday, paying their respects, meeting with family members who lost loved ones. President Biden even suggesting that possibly the federal government would tear down Robb Elementary School and build another school in its place. Of course, this all coming from news over the weekend that the Department of Justice said at the request of the Uvalde mayor, Don McLaughlin, the DOJ will conduct a critical incident review of the law enforcement response to the mass shooting. Quote, the goal of the review is to provide an independent account of law enforcement actions and responses that day, and to identify lessons learned and best practices to help first responders prepare for and respond to active shooter events. The review will be conducted with the department's Office of Community-Oriented Policing. And of course, we'll follow any possible developments out of that investigation, if any are forthcoming. Of course, that is a live now look there in central Uvalde, as so many in this small community are still in shock and grief. When we come back from the commercial break, we're going to get a live report from Uvalde about how the community is holding up and how the country writ large is responding to this latest mass shooting. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. On this Memorial Day, you're taking a Live Now look at Uvalde, Texas, as this makeshift memorial there around this fountain in central Uvalde has just ballooned in support of the community there. Balloons and flowers and wreaths and so many crosses for these 19 victims, those children and those 2 teachers who were shot and killed just on Tuesday. Well, they are now saying goodbye to some of those children. 2 10-year-olds' funerals, visitations were held today in the city of Uvalde. But people from across the country are also voicing their support. Joining me now live from Uvalde, Texas, Fox's Joy Addison, and you've been there for some time reporting down on the ground. Joy, what is the atmosphere like today on this Memorial Day?
Hi, Andrew. That's right. I've been here almost a week, and the mood here hasn't changed. Everyone is just so sad. This is such a close-knit community. Everyone knows one another, and a lot of people knew those families who had someone pass away. On yesterday, President Biden was here. He attended Mass at Sacred Heart Catholic Church, and he met with those victims' families, and he had some words of encouragement for them. If you look behind me, you will see a memorial that has been set up here at the school, Robb Elementary School, and hundreds of people have come to pay their respects and give tributes, and they've had some very kind words to say, but some of them are still struggling with exactly how things were handled on the day of that mass shooting here at Robb Elementary School.
It's devastating because they were almost done with school, and they were barely starting their life.
The city of Uvalde is decorated with memorials honoring the 21 victims of the Robb Elementary School shooting. Yolanda Moreno owns a flower shop in town and is donating free arrangements for the funerals.
It's painful because from day one, we make flowers for them when the child is born. We make flowers for their first birthday. We make flowers for their pre-K graduation. We make flowers when it's father-daughter dance at Robb's school. So it hurts right now.
She says this is only made possible by people across the country sending gifts to their town. Dan Beasley traveled to Uvalde from Detroit. He's carrying a cross around the town square memorial. Just 2 weeks ago, he was in Buffalo, New York, spreading the same message. He says now is the time to rely on faith.
We're bringing the cross for love, hope, and healing for this community.
And while some carry crosses and prepare flowers for memorials, many people are questioning the amount of time it took police to enter the classroom where the gunmen and children were locked inside. And they are now demanding change.
Besides personal responsibility, I definitely think we need to step up security in the schools. The guns are getting into the wrong hands. That needs to change.
Hope Sanchez says she feels the mass shooting was preventable and has one message for the president and local officials.
Enough is enough. Don't forget their names.
Yeah, just a lot of frustration and a lot of sadness. The Justice Department says that it will be looking into exactly what took place and police's delayed response to the shooting last week here at Robb Elementary School. And this comes as a request by the Uvalde Mayor, Don Laughlin. In Uvalde, Texas, Joy Addison. Andrew?
Joy, thank you so much for that update. You can kind of hear taps there in the background as the community is really not even a week later. Joy, we thank you so much. We'll talk to you again.
Thank you.
Okay, and like Joy was mentioning, so many questions remain about the law enforcement response. Why were those 19 officers who were in the hallway not breach the classroom door soon enough? Of course, they were too late, and they waited a very long time, more than an hour, according to Texas DPS, to finally neutralize the gunman, 18-year-old Salvador Ramos, after he got on the school grounds. Right now, though, we want to play out that press conference from Friday as that spokesman from the Texas Department of Public Safety took questions from reporters and gave a better sense of the timeline about what the law enforcement response was actually like and filled in some of those gaps. And we heard from him on Friday essentially saying that he wishes it would have been more of an adequate response. Let's play that out from Friday.
I'm Stephen McCraw, Director of Texas Department of Public Safety. On Tuesday, the District Attorney for the 38th Judicial District, Christina Mitchell, requested that the Texas Rangers under the Department of Public Safety assume lead responsibility of this horrific murder of 19 innocent child and 2 adults. Our goal today is to provide the parents, the community of Uvalde, the public, as much information as we can on where we are on the investigation. We're here to report the facts as we know them now, not to defend what was done or to criticize what was done or the actions taken. I'll begin first and foremost with the timeline as we know it. The second timeline I'll discuss is the 911 timeline. Then we'll talk about the relevant social or digital media footprint of the subject. And we'll also have plenty of time for questions at that point. At 11:27, we know from video evidence, 11:27, the exterior door suspected of where we knew the shooter entered, Ramos, was propped open by a teacher. 11:28, the suspect vehicle crashes into the ditch, as previously described. The teacher runs to the room 132 to retrieve a phone, and that same teacher walks back to the exit door, and door remains propped open. There were 2 males, as reported by Regional Director Escalon yesterday. There were 2 males at a funeral home that when they heard the crash, they went to the crash scene. When they arrived at the crash scene, before they got there, they saw a man with a gun exit the passenger side with a backpack, and they immediately began running. Ramos began shooting at him. Did not hit him. One of the males fell when he was running. Both males returned to the funeral home while they're running. And then again, we see through video, teacher reemerges inside the school in panic and apparently calls 911. 911 call at 11:30. If there was a crash, man with a gun. 11:31, the suspect reaches last row of vehicles in the school parking lot. 11:31, the suspect shooting began at the school while patrol vehicles got to the funeral home. I'll point out where it is. Crash vehicles over here. Suspect hiding behind a vehicle, started walking down, shooting into the classroom. There was discussion early on that an ISD, Consolidated ISD for Uvalde, was a resource officer, had confronted the subject. That did not happen, as R.D. Escalon talked about yesterday. It was certainly stated in preliminary interviews, but often these preliminary interviews and a cursory walkthrough doesn't reveal the type of information, and certainly, police officers, like anyone else, under stress, sometimes witnesses get it wrong. But the bottom line is that officer was not on scene, not on campus, but had heard the 911 call with a man with a gun, drove immediately to the area, sped to what he thought was the man with a gun, to the back of the school, what turned out to be a teacher, and not the suspect. In doing so, he drove right by the suspect, who was hunkered down behind a vehicle, where he began shooting at the school. At 11:31, the suspect shooting in between the vehicle is when it began, while the patrol vehicle gets to the funeral home. Multiple shots are fired outside the school at 11:31. Patrol car accelerates into the parking lot, drives by the shooter. That's exactly what I was talking about. That was the ISD officer at that time. He passes and then leaves the camera view. There's multiple shots fired at the school at 11:32, at 11:32:27, at 11:32:36. At 11:33 is when the suspect entered the school at the door that I'm pointing to now. At 11:33, the suspect begins shooting into room 111 or 112. It's not possible to determine from the video angle that we have at this point in time. We do know this, that he shot more than 100 rounds based on the audio evidence at that time, at least 100 rounds. He entered at 11:33, or 11:33 he started shooting in the classrooms, 111 and 112. At 11:35, 3 police officers entered the same door as the suspect entered. All 3 of those police officers worked for the Uvalde Police Department. They were later followed by another 4, a team of Uvalde police officers, 3, and also a county deputy sheriff. So a total of 7 officers were on the scene. The 3 initial police officers that arrived went directly to the door, and 2 received grazing wounds at that time from the suspect, while the door was closed. At 11:37, there was more gunfire. Another 16 rounds was fired at 11:37. 1 at 11:37, and 16 seconds, 11:38, 11:40, 11:44. At 11:51, a police sergeant and USB agents started to arrive. At 12:03, officers continued to arrive in the hallway, and there were as many as 19 officers at that time in that hallway. At 12:15, we know that BORTAC members arrived. Not the entire BORTAC, but members of BORTAC, along with Shields. At 12:21, the suspect fired again, was believed to be at the door. At 11:21, law enforcement moved down the hallway. At 11:50, they breached the door using keys that they're able to get from the janitor, because both doors were locked. Though both of the classrooms that he shot into were locked when officers arrived. They killed the suspect at that time. And now I'd like to go over the 911 timeline. So I warn you, it's not it's better that I read it than you listen to it. The caller identified, I'll not say her name, but she was in room 112, called 911 at 12:03. The duration of the call was 1 minute and 23 seconds. She identified herself and whispered she's in room 112. At 12:10, she called back, and room 12 advised there were multiple dead. 12:13, again she called on the phone. Again at 12:16, she's called back and said there was 8 to 9 students alive. At 12:19, a 911 call was made, and another person in room 111 called. I will not say her name. She hung up when another student told her to hang up. At 12:21, you could hear the 911 call that 3 shots were fired. At 12:36, 911 call. It lasted for 21 seconds. The initial caller called back, student, child, called back, and was told to stay on the line and be very quiet. She told 911 that he shot the door. At approximately 12:43 and 12:47, she asked 911 to please send the police now. At 12:46, she said that she could hear the police next door. At 12:50, shots are fired. They could be heard with the 911 call. And at 12:51 is very loud and sounds like the officers are moving children out of the room. At that time, the first call that called was outside before the call cuts off. Additional information that we have is that there are 58 total magazines at the school related to the crime scene. 11 of those magazines were inside the school. 3 were on the suspect's body. 2 in room 112, 6 inside room 111, 5 were on the ground, 1 was in the rifle. There were 32 magazines outside the school, but on school property, 1 just outside the school building and 31 in the suspect's backpack that he did not take into the classrooms with him. There's 15 magazines at the crash site. There were 2 magazines at the suspect's residence for a total of 60 magazines. He had purchased and had a total of 1,657 total rounds of ammunition. 315 of those rounds were inside the school. 142 of those were spent cartridges. 173 were live rounds. 922 were outside of the school, but on school property. 22 of those were spent cartridges. 900 were live rounds. 422 were at the crash site. 22 were spent cartridges. 420 of those were live rounds. There's 35 spent law enforcement cartridges total in the school. 8 of those were in the hallway. 27 were inside the classroom. 111 where the suspect was killed. I mentioned that we're going to go over quickly a digital timeline. One of the things we talked about early, and I want to correct something that was said early on in the investigation, is that he posted, on Facebook publicly that he was going to that he was going to shoot his grandmother. And secondly, after that he he had shot her, and then third, that he was going to go shoot up a school. That did not happen. It was actually on a message. It was a Facebook application, messenger application to somebody else that he had a conversation with. We know that through his digital media footprint, and I'll just do it by date time, that Ramos asked his sister to help him buy a gun. She flatly refused. That was in September of 21. I'll avoid some of these and get to he had Instagram, a 4-group chat, and it was discussed that Ramos being a school shooter. That was on February 28th of 2022. On March 1st of 2022, there was an Instagram he had with 4 people. It was a chat. He discussed him buying a gun. On March 3rd, 2022, there's another 4-person chat. Quotations, word on the street is you are buying a gun. Ramos replied, just bought something. RN. On March 14th, and there was an Instagram posting by the subject, in quotations, 10 more days. The user replied, are you going to shoot up school or something? The subject replied, no, and stop asking dumb questions and you'll see. I know you have many questions, and I've agreed to stay as long as we can to answer as many of those questions as we can. If I can't answer it because we don't know definitively right now, I'll simply say that. And it continues to be a preliminary investigation. There's, literally, certainly over hundreds of interviews have been conducted, will continue to be conducted, and there's thousands of leads that will be pursued, not consecutively, but concurrently. And thanks to our federal and local partners, and I do want to mention behind me, we've got the FBI Special Agent in charge. We also have an ATF Special Agent in charge, or ASAC, and of course, who else do I got behind? Okay. With Texas Rangers, if there's any specifics that I haven't covered that I might need their particular support on. I do want to cover one thing quickly, though, before I go to questions, and that's some of the questions that we received, that we have already received. And one of those is going around now that in fact, the subject had been one of the 2 arrested by the Texas Rangers and the local police back in 2018. That's not the case. He was not one of the individuals. In fact, we have found no links, associations, and relationships in that investigation. Clearly, it was a threat. It was back in 2018. The 2 juveniles were charged. was attempted or conspiracy to commit capital murder. There's no question that we thought, and we had evidence, and certainly the district attorney agreed, that these juveniles, one 13, one 14 years old, was a threat to Uvalde. And there was a discussion at that time, even the senior year of the one that was 14 years old, which would make it 2022. However, that was not the subject. Questions? Huh? Okay. Well, yeah. Oh, one thing I want to say. One thing I failed to say is that when we're done, we have Tony Pena with us. He's going to translate into Spanish. Okay, what the answers and the questions are afterwards. Yeah. None at that time. The on-scene commander at the time believed that it had transitioned from an active shooter to a barricaded subject.
Sir, you have people who are alive, children who are calling 911 saying, please send the police. They are alive. In that classroom, there are lives that are at risk.
Hey, we're well aware of that.
Right.
Yeah.
Why was this decision made not to go in and rescue these children?
Again, the on-scene commander considered a barricaded subject and that there was time and there were no more children at risk. Obviously, based upon the information we have, there were children in that classroom that were at risk, and it was, in fact, still an active shooter situation and not a barricaded subject. The question simply is this: it was a 40-minute gap, and if the 911 operators were aware that children were alive in that classroom, why weren't officers notified of that? And if that's the case, why didn't they take action? That's the question. And again, I'll go back to the answer for right now: is that it was considered. Okay, the decision was made on the scene. I wasn't there, but at the same point in time, a decision was made that this was a barricaded subject situation. There was time to retrieve the keys and wait for a tactical team with the equipment to go ahead and breach the door and take on the subject at that point. That was the decision, that was the thought process at that particular point in time. What?
What got you to parents that were here waiting and asking for the police to go in?
Yeah, there was 19, like I said, there was 19 officers in there. In fact, there was plenty of officers to do whatever needed to be done, with one exception, is that the incident commander inside believed they needed more equipment and more officers to do a tactical breach at that point. That's why BORTAC was requested on the scene. As soon as they were there, they executed a search, or at least a dynamic entry, and went in, and of course, that was not the 1257. With the benefit of hindsight, stand by, right? I got it. Okay. Hey, from the benefit of hindsight, where I'm sitting now, of course it was not the right decision. It was the wrong decision. Period. There's no excuse for that. But again, I wasn't there, but I'm just telling you, from what we know, we believe there should have been an entry at that as soon as you can. Hey, when there's an active shooter, the rules change. it's no longer, okay, it's no longer a barricaded subject. You don't have time. You don't worry about outer perimeters. And by the way, Texas embraces active shooter training, active shooter certification, and that doctrine requires officers, we don't care what agency you're from, you don't have to have a leader on the scene. Every officer lines up, stacks up, goes and finds where those rounds are being fired at, and keeps shooting until the subject is dead, period. Well, answer the last. He used a debit card first, but to your point, it's very expensive, and a debit card is not a credit card. It means he had money in the bank. So why and how is being looked at right now, and I'll tell you this, thousands of more leads are being looked at right now because we haven't answered all the questions. We haven't gotten into the why. Okay, we know the individual was also into cyber gaming in that regard, and group gaming in that regard. So we've got a lot of questions are out there. We're seeking answers, but we've got an obligation. We'll continue to update you when we find something out. Hey, the Border Patrol agents, the BORTAC agents that were in the building, didn't line up. They're part of the 19 that I talked about, and the entry team, ultimately the entry team that went in. But I can tell you that they were told, just as like as any other officer was told, and others, even command staff that came on board, is that the incident commander at the time was believed that in fact it was a barricaded subject, that we had time, there was no kids at risk. I wish he was. Because there's no question. And I'll say this right now, and every time we have one of these, there's copycats, okay? And we need the public, just like we did back in 2018, that was a public, okay, that came forward that we got 2 people that are about to shoot up a school or planning to shoot a school. It's imperative on the public, when you get something, just because it sounds like he's a nut, he may be a nut. But just because it sounds like, well, possible to do, he may be intended to do, as I've read the timeline based upon the chats that he had. So we need everyone, when we have a threat to life like that, to take it seriously and report it, because ultimately this is tragic. What do you tell the parents of 19 kids, or the families of two teachers? Yeah. Hey, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah. Yet you did not reach the door until 12:50. Hey, like I've said it before, is that, well, first of all, when it comes to an active shooter, is you don't have to wait on tactical gear. Plain and simple, you've got an obligation. What I know now, okay, absolutely, it was an active shooter, because you can transition. Keep in mind, in the doctrine, okay, of active shooters, you can transition from an active shooter situation to a barricaded subject, or a barricaded with hostage subject, but if shooting continues, and you have any reason to believe that there's individuals alive in there, you've got an obligation to move back to an active shooter posture, and that means everybody at the door. Are you saying those children were no longer at risk when he barricaded himself? Well, Uvalde has a part-time SWAT team, number one. The ISD's got, they've limited officers. I think, what you got, 6? They got 6, yeah. The Consolidated Independent School District has 6 officers, and they didn't have one posted at that location. And someone said, hey, what do you tell the parents? I mean, you know, bottom line is that, or someone talked about, said, when there's kids in the room, why wasn't there an entry? Because it was believed, like I said at the time, that the subject was stationary, barricaded, there was no risk to other children. Again, on retrospect, from where I'm sitting right now, clearly there was kids in the room. Clearly, okay, they're at risk. And oh, by the way, even when you go back to shooting, there may be kids that are injured, okay, they may have been shot but injured, and it's important for life-saving purposes to immediately get there and render aid.
Man in the blue.
Where was the resource officer? Why was he not on campus? He was not on campus.
Why?
Well, again, we'll have all those answers down the road. Okay.
Dylan.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, first I want to say that the Consolidated Independent School District officers were there early. There was 4 of them, and they immediately began evacuating the school and did that throughout the process. So keep in mind, so that was going on. And what do I say to the parents? I don't have anything to say to the parents other than what had happened. We're not here to defend what happened. We're here to report the facts so they have the facts. Yeah. Hey, bottom line, the consultant. I'm sorry? Oh, gas. I don't have any information on that. Oh, one second though. However, we did review what DPS officers arrived on the scene, what they did, and looked at those instances. The blue. Yes.
Are they owed an apology from somebody, the commander and the police department here?
If I thought it would help, I would apologize. Okay. But let me say this. Hey, let me say this.
Hold on.
When you go back to the timeline, again, I want to go back and I'm not defending anything, but you go back to the timeline. There was a barrage. Hundreds of rounds were pumped in 4 minutes. Okay, into those 2 classrooms. Then anything else, any firing afterwards was sporadic, and it was at the door. So the belief is that there may not be anybody living anymore, and that the subject is now trying to keep law enforcement at bay or entice them to come in to suicide by contact. I understand that. I reported that. Yeah.
Hold on. Yeah.
Well, I might answer the first one, but the why on the second one I don't have. The first one, that each door can lock from the inside, and both doors were locked, okay, from the inside. So the subject, when he went in, he locked the door. He came out one time into the hallway, went back in and locked the door, because at the time that the officers went in, both doors were locked. They got a key from the janitor and used it. I don't have that answer. We're looking at it right now.
Hold on. Go.
Yes. Yeah, thanks a lot. You know, forget how I'm doing. What about the parents? Those children. Don't forget about me. About me or officers and stuff like that. We take an oath to uphold the law and protect people. And anytime something tragic like that, we want to know why it happened and if we can do better next time. Is the bottom line. And call it like it is. It is tragic. Quite frankly, I mean, there shouldn't be anybody. You know, ideally, we've been able to identify this guy as a suspect and address it before he even thought about attacking, you know, on the 24th.
Director.
Go ahead. Where?
There's a lot of ammunition, a lot of rounds. Are there other people that you're looking at to arrest that aided him?
And we're looking at other people. Absolutely. Anybody who's been in contact, we're looking at anything. Links Association, you know, people that may have known something, and will continue, and may have been involved in some chat room gaming along with them. So there's nobody that we're not going to talk to and look at. And it's certainly, I can assure you that the district attorney is very proactive and very concerned about this, and that any evidence that we bring to her that someone was an accomplice or an enabler or didn't do what they should have done, if it's in violation of law and it meets these probable cause standards, I have no doubt that she'll take care of business just like she did back in 2018 when we had 2 juveniles plot a capital murder at the school.
We're going funny, Doctor.
Well,
911 calls at 12:10, 12:13,
yes.
12:16. Shooter wasn't killed until 12:50. Any of those 911 callers survived?
Yes. You know, I can't tell you that with certainty, but more than one survived.
How many children got
Hey, I'm sorry, what? Yes, the windows at I'll go backwards, right over here. I'll move over here. Something shot into these windows right here as he's approaching the door. Right? So the children were vulnerable all the time going through. We don't have any recording of any of the children maybe injured but not dead the way he shot in this particular area. Right? As to the answer in terms of someone could have shot opposite in that regard, you know, I don't have the answer for that, quite frankly. Right? We're looking at a number of different things in terms of ballistics and things like that, what you can do. Keep in mind, when you've got children, okay, in here, come back to life. We've got children over here. Oh, Jesus, yeah. Bring the map closer to the range. Okay. All right. And we're looking at this from a tactical standpoint and everything in terms of looking backwards, okay? And certainly one of the things is, what was the access in 111 and 112 in that regard? And also, you know, there's other access points as well. Hold on. Let me say one thing. One thing I didn't point out, okay, is that when we've got him going into these rooms, right here's the Jack and Jill restroom between. So not unlike Santa Fe, the classrooms are separated, but they're really connected. So you can move back and forth between those 2 classrooms.
Was the incident commander receiving the information coming via the 911 call? And if so, why not? And if so, speak to the level of investigation that you're putting into that very question.
Yeah, that question will be answered, but I don't have I'm not going to share the information we have right now, because I don't have the detailed interview right now. Go ahead, sir. Right there. Yeah. Go ahead, Lou. Not that I'm aware of, no. Go ahead, yes, please. I know for 2 for certain did, and those 2 did not die.
Sir, why was that propped open door still propped open even after the incident was occurring with shots being fired at the funeral?
Bottom line is, we reported what happened. That back door was propped open. It wasn't supposed to be propped open. It was supposed to be locked. And certainly the teacher that went back for her cell phone, it propped it open again. So that was an access point that the subject used.
Go ahead, Blue. Go ahead. Hold on.
You have said in hindsight mistakes were made. A Democratic congressman is now calling for the FBI to investigate the response here.
Yeah.
Is going to be held accountable.
Well, first of all, and we welcome the FBI. There's a reason why there's the FBI special agent in charge behind me right now. They play a vital role. And again, this is about finding facts and reporting facts as quick as we can. It's not about trying to defend, or it's not about trying to assess or even be hypercritical. It's about the facts and sharing whatever we learn on the facts as quick as we can, to be as transparent as we can. Okay, the media, but more importantly, the parents and the public, and the citizens of Uvalde and Texas.
Go ahead, Blue. Go ahead. Hold on, sir. Hold on.
The chief of police of the Consolidated Independent School District is the incident commander. It's his school. He's the chief of police. Okay. Yeah. Again, I'm not going to discuss disciplinary. But there's an ongoing criminal investigation. Is that teacher
being investigated and working with the
I'm not going to get into that.
Matt, go ahead. Yeah, Matt.
The chief of police of the Consolidated Independent School District, he was convinced, and again, I want to go back and say, he was convinced at the time that there was no more threat to the children, and that the subject was barricaded, and that they had time to organize with the proper equipment to go in. The subject already had hit, 3 officers, and hit 2 officers, and I didn't answer the final question. A third, a border patrol agent, was grazed as well, but no police officer was seriously injured. Yes, they did. He shot, and I went through the timeline before, where he continued to shoot periodically, sporadically. The last, I think I already gave you the timeline. I'm sure I went through it, but the last time that he shot right before the entry, okay, was he shot at 12:21. So no, not the children. Well, okay, well, we don't know yet. We believe it was at the door, is what he fired at.
Right here. Go ahead, right there. That's, hold on.
Hey, well, we know that beginning when the VORTAC agents arrived, they had 3 ballistic shields.
Give me the last question. Yeah. What? Last question. Right here in the booster. Right here. Yeah, go ahead. Hold on.
I don't know. No, that's fine. Yeah, let's answer the question. Well, I've already said that. I've already said, first of all, hey, Texas embraces and teaches, okay, the active shooter doctrine. The active shooter doctrine, as long as there's kids and as long as there's someone's firing, you go to the gun, you find them, you neutralize them, period. And there's only, there are some nuances with transition to a barricaded subject, also transitioning to a hostage situation. And of course, the decision at the scene was that this is still a barricaded subject that did not go back to an active shooter situation.
Right here, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, because I'm here to address the latest timeline and facts that we know. You're certainly welcome to reach out to them. Yeah. I defer to. You want to get the question?
Okay, hold on. Hold on, sir. Hold on.
Sir, you have been on on the scene for several days. Two things. What exactly is your role in this investigation? And hearing all this, given that the FBI goes through lengthy efforts to study Arlington situations like this, do you think this is something that requires an independent investigation by whether a federal agency, or by you guys, or someone else?
Thank you for the question. So my name is Oliver Rich. I'm the special agent in charge of the San Antonio division. First, I want to say I understand there are a lot of questions and there's a lot of frustration in the public, and our heart goes out to the families and the victims of this tragedy. I will say our role here remains the same. We are here to assist in this investigation, to provide the support to the community to the best of our ability. We've had 200 people here for over 4 days. We have people working all across the country to support this community and to support this investigation. We are continuing in that vein. We have victim specialists here working with people in the community, and we will continue to do that. If the facts bear out that there is a federal nexus, then the FBI will conduct an appropriate investigation at that time. But for now, we continue in this to support the Texas Rangers.
How many more questions?
Two more questions.
Two more questions.
The guy in purple.
Okay. Yes.
Uvalde Police Department, Uvalde Police Department posted in February 2020 that they familiarized themselves with the school and they did the training to do just what they were supposed to do. How come they were not in leave, or their commanding officer was not in leave when they were familiarized with this training, and they should have done what they were posting on Facebook they were doing? Where did you drop the ball?
Yeah, I don't have the answer to that question.
Okay, last question. Right at the Grayson. Right at the Grayson.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
President Biden will be here on Sunday. Your thoughts on that? Do you have a message for the president?
Yeah, welcome here. Welcome to Texas. And this community has been hit hard. And I think it's noble that the president's going to be here to recognize the pain and suffering that this community is going through. And I think that's what leadership is. That's why Governor Abbott's here. That's why we think leaders go to where the problem is. And right now, the problem's in Uvalde, Texas. Okay.
All right, that was quite a marathon of a press conference from Friday morning. We wanted to show it to you again. That was the Texas Department of Public Safety Director Steve McCraw taking questions from reporters. This right here is a LiveNOW look in Uvalde, Texas, for this makeshift memorial in the town square, as so many have been coming and going throughout the day. You could see crosses, balloons, flowers, wreaths, and so much more. We've been speaking to reporters all day there today. Jeff Paul, Rebecca Castor, Joy Addison, still on the scene in Uvalde as the community and the nation still mourns, not even 1 week later. Let's go over, though, right now, the updated timeline of how things transpired that was just given to us there as a replay from the Friday morning press conference. We now know that at 11:27 in the morning, an exterior door to the school was propped open by a teacher. Then the next minute later, the gunman's truck crashed into a ditch near the school. A teacher runs into a room in the school to retrieve a phone and goes back to the open door. Two males from a nearby funeral home head to the scene of the crash, but start running toward the funeral home when they see the gunman with a weapon, and the gunman fires at them but does not hit them. At 11:30, a person, apparently that teacher, called 911 to report the crash and the armed gunman. The next minute later, 11:31, the gunman reached the last row of vehicles in the school parking lot. The gunman then began shooting at the school. Police vehicles then responded to the funeral home, and a school resource officer responded to the school from off campus, driving past the gunman, who was, quote, hunkered down behind a vehicle. The resource officer sped toward a teacher behind the school, thinking that they were a suspect. And then, of course, at 11:32, multiple shots are fired at the school. At 11:33, the gunman entered the school, and then he began shooting into room 111 or room 112 in the school. Remember, we learned that the Classrooms were connected by a doorway through a shared wall. We learned the gunman fired at least 100 rounds. At 11:35, 3 Uvalde police officers entered the school through the same door as the gunman. 2 of those officers suffered grazing wounds from the gunman. Later, 3 additional officers and a sheriff's deputy entered the school. From 11:37 to 11:44, another 16 rounds are fired. At 12:03 p.m., as many as 19 officers are in the school hallway. A student in room 112, who McCraw did not identify, called 911 for a minute and 23 seconds, whispering she was in room 112. 7 minutes later, at 12:10, the student calls 911 again, saying multiple people were dead. At 12:13, she called 911 again. At 12:15, members of a Border Patrol tactical unit arrive at the school. At 12:16, the student from room 112 calls 911 again, saying about 8 to 9 students were still alive. And then, of course, many minutes later, at 12:50, the group of officers breached the locked door to the classrooms using keys from a janitor. Shots are heard on a 911 call, and the gunman is killed. We also learned that shortly before the shooting, the gunman, 18-year-old Salvador Ramos, sent 3 private Facebook direct messages that he was going to shoot his grandmother, that he had done so, and that he was going to shoot up a school. Governor Abbott had earlier said the messages were posted to the social media platform, but they were not visible to the public. Investigators also found other messages the gunman posted to social media in the weeks and months leading up to the shooting. Back in September of last year, the gunman asked his sister to help him buy a gun. She refused. February of this year, in an Instagram group chat, it was discussed that he was a school shooter. The gunman later discussed buying a gun in an Instagram group chat with 4 people, and so we then learned. He said someone asked in that same group chat, "Are you going to shoot up a school or something?" To which the gunman replied, "No, and stop asking dumb questions, and you'll see." We know that Salvador Ramos, bought those 2 weapons over a course of 3 days, used just one of them, but had so many rounds of ammunition. And the investigation goes forward. Remember, we've been reporting that the mayor of Uvalde, Texas, has requested that the Department of Justice conduct a review of the law enforcement response. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, we'll have more top stories on this Memorial Day, including from the White House. We heard from President Biden today. He was at Arlington National Cemetery honoring those who gave the ultimate sacrifice for their country. He was joined by Vice President Harris, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, and so many other dignitaries as they laid a wreath at the tomb of the unknown soldier. We do have a better idea as well of what President Biden will be doing tomorrow after the holiday. They released his schedule. We know the president will hold a bilateral meeting with the Prime Minister of New Zealand, Jacinda Ardern. Then the president will have lunch with Vice President Kamala Harris. Then the president will meet with the Federal Reserve Chairman, Jerome Powell, to discuss the state of the American and global economy, including addressing inflation. And then the president will meet with the band BTS, the K-pop band, to discuss the need to come together in solidarity, Asian inclusion, and addressing anti-Asian hate crimes and discrimination. So that's President Biden's schedule tomorrow. LiveNOW look there at the White House. When we come back, we'll have more top headlines, including some of the major political headlines from over the weekend, including what more primary elections to watch as the midterm season approaches, and also with Speaker Nancy Pelosi's husband over the weekend. You'll want to learn more about that in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Memorial Day, this Monday night. You're taking a look at our XRAD weather system, and you can see there Hurricane Agatha, the year's first named storm in the eastern Pacific, made landfall in southern Mexico late this afternoon, unleashing life-threatening winds reaching nearly 105 miles per hour and heavy rains that could cause mudslides and floods. The storm's winds have now made it a Category 2 storm, the kind of weather event that can rip roofs off well-built homes, uproot trees, and cause major power losses. So the storm made landfall just west of Puerto Angel, a small fishing town in the Mexican state of Oaxaca. So we'll be keeping our eye on this storm, Hurricane Agatha. You can see its trajectory there in southern Mexico as we are barreling toward Atlantic hurricane season. This was the first named storm in the Pacific season, Hurricane Agatha. Well, right now, we want to move on to some of these political headlines. We're going to hear from Fox News correspondent Doug Luzader looking at a preview, since we are not too far from midterm elections later this year, about 6 months out. What are the key races to watch? Here's his report from Washington.
If you drive and gas up this Memorial Day holiday, you'll be confronted with what could be one of the prime issues right now for the midterm elections.
Look, this is going to be the most expensive gas that's ever been on Memorial Day.
Republicans expect rising inflation and a sagging economy to figure prominently as they hope to win big in the November elections, now just over 5 months away. The president's approval numbers have been tanking, and the GOP hopes to retake one or both houses of Congress.
We always are running on kitchen table issues.
Publicly, Democrats say they're happy to have that conversation about the economy, but they will also try to pivot to other issues. Last week's school shooting in Texas suddenly put gun control on center stage.
Gun violence prevention will be on the ballot this November.
But just 3 weeks earlier, that same senator had said the same thing about abortion after a draft opinion leaked from the Supreme Court.
Reproductive rights will be on the ballot.
And don't rule out another attempt at a spending package with elements of the president's stalled Build Back Better agenda.
I do think that means that has to happen before the August recess. So that means that's not just a handshake deal, but that's passing something before the August recess. We're not there yet.
Well, they are not there yet, but Democrats see this as perhaps a final opportunity to get a big spending package passed before voters decide whether to turn the keys of Congress over to Republicans. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
All right, that was Fox's Doug Luzader with a preview of what the issues facing so many Americans are and might be top of mind when they head into the ballot box come this fall. We wanted to give you one more update from Capitol Hill regarding the spouse of a prominent member of the House, Speaker Pelosi's husband. We learned over the weekend that Speaker Pelosi's husband, Paul Pelosi, the 82-year-old husband of the Speaker of the House, was arrested on suspicion of DUI in Northern California, according to police records. Paul Pelosi was taken into custody late Saturday in Napa County, north of San Francisco. That's according to a sheriff's office online booking report. He could face charges including driving under the influence and driving with a blood alcohol content level of 0.08 or higher. Pelosi's bail was set for $5,000 for the two misdemeanors. No other details were immediately available. California Highway Patrol Officer Andrew Barclay said more information would be released later on Sunday, yesterday. Drew Hamill, who's the spokesperson for Nancy Pelosi, told the Associated Press, quote, "The Speaker will not be commenting on this private matter, which occurred while she was on the East Coast." The House Speaker was in Providence, Rhode Island on Sunday, where she delivered the commencement address at Brown University. Pelosi's arrest was first reported by TMZ. They've been married since 1963. So we'll be tracking if Speaker Pelosi does comment on this. Her office said she wasn't over the weekend, but she might be asked about it when she returns to the halls of Congress after the holiday. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take just a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, we'll have all the latest updates out of Russia's war in Ukraine as it enters now well into a third month. There's a lot of developments we have not been able to get to. We're going to speak with national security expert Hal Kempfer in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Monday night. It's very early in the morning there in London. The United Kingdom will hold a days-long bash to celebrate Queen Elizabeth II's 70 years on the throne in her Platinum Jubilee. It will be 4 days of pomp and pageantry in central London, but behind the brass bands, the street parties, and a planned appearance by the aging Queen on the balcony of Buckingham Palace lies a drive to show that the royal family still remains relevant after 7 decades of change. So we have some video you can see here of Buckingham Palace getting ready for all the festivities there. And so remember, the Queen turned 96 just a couple of weeks ago. As part of the Jubilee pageant, dancers from London's African Caribbean community will don costumes of giant flamingos, zebras, and giraffes to reimagine the moment in 1952 when Princess Elizabeth learned she had become queen while visiting a game park in Kenya. Another group will recall the Queen's 1947 marriage to Prince Philip and celebrate weddings around the Commonwealth with Bollywood-style dancing. So I believe this will take place on Thursday. That's when the main attractions are going to be taking place, with many members of the royal family on the central balcony at Buckingham Palace. And so we're going to be speaking to our royal experts about what this means, not only for the monarchy itself, but also for Great Britain. So this is going to be something that's going to be highly watched in the next couple of days. as 96-year-old Queen Elizabeth II becomes Europe's longest reigning monarch in just a few days. Back to this Live Now look out there. In London, you can see the London Eye, the Shard. Still nighttime there, but it's about to be morning very, very soon. In the meantime, though, we want to go out to an interview my colleague Christy Larson did, especially about the war in Ukraine, talking to an organization that helps amputees, especially from the war, try to get back to a normal sense of life as their country has been ravaged by Putin's war for now well into 3 months. Here's this conversation from earlier.
More than 3 months, and the call for help has definitely been answered by multiple organizations who are not only providing aid inside of the country, but also outside of the country as well. It's a big effort by many different organizations. We're speaking with yet another one here today on Live Now from Fox. I have joining me here Monty Schumacher from Courage Ukraine. You're one of the co-founders. And Monty, we really appreciate some of that work that you've been doing. You just got back here to the United States. So let's just talk about, first of all, I know we want to get into your trip, but first let's just talk about what Courage Ukraine is, what kind of medical relief you're providing to all of those who've been affected by the war.
Well, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to talk about Courage Ukraine. Courage Ukraine is a relatively new organization that was formed to provide relief to the Ukrainian refugees and provide medical assistance. And more specifically, we're focusing on the needs of amputees with prosthetics and rehabilitation services. And it's something that has not yet been addressed. It's quite interesting. It's hard to get exact numbers, but we do estimate that there's anywhere from 3,000 to 4,000 civilians in addition to the soldiers right now that need that sort of service.
So what is it with working with prosthetics and working with amputees and the victims, whether they are refugees or whether they are fighting on the front lines? What makes that a passion that you guys really wanted to focus on? Is it just because it was one of those needs, but no one was serving that group, or was it something special to you?
It actually was a combination. It is an area that's being underserved right now and probably has one of the biggest needs. Along with my co-founder, Peter Nordquist, we came up with an idea and a concept that if we were able to pull business owners and entrepreneurs and other organizations together and create a network, that we could facilitate the long process that is required where someone goes from having a traumatic wound, they've lost a limb, such as they've lost an arm, they've lost a leg, all the way through the rehabilitation process and getting that artificial limb. Unfortunately, when the war began in February in Ukraine, the production of prosthetics and artificial limbs ceased because one of the key components is titanium. And a lot of the components for the manufacture went to the production of materials for the war. And so not only was there a backlog before the war began, it's an even more dire situation today. And there is a huge need for organizations like ours. We are an all-volunteer organization. So anybody that's participating with us is doing it because they're very focused on that specific mission. From a heritage standpoint, my family were Ukrainian immigrants, born and raised in the Midwest, and I was excited to be able to participate and to have that connection. But it isn't just about heritage. I think everybody that participates with us and is a part of what we're doing walks away with a real sense of accomplishment.
Well, and we've gotten to talk with so many people who've been inside of Ukraine, different groups providing much needed relief, whether it be, helping with food and supplies and gas, or all the way to the medical needs as well. And it really has been one of those things where you just can't help but try to figure out a way that you can make a difference for them. Because as we were talking before, the Ukrainian people themselves, they're very resilient when it comes to having this war unleashed on them now for more than 3 months.
They're extremely resilient and a proud people. There really isn't anything that can put the Ukrainian people down. They're in this until the end. And certainly one of the big distinctions I think is important to understand, there are a lot of organizations from small volunteer groups to large NGOs that are participating, but for the most part, there is a small distinction. The large NGOs are really challenged by being able to actually get into Ukraine. There are liability issues, there's logistic issues, there's security issues. So what you see is a plethora, a large number of small volunteer organizations. We estimate that there might be 400 to 500 smaller groups that on their own expense, that are all volunteer, that are in there fulfilling those larger needs. And it's more of them responding, what's the request, what do you need, we're gonna go after it and find it. Our specific focus is on something very intentional, and we've created partnerships with Ukrainian government officials in Lviv, and we're gonna be going back again in a few weeks and meeting in Kiev and hopefully with President Zelensky's staff.
And when you talk about, how your organization is just one of those many, but again, you guys are specifically working with amputees. It's a huge need. And we've been seeing some of the pictures too of just some of those folks. What are some of the stories that stick out to you since you just returned from your trip? Any people who have shared their story about how they became in that position that really just touched your heart?
I think mostly in a broader sense, that the most emotional and touching stories are about the children. The expectation that these children have come from what we would all consider as a normal life, they would be going to school, they would be playing on the playground, they would be enjoying life, and it was an extremely abrupt change in their life. And most of the traumatic injuries we're seeing with the children are from artillery, of course, some gunshots. And those stories really touch us the most, because I believe that we can make the most longer term impact with any other type of wound. Eventually you do heal, but with the traumatic injury where you've lost a limb, it is a lifelong commitment to changing the way that you live. And that's really what we're focused on as well.
Well, and that's what I was going to ask next too, was, it's also to the not only the work of, addressing that wound, finding the right prosthetic for it, but then also the therapy afterwards, which you guys are also helping with.
Yeah, that's a very important integral part. One of the things that we're working on right now, we're forming partnerships with both manufacturers in Poland and some of the EU countries. And we're also working with some companies in actually Minnesota that are looking to be able to participate with the rehabilitation aspect. So it's a multi-stage process that starts with the healing, which sometimes can take a couple months, the fitting of the prosthetic, and then of course the rehabilitation. And there's a lot of other, there may be surgery, there may be other grafting and things like that have to occur in order to fit those prosthetics. But it is one of those types of needs that requires many people from many different expertise to all come together. And that's what Courage Ukraine is trying to facilitate.
So what's the biggest challenge for you guys? Is it finding all of those different people to join together to help one patient, or is it actually being inside of the country and getting to those places that have been hit the hardest and finding what needs they have? Because as we know, there's so many things, lack of food, water, power, and even just getting gas to get from point A to point B to go and help someone, that right there can be a challenge in itself.
And that's something that we've continued to provide as well. Our last trip there, we were able to facilitate the transport of incubators for babies and other medical equipment and medical supplies, which just arrived a few days ago in a metropolitan hospital in the Ukraine. But I think that one of the biggest challenges, surprisingly, is the fact that civilians and soldiers alike are transported to military hospitals that are near the front. Security is very tight. They're very reluctant to just let anybody in to see these patients. So the process of building those relationships, we have been able to connect with the expertise, some amazing doctors, some amazing manufacturers, and we're very close with the appropriate funding to pull that together and to actually start to begin to take individuals. We're looking at right now some mothers and some children that both need limbs immediately. And we're going to be posting more information on their individual stories. And I think that's what motivates people to be able to follow a story, to engage and to see how one person's life has changed as a result of what we're doing.
And is that something then you would encourage viewers? You feel like you're sitting at home, you haven't found the best way that you can help other than by donating to these organizations, but you guys have already been there, you've made the connections, you know who needs the help, and it's just a matter of also finding the funding to go along with it. Is that what you would tell our viewers at home watching to do, is to support Courage Ukraine in any way they can? It doesn't have to be volunteering and going on the front lines.
Absolutely. And they can find us on Facebook. We recently launched a social media presence where we shared some of those stories. But I would say that one of the distinctions between us and many of the other NGOs, where you might make a small donation and it might go to some bandages or maybe combat gear or whatever it might be, we're going to provide you with a specific connection to a story and to an individual that you're going to be able to follow, and you're going to be able to see the progress of where that money is going. And maybe I can just add one more time that we're an all-volunteer organization. All the CEOs and business owners that are participating with us are all doing it at their own expense.
It's just so wonderful to hear, that you guys have so many people who are willing to drop whatever they've been involved with and really come to this place together to answer the call and this need, as you said, that hasn't really been addressed by any other groups, especially when you have young children who, as you mentioned, were just maybe in their school classroom, or maybe were outside in their apartment building nearby and they got hit with something. I think that's where a lot of people kind of struggle, is they see the images coming from Ukraine, and it's just the matter of, they still have to live past that moment. They have to continue on because they still have a future ahead of them.
And that's exactly right, Christy. It is something that is going to be ongoing once the war ends, and it will end one day. There'll be a long restorative process that occurs, and it will be in many ways similar to what happened post-World War II. And it took many, many years. And so there will be a generational impact that occurs, especially with those amputees and people that need prosthetics of any type. So it's going to be a long process. It went from just a short-term commitment on my part to a full-time job. So we're in this for the long term. We're happy to be here. It is the most rewarding experience I've ever had in my life, and I'm very, very proud to represent Courage Ukraine.
I was going to ask, what does these next few weeks look like? And you just kind of answered it right there. There's not really a stop for you, or for, I'm sure, a lot of your other volunteers, as to, okay, by this time I'm going to be done volunteering, because there's still going to be a lot of needs out there past the war.
Yeah, we try to grab and you see some of our volunteers, we try to grab our moments here and there. I'm taking a very short break now to visit with family and visit with my wife. And I'm back. I'm back again. We've got meetings with government officials in Ukraine. We've got some more transportation of medical equipment and supplies. And of course, we're going to meet more patients that we're going to be helping and building those relationships with the doctors and some of those medical hospitals.
Yeah, it's just so many people that you guys are impacting. I'm sure that it goes even beyond what you guys are seeing too. I'm sure that they've been sharing their story with others, and just knowing that there's groups out there who are willing to continue to come in and day out and answer their calls of whatever need it may be. I'm sure that too just helps with their resiliency, know that they have so much support from around the world right here in Ukraine helping them.
And I'm especially impressed with what's going on in the United States and the outpouring of support and donations that have occurred. If it wasn't for the participation of individuals and doing what they can, the Ukrainians would have even a much more difficult time than they're already having. The latest statistics I received in the last few days is that there are 50 to 100 soldiers that are dying on the Eastern Front daily. This is from President Zelensky's staff. And so it is a very, very difficult situation, and it changes hourly, hour by hour, and day by day. And so maybe sometimes people's attention span wanes a little bit, and there are certainly other things that are happening in the world, but understand right now the need is at its very peak, and it's going to continue like this for some time. So anything we all can do to help is going to make a big difference.
Right. Well, we know that Courage Ukraine making a big difference, and hopefully there will be people out there who will help support, continue your mission that you guys are working with all of those refugees, those who have lost some limbs due to this war and violence. So we do thank you for all the work that you guys have been doing. Any final thoughts, words that you want to leave our viewers with?
I think, that really covers it. If you can keep this mission and the other missions that these small groups are participating in your heart and on the top of your mind, it does make a difference. What you're doing is one of the major components and will contribute to the success of the Ukrainian people. And if they're successful, and I know they will be, it affects us all.
Yes, I know everyone says it, Slavy Ukraini. So I know that that's something that everyone continues to just feel so deep in their heart is those words that there will be victory to Ukraine here. And we certainly say there's a huge part that everyone in the world is playing when it comes to supporting Ukrainians. You guys are definitely doing so. So Monty Schumacher again with Courage Ukraine, we do thank you so much for your time and everything that you've been doing for the people, and wish you the best moving forward as you're going to be returning to those much needed hit hard areas and helping amputees and helping get those prosthetics to those most in need.
Thank you very much, Christy, for the time. Have a great day.
Okay, such a great organization there, and we'll be getting into some of the top headlines and key developments in the war in Ukraine, including a possible embargo of Russian oil imports, the European Union coming to an agreement. Also, rumors are still swirling on if Putin is ill with some type of sickness. More people in the Kremlin have been swatting down those rumors. We're going to bring some of them here, talk about them, and so many more updates there in Ukraine. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us here on your Monday night, your Memorial Day. Hope you're having a good rest of your weekend, a long weekend. Hopefully it is relaxing and restful. We have a few more headlines left to get to. We're going to first take a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, we'll be talking about so many developments, including a plane crash in Nepal, taking the lives of many. We'll get updates on that. Also, we'll be hearing from President Biden speaking at Arlington National Cemetery today to mark and commemorate Memorial Day. We'll see you in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Monday night. This is Andrew Kraft. Just wanted to update everyone on this story. We are also following as well out of Nebraska. We were learning earlier today that 2 people have died. Police say 2 cars were involved in an accident, and the impact of that collision sent both vehicles onto a sidewalk along a street in Lincoln, Nebraska, where the cars struck multiple people who were watching an event over the long weekend there. And you can see the police response. This sent 2 vehicles through a crowd of people, and it happened overnight at an event known as the Americruise. Also, at least 19 bystanders were also injured in the city of Lincoln, Nebraska. We also have an update going outside of the United States. Remember, I was previewing for you this update out of Nepal, and you can see here rescuers were trying and combing through the wreckage of this plane crash that crashed in Nepal. The wreckage now found. It's believed everyone on board has been killed. Rescue workers recovered 20 bodies from the crash site of this small plane that went down with 22 people on board. The Twin Otter aircraft, it was operated by a Nepali carrier, Terra Air, went missing Sunday after taking off from the tourist town of Pokhara. Army officials say 4 Indians and 2 Germans were on the plane as well. The 3 crew members and other passengers were all Nepali nationals. In the meantime, we do want to get to some of these Memorial Day events that have been taking place across the country as so many Americans are honoring those who gave the ultimate sacrifice in honor and devotion to their country. We heard from President Biden today at Arlington National Cemetery, also from Vice President Harris, from Secretary of Defense Austin, and so many who were there to lay a wreath at the tomb of the unknown soldier. We're going to play that out in full right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, Chaplain Colonel James Foster, Command Chaplain, Joint Task Force, National Capital Region, and the United States Army Military District of Washington.
I invite you to a moment of prayer with me on this hot but amazing day. Almighty God, who rules the nations and gives freely to those who ask, I praise you this morning and thank you for a nation here who continues to call upon your name. I thank you for the blessings you have bestowed upon us and the freedoms we enjoy because of your righteous right arm. For generation after generation now, the men and women of this nation have stood up when called upon in order to do our very best at providing liberty, justice for all, and a peace that passes all understanding. The headstones surrounding this amphitheater and a multitude of others around the globe stand in representation of the brave souls that have gone on before us, and for which we give particular thanks today. Lord, they call out to us to choose wisely in our endeavors. So on this day of remembrance, stir our hearts to stand united and to continue striving for that peace that only you provide. Now bless our efforts and our words in this place today. In your holy name I ask it. Amen.
Please remain standing for our national anthem, presented by the United States Air Force Band and singing sergeants. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, General Mark A. Milley.
Mr. President, Madam Vice President, Secretary Austin, distinguished guests, fellow Americans, and most importantly, Gold Star families, welcome to all. And it's an honor to join you all in solemn remembrance and reflection on this 154th observance of Memorial Day for the over 1 million Americans who have given the last full measure of devotion in service to our country. Beginning with the founding of our nation, more than 42 million Americans have worn the cloth of our country. From Lexington and Concord to Yorktown, from Manassas to Appomattox, in Bellawood and Normandy and Iwo Jima, Pusan, Incheon, the Ia Drang, Ramadi, Mosul, and the Arghandab. These places are forever etched in our national vocabulary and in our collective memory. The story of the sacrifices made is the story of our nation. It's the story of our values. And behind every fallen soldier, sailor, airman, and Marine is a family whose sacrifice beats in the heart of every American. On this day, reflect on the parents who grow up without the comfort of their child, of the children who grow up without a parent. For the families of our fallen, every day is Memorial Day. Our fallen fought and gave their lives for an idea, a simple yet powerful idea, the idea that is America, embedded in our founding documents, the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution, for which we swear an oath. The idea that here in the United States of America, every single one of us is born free and equal. No matter who you are, no matter where you came from, under these colors of red, white, and blue, all of us, every single one of us, is an American. And our fallen lived knowing that freedom and the idea that is America is worth fighting for, and is up to us, the living, to ensure they did not die in vain. And we do that by recommitting ourselves to the idea, the values that constitute America. That we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men and all women are endowed by the Creator with the inalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And we uphold the cause, not just for which they died, but the cause for which they lived. And we must continue. We must live a life that is worthy of their sacrifice. And we continue to build this nation and never forget the idea that is America. So on this day and every day, may God bless our fallen and the cause for which they gave their all. It is now my privilege to introduce the Secretary of Defense, a man who I have personally witnessed his leadership in the crucible of battle. And I have had the pleasure of knowing him for a quarter of a century. He's a leader of courage, a leader of integrity, a leader of grit. It's my pleasure to serve alongside him yet again. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to introduce the 28th United States Secretary of Defense, Lloyd J. Austin III.
Mr. President, Dr. Biden, Vice President Harris, Mr. Imhoff, fellow members of the Cabinet, General Milley, and members of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, good afternoon. To our distinguished guests, our service members, and my fellow veterans, thank you for letting us share this day with you. And to the Gold Star and surviving families here, you honor us with your presence. I know that when you look across this hallowed ground, you ache for those you have lost. Your devotion to your loved ones has never faltered. And in turn, America owes all of you support that does not waver. We renew that dedication every Memorial Day. And as we do, we also renew our faith in our democracy and the values of self-government that bind us together as Americans. We understand the stakes. In the 21st century, the security of the world hinges again on the survival and success of the American experiment. And in turn, that great experiment relies on the American patriots who volunteer to keep their fellow citizens safe and their nation secure. And these patriots carry the moral force that can be wielded only by free people defending their inalienable rights and the rule of law. Today, on the battlefields of Ukraine, the world again sees the power of democratic citizens and soldiers to defy tyranny, cruelty, and oppression. Their freedom is under attack. And so is the international order rooted in the rules that we have built since World War II at such terrible costs. We understand the challenge, and we're determined to meet it. As the President says, in the battle between democracy and autocracies, democracies are rising to the moment. We draw inspiration from the unity of our allies and partners, and we draw strength from the men and women of the United States military. In the year since we last gathered on this solemn day, America's longest war has come to a close. And today we remember the 2,461 American service members and personnel who fell in Afghanistan. And we remember all those who still carry the wounds of that war, to body and to soul. We hold them in our hearts alongside the patriots across generations who gave their lives to defend us all. The heroes here are joined together, united not just by their final resting place, but by their devotion to the values that gave life to our democracy. And they came from every state, from every territory, from every background, and from every creed. But they were all patriots who loved their country, who marched to defend our democracy, and who fought to forge a more perfect union. Their sacrifice demands more than even our deepest gratitude. In the words of President Kennedy, who rests nearby, quote, "We must never forget that the highest appreciation is not to utter words, but to live by them." So as we honor our fallen today, let us live by their dedication to democracy, to liberty, and to the Constitution. When choosing between what is easy and what is right, let us live by the example of our fallen warriors. And when the values that we hold dear are put to the test, let us live by the ideals that they gave their lives to defend. Today we hold the fallen in our prayers, and every day we strive to make them proud. Thank you again for being here today. And ladies and gentlemen, Our Commander-in-Chief has been a staunch and steadfast champion of our men and women in uniform. And I know personally how much he values their sacrifice, their commitment, and how devoted he is to our men and women in uniform and to the families who serve alongside them. He has spent a lifetime in public service to advance the democratic ideals for which so many have given so much. It is my honor to introduce the President of the United States.
Thank you. They lie here in glory and honor, in quiet rows in Arlington, in cemeteries in Europe that I've visited, many of you have, in graves across our country, in towns large and small, America's beloved daughters and sons who dared all, risked all, and gave all to preserve and defend an idea unlike any other in human history. The idea of the United States of America. And today, as a nation, we undertake a sacred ritual to reflect and remember, because if we forget the lives that each of those silent markers represent, mothers, fathers, siblings, spouses, children, if we forget what they sacrificed, what they made, so that our nation might endure, strong, free, and united, then we forget who we are. Who we are. Ladies and gentlemen, our First Lady, the love of my life, Jill, Vice President Harris, the Second Gentleman, Secretary Austin, General Milley, Joint Chiefs of Staff, Cabinet members, Gold Star families, most importantly, and survivors. Today, we renew our sacred vow. It's a simple vow, to remember, to remember. Memorial Day is always a day where pain and pride are mixed together. We all know it sitting here. Jill and I know it. Today's the day our son died. And folks, for those who have lost a loved one in the service of our country, if your loved one is missing or unaccounted for, I know the ceremonies reopen that black hole in the center of your chest that just pulls you in, suffocates you. I said 7 years ago today, our son, Major Bo Biden, took his last breath at Walter Reed. Major in the Delaware Army National Guard, he insisted on deploying to Iraq with his unit for a year when he was Attorney General. Came home a decorated soldier, Bronze Star, Legion of Merit, Delaware's Conspicuous Service Cross. He didn't die in the line of duty. He came home from Iraq with cancer. It was horrific cancer that stole us from him. Stole him from us. But still, it always feels to me on Memorial Day, I see him, not as he was the last time I held his hand, but the day I pinned his bars on him as a second lieutenant. I see him with me down at the Delaware Memorial Bridge, hugging all the Gold Star families. Days like this bring back before your eyes their smile and their laugh. The last conversation you had, each of you know it, the hurt can be overwhelming. But for so many of you, as is with Jill and me, the hurt is wrapped around the knowledge that your loved one was part of something bigger, bigger than any of us. They chose a life of purpose. Sounds corny, like a Memorial Day speech, but I mean it from the bottom of my heart. They chose a life of purpose. They had a mission. And above all, they believed in duty. They believed in honor. They believed in their country. And still today, we are free because they were brave. We live by the light of the flame of liberty that they kept burning. And so a part of them is still with us no matter how long ago we lost them. As hard as it is for many to believe, especially those whose loss is still raw, I promise you the day will come when the memory of your loved one, your patriot, will bring a smile to your lip before it brings a tear to your eye. That's when you know you're going to make it. Today, American service members stand watch around the world. And as many of you know, at often a great personal risk. And this Memorial Day, we know the memory is still painful of all the fallen who lost their lives during the last 2 decades in combat. Each of them leaving behind a family, a community, hearts broken by their absence, and lives that will never be the same. We see in the hundreds of graves here in Section 60 at Arlington, reminder that there's nothing low risk or low cost about war for the women and men who fight it. 7,054 American military members gave their lives over 20 years of our Iraq and Afghan conflicts. Untold others died of injuries and illness connected to their service in these wars. And the enduring grief borne by the survivors is the cost of war that will carry as a nation forever. And so, to every Gold Star family, to every survivor and family member and caregiver, this grateful nation owes you as well as the mercy you lost. And we can never repay the sacrifice. But we will never stop trying. We'll never fail in our duty to remember. With their lives, they bought our freedom. And so with our lives, we must always live up to their example, putting service before self, caring for our neighbors as ourselves, working fervently to bring our union just that much closer to fulfilling the founding creed. As the Secretary said, that all women and men are created equal. I've often said that as a nation we have many obligations, but the only one that is truly sacred, the only truly sacred obligation we have, is to prepare and equip those women and men we send into harm's way and care for them and their families when they return home and when they don't. This is an obligation that unites Americans. It brings us together to make sure the women and men who are willing to lay down their lives for us get the very best from us in return. I want to acknowledge that we're making progress in key areas like comprehensive bipartisan legislation that is advancing in Congress that will deliver health care services and benefits to veterans and the survivors impacted by toxic exposures. We don't know how many Americans and service members may have died because of what they were exposed to on the battlefield. Toxic smoke from burn pits near where they were based. Burn pits that incinerated with the wastes of war, medical and hazardous material, jet fuel, and so much more. But we have a duty to do right by them. And I'm determined to make sure that our brave service families and members that served alongside them do not wait decades for the care and benefits that they deserve. And that's why we're working so hard to find out what the facts are. Where we can still save lives, we have to act. All of us also have a duty to renew our commitment to the foundational values of our nation in their honor. For those are the values that have inspired generation after generation to service. On Friday, I spoke at the graduation and commissioning of ceremony of the U.S. Naval Academy. I had an opportunity to do it the night before as well. It was a remarkable experience again, an honor, looking out at those young men and women, newly commissioned officers, embarking on a life of service. They hold before them the example of the heroes who have gone before them, many of your family members, heroes who've answered duty's call at Lexington and Concord, Antietam and Gettysburg, Belleau Woods, the Battle of the Bulge, the Korean and Vietnam and Afghanistan, Iraq, and so many other places around the world. So many of whom never returned home, including the legacy of all those held prisoners of war or who are still missing in action. To be here today, soon after that joyful celebration at the Academy, is a bracing reminder of all that we ask of our service members and their families. For it's on the strong shoulders and noble spirits of our service members that our freedom is built, our democracy is sustained. And in this moment, when a war of aggression is once more being waged by Russia to snuff out the freedom, the democracy, the very culture and identity of neighboring Ukraine, we see so clearly all that's at stake. Freedom has never been free. Democracy has always required champions. Today, in the perennial struggle for democracy and freedom, Ukraine and its people are on the front lines fighting to save their nation. But their fight is part of a larger fight that unites all people. It's a fight that so many of the patriots whose eternal rest is here in these hallowed grounds were part of. A battle between democracy and autocracy, between liberty and repression, between appetites and ambition of a few who forever seek to dominate the lives and liberties of many. A battle for essential democratic principles, the rule of law, free and fair elections, freedom to speak and write and to assemble, freedom to worship as one chooses, freedom of the press, principles that are essential for a free society. We've heard this a lot. We've heard this a lot over the years, but we're now realizing how real it is around the world in so many countries as I speak. These are the foundations of our great experiment, but they are never guaranteed, even here in America. Every generation has to defeat democracy's mortal foes. And into every generation, heroes are born, willing to shed their blood for that which they and we hold dear. Ladies and gentlemen, today we remember and we reaffirm freedom is worth the sacrifice. Democracy is not perfect. It's never been good, perfect. But it's worth fighting for. If necessary, worth dying for. It's more than just our form of government. It is part of the very soul of America, the soul of America. Our democracy is our greatest gift as a nation, made holy by those we've lost along the way. Our democracy is how we undertake the constant work of perfecting the Union. And we have not perfected it, but we've never stopped trying, of opening the doors wider of opportunity and prosperity and justice for people everywhere. Our democracy is how we endure through every challenge, overcome every obstacle we faced through the last 246 years of self-government, and how we've come back stronger than before. We must never walk away from that. We must never betray the lives laid down to make our nation a beacon to the world, a citadel of liberty and justice for everybody. This is the mission of our time. Our memorial to them must not be just a day when we pause and pray. It must be a daily commitment to act, to come together, to be worthy of the price that was paid. May God bring comfort to all those who mourn. May God bless our Gold Star families and survivors. And please, God, protect our troops. God bless America and all of you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the playing of taps and the benediction.
Please join me in this closing prayer. Lord, thank you for this nation we call home. Thank you once again for those who, as the song says, more than self their country loved, and for the families of those fallen that are still grieving today. These are the patriots who continue to pay the price for the peace and security we enjoy. Now, God, bless us with your Spirit as we strive to honor their full measure of devotion, and bless with strength and courage those who faithfully continue to serve. Now, God bless America, her leaders, and all her children. Amen.
Please remain standing for the singing of America the Beautiful, performed by the United States Air Force Band and the Singing Sergeants.
Right, and that's President Biden along with the Secretary of Defense, Lloyd Austin, earlier today, honoring the brave and the fallen at the National Memorial for those who have served at the Arlington National Cemetery. We're going to take a short break here on Live Now from Fox. We have a lot more after this break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Thank you for joining us tonight on this Memorial Day. Well, people from across the country are remembering the brave, those who have made the ultimate sacrifice, including President Biden. Earlier today, he paid his respects in Washington, D.C. For a recap, here's Fox's Jackie Heinrichs.
As the nation remembers those Americans who made the ultimate sacrifice, President Biden, joined by Vice President Harris and Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, marking a somber and solemn Memorial Day with a ceremony at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier in Arlington National Cemetery. President Biden laying a wreath honoring America's fallen service members.
Today, we renew our sacred vow. It's a simple vow. To remember.
The Commander-in-Chief specifically addressing the families of the more than 2,400 service members who lost their lives in Afghanistan, America's longest war. The president pulling troops from the country last summer.
I promise you the day will come when the memory of your loved one, your patriot, will bring a smile to your lip before it brings a tear to your eye.
He also looked to Russia's ongoing war in Ukraine, emphasizing the importance of defending democracy.
But their fight is part of a larger fight that unites all people.
The president also mourning alongside Gold Star families.
7 years ago today, our son, Major Beau Biden, took his last breath at Walter Reed.
Earlier in the day, the first couple attended Mass in Wilmington, Delaware. Then the president visited his late son Beau's grave, exactly 7 years after the 46-year-old Iraq War veteran died of brain cancer. Families of fallen service members are joining the president and First Lady in a magnolia tree planting ceremony here on the grounds of the White House to further honor the fallen. At the White House, Jackie Heinrich, Fox News.
And here's a live look at the White House. As you heard there, it was a busy day for President Biden. And yesterday, he was in Uvalde, Texas. Obviously, that community there mourning, grieving the loss of the 19 young students and the 2 teachers who were killed last week in that mass shooting. We're going to bring you more coverage of that a little bit later tonight. And right now, we're going to bring you another Memorial Day service. This one, the Navy covering a ceremony earlier today.
The freedoms we enjoy every day in our blessed nation. We remember the words of Jesus Christ when he said, "Greater love hath no man than this, that a man lay down his life for his friends." We thank you for those who've laid down their lives in service to our country, to protect and secure our liberty, our safety, and the continuation of blessings upon our future posterity. Not only do we remember the military men and women who have sacrificed their lives, but we also remember those who grieve for the loss of their loved ones who've died in service to our country, their families, their friends, their fellow shipmates and service members. We ask for your loving hands of care to comfort their heavy hearts today, and that your presence be very real, near, and dear to them at this time. We ask that your sovereign protection and watchful care be upon all those who are currently serving in the military and upon their families. Please guide, bless, and shield them from all harm. May you bless our leaders and grant them godly wisdom to govern and command our nation's military, that we might remain a beacon of light and truth to the rest of the world as a symbol of freedom and hope. Dear God, may you bless this special ceremony as we take time to reflect on the great blessings that we as fellow Americans share as a nation and as a people. Help us to realize that only those with true character remember to be thankful and to cherish what they've been given. And so we must on purpose choose to remember as a matter of gratitude. Else we risk losing that which we've been given so freely from those who've paid their all so fully by giving their lives for us and what we have. And so because of this, may we never, ever forget that our abundant prosperity and blessings that we enjoy have come at the highest of costs. Lastly, Lord, we ask that evil be conquered throughout this world and that you bring peace, true peace, which can ultimately only come through you. In Christ's name I pray. Amen.
Guests, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Rear Admiral Frank Thorpe, U.S. Navy retired, President and Chief Executive Officer, United States Navy Memorial Foundation.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon and welcome to the United States Navy Memorial. What a beautiful day. The fountains are operating. The memorial looks great. We're moving beyond COVID. And most appropriately, we're here in person. And we assemble today to remember those who have given the ultimate sacrifice in defense of our country. Commander Asbury, thank you very much for that invocation. What tremendously great remarks to start off such an important occasion as today. Thank you very much. The Navy Band and the Ceremonial Guard are here today. Your presence and your meticulous performance is what makes these events so appropriate and so well represents those who we honor today. Admiral Stephan, Admiral Cox, Mr. Slawinski, all of those that are here today in person and those who are watching online, our friends from our allies and friends around the world, the Attaché Corps that is here today, thank you very much for joining us. It means a lot that you are here. But to all of you, I say thank you. Thank you for coming and taking a moment out of your day. Thank you for taking a day of the year to stop and pause. And as Commander Asbury said, to reflect on the men and women who have given that ultimate sacrifice in service to their country. I could think of no more impactful way to honor members of the Sea Service who have given their life than to take time out on a day like today to pause and reflect. The message we send to those, the family members, and to those who have passed away that we do this is a message that is very loud and very clear. And I would also tell you, I think that message also goes to those who serve today, knowing that they serve, that they have rose their right hand to support and defend the Constitution of the United States, and knowing that the people in this country tremendously appreciate their service. 1 week from today, on the 78th anniversary of D-Day, we will dedicate a lone sailor statue in Normandy, France, on Utah Beach, honoring those sea service veterans who participated in that battle on the first day of the war to save democracy and freedom for the world. It's the 18th lone sailor statue around the world, just like the original one here today that's been here for 35 years. And several years ago, we dedicated a statue in Guam, honoring those who served in the Vietnam War. In 2017, we put one at Pearl Harbor, standing watch over the Arizona and recognizing the people who gave their lives on that fateful day. And last year, we dedicated a statue in Cleveland, Ohio, honoring the sailors who, under the command of Commodore Oliver Hazard Perry in 1813, in the Battle of Lake Erie, brought victory to our nation. These statues stand tall. They stand tall as a commitment to honor, recognize, and celebrate the men and women who have served in our sea services and given that ultimate sacrifice. Today, with Mr. Slowinski, I invite you to put a carnation in the wreath after we conclude the ceremony in honor of one of your loved ones. And I encourage those of you who are here today to take a moment after the ceremony and walk around the plaza at the 26 bronze plaques recognizing the service of those men and women who serve at sea. Take a moment to reflect. As the chaplain said, today is in fact a day for reflection. It is now my honor to introduce our partner for this wreath laying. For 5 years, we have partnered on this wreath laying. For 35 years, we have partnered to create this Navy Memorial. It is a great honor for us at the Navy Memorial to be partnered with the Fleet Reserve Association so that together we can honor, recognize, and celebrate the men and women of the sea services. I would like to introduce the Executive Director of the Fleet Reserves, a Navy veteran himself, Mr. Chris Slowinski, and invite him to say a few words. And before I turn the podium over to him, I just want to say thank you. Thank you again for being the patriots that you are, to take time out of your busy day, your busy life, to honor those who have given the ultimate sacrifice. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Admiral. Good afternoon. I'm Chris Slowinski, National Executive Director of the Fleet Reserve Association, or FRA. FRA was founded 98 years ago and is the oldest sea service enlisted association. Our primary mission is to be the voice of the active duty, reserve, retired, and veteran enlisted U.S. Navy, Marine Corps, and Coast Guard. As we look to our future, we must remember from where we came and remember those who have gone before us. Within the FRA, we have several rituals and programs that honor our fallen. Most notably, our two-bell ceremony calls to attention those who have been called to the Supreme Commander. During our funeral ritual, a muster is called to include the individual shipmate who is present but cannot answer. We have faced a once-in-a-century pandemic and have had to say goodbye too soon to too many of our friends and family. To honor and remember those who wore the uniform and did not return, we will soon lay a ceremonial wreath. As you can see before you, there is another wreath, which is not quite complete. The wreath is presented to those who remain to mourn and to honor and remember those who gave the ultimate sacrifice and have received their final orders to the Supreme Commander. In front of the wreath are red and white carnations. We invite you at the conclusion of our event to take one carnation and place it in the wreath in memory of a loved one, a friend, or just someone who served and are no longer here with us. Please feel free to state their name as you place the flower so that others can remember too. We ask God to watch over our troops who stand watch so that we can remain free. Thank you.
It is now my honor to introduce our host for today's ceremony, Rear Admiral Michael J. Steffen, 92nd Commandant, Naval District, Washington.
I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the people who died who gave that right to me. That was country music singer and songwriter Lee Greenwood in his song, Proud to Be an American. And that verse encapsulates why we're here today. To remember our fallen brothers and sisters in arms, those that gave everything for our nation, and to ensure their legacy endures. Rear Admiral Cox, Admiral Thorpe, the Fleet Reserve Association, honored guests, our foreign attachés, friends, and families, thank you for joining us today. It's always an honor to host this event on behalf of the Navy, and it truly is a privilege to recognize our fallen American heroes with you on this Memorial Day. A key component of our nation's greatness lies in our ability to remember and honor the countless men and women who have died while serving in the military. This is the day we pay homage to all those who didn't come home. This is not Veterans Day. It is not a celebration. It is a day of solemn contemplation over the cost of freedom. Established over 150 years ago as a time to honor the nation's Civil War casualties, Memorial Day has evolved into what it is today, an opportunity to remember the valor and service of more than 1.3 million veterans, both men and women, who have perished throughout our nation's history. I also ask that you call to mind the tens of thousands of America's finest men and women who are right now deployed around the world, protecting and defending America's freedom on the world's oceans, the freedom that our fallen brothers and sisters in arms gave their lives to protect. These service members from all branches of the military are there right now. They will be there when we are sleeping tonight, and they will be there every Saturday, Sunday, and holiday this year. They're there around the clock, far from our shores, defending America at all times. The sacrifices made by American service members can never truly be measured, but they can be appreciated. Their histories can be retold and their memories kept alive. The heroes that we've lost throughout the years represent the best in each of us. Coming from every background and every walk of life, they are the essence and the heartbeat of America's military and our country. Today, we honor these men and women, and we do so with reverence and a grateful heart. Without their commitment and service, our nation would not be what it is today. Let me leave you with this. As you lay your eyes on the American flag, which is so prominently displayed, be proud of what it represents, our freedom, and never forget the irreplaceable lives that have been sacrificed while defending and preserving that freedom. And just as we never forget a fallen shipmate, never forget those who have died so freedom can live on. May God bless our fallen brothers and sisters. May God bless all of us gathered here today. And may God bless our United States Navy, all branches of our armed forces, and God bless America. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my pleasure to introduce Rear Admiral Samuel J. Cox, United States Navy retired, Director, Naval History and Heritage Command.
Good afternoon, Admiral Steffens, Admiral Thorpe, Mr. Lewinsky, distinguished visitors, guests. and the smart people in the shade over here. It is an honor for me to be able to speak to you today. In my office, there's a painting that hangs over the couch, and it's entitled Asheville's Defiance. And the Asheville was a China gunboat. If anyone saw the movie Sand Pebbles, that's pretty much what she looks like. At the start of World War II, she'd gotten out of China, come through the Philippines as a Japanese juggernaut advanced all across Southeast Asia. She was the last ship to leave the southern port on the island of Java before the whole Dutch East Indies fell to the Japanese. She had an engineering casualty, so she couldn't keep up with other ships, so she was all by herself when she ran into 2 Japanese destroyers and a heavy cruiser. The Asheville didn't surrender, didn't strike her colors. There was no way that ship was going to run. She turned and fought. She fired at the Japanese. It took the Japanese vastly superior destroyers over 350 rounds to put that ship under. The Japanese rescued 1 person to know what it was they sank, and he died during the war in captivity. The day before that, the destroyer Edsel was in the same vicinity, heading towards trying to rescue the survivors of the oiler Pecos, an American oiler that happened to have about 400 survivors of the seaplane tender Langley, formerly the aircraft carrier Langley, which had been sunk the day before that. The Edsel ran into the entire Japanese Navy pretty much, 2 battleships, 2 heavy cruisers, and all 4 aircraft carriers operating there. For over 2 hours, that single ship managed to avoid 1,300 Japanese shells from battleships and cruisers before the Japanese admiral had enough and launched 26 dive bombers to take care of her. At the very end, her commanding officer, Lieutenant Nix, pointed his bow at the Japanese as a last gesture of defiance. And the night before that, the Pillsbury, an old destroyer as well, went down in a battle that no one knows much about because the thing that all these ships have in common is that no one survived the war. So there's no medals of honor, no Navy crosses, no unit citations for those particular ships. But all of them fought with incredible valor against overwhelming odds. And it's our duty within the Navy to make sure we remember them. Even in victories, in a couple days we're going to commemorate the Battle of Midway. And I always say commemorate and not celebrate, because even though it was one of the lopsided, most decisive battles in the history of naval warfare, if you were an American dive bomber pilot, not so much. 41 dive bombers from 3 squadrons on 3 carriers, only 4 made it back to their aircraft carriers. But their sacrifice actually enabled the victory that followed. So within the Navy, anytime there's a memorial service for sailors who fall in battle or at sea, the Navy makes a solemn promise to their families and to the sailors themselves, even though they're gone, that we will not forget them. We will remember them. And it's actually my job as a Director of Naval History to ensure the Navy keeps that promise. But I deeply appreciate the help of the Navy Memorial and the Fleet Reserve and every one of you who took the time to come out here today to honor those sailors who gave their lives in battle and at sea. The Navy has been a dangerous occupation going back to the very beginning. The American Revolution, you know, most people have heard of Yorktown, Bunker Hill. If you know anything about the Navy, you heard about Bonham Richard and John Paul Jones. You probably have not heard about the Randolph and Nicholas Biddle, which actually captured more British ships than John Paul Jones did, but wound up in a fight with the British man of war that had 5 times the throw rate of broadside. Actually, Randolph was getting the better of the engagement until a spark in the magazine blew the Randolph to pieces, and 306 sailors disappeared from the face of the earth, along with most of the memory. We don't even know most of their names, along with the skipper, Nicholas Biddle. It was dangerous even not at war. In 1800, the frigate Insurgent disappeared without a trace with 320 of her crewmen somewhere in the Caribbean, probably a hurricane. Same month, probably in the same storm, the USS Pickerel with 105 aboard was lost, also without a trace. No idea where they are, what happened to them. And throughout our Navy's history, victory, defeat, peace, war, Navy sailors, Navy air crewmen, Navy submarines have made incredible sacrifices. Even during World War I, although the Navy only lost, say, 435 people to the enemy, we lost almost 5,000 to the Spanish flu. And fortunately, we learned lessons from history, and the Navy did far better this time than in the previous time. But the great victories of World War II, 36,000 Navy sailors gave their lives in battle, almost as many in accidents during that war. And let us not forget those who served in Korea and Vietnam, two wars that the American people got tired of during the course of the war and basically wanted it over. And yet Navy personnel in both those, all the way to the end, did their duty, many cases made the ultimate sacrifice, did what their country asked them to do, and did it with extraordinary skill and dedication, and made the ultimate sacrifice for which we should remember. So let me just close, because it's really hot. I'm going to cut it short with one, kind of anecdote from my personal past. In 1992, I was on the 7th Fleet staff, embarked on the flagship Blue Ridge, which operates in the 7th Fleet in the Western Pacific. And we were in Australia for the 50th anniversary of the Battle of the Coral Sea, which is huge in Australia because that battle turned away a threat to Australia from the Japanese. And the Australians had never forgotten that it was U.S. aircraft carriers and ships that paid a heavy price. Both sides, Japanese and the Americans, beat each other up pretty bad in that battle. It was arguably a tactical victory for the Japanese in that we lost more than they did, but we turned around their invasion fleet and ended that threat to Australia. So the U.S. 7th Fleet were up in the town going out to do a memorial service in the Coral Sea. Big dignitaries on board, Secretary of the Defense, Minister of Defense for Australia. Everyone's in the choker whites. And I'm assigned to, one of the staff I get to escort, and two elderly ladies who came all the way up from Sydney, on their own. And I asked them, why did you come all this way for this? And they answered that we had an American sailor to our home for lunch before the battle. And he didn't come back. And this is the least we can do. And I would say that what we're doing here is the least we can do, but it also matters a lot. The fact that everyone here, everyone listening, took the time from their schedule, took the time from the sale down at the mall to take a moment to honor those Navy heroes, and frankly, from all the services, Marine, Coast Guard, every one of them today. This is their day. This is a day to remember them and their families. And I thank you so much for being here. Thank you.
Rear Admiral Cox, Mr. Slewinski, Rear Admiral Steffen, and Rear Admiral Thorpe, joined by James R. Robbins, Jr., National Vice President, Fleet Reserve Association, will now each place a carnation in one of the wreaths by the lone sailor statue in remembrance of our sailors, soldiers, Marines, airmen, Coast Guardsmen, and merchant mariners who silently remain on watch, having given their lives for their country. Guests, please rise. Advance the colors. Retire the colors. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our ceremony. Thank you for joining us today. Please remain in place until the honors cordon has marched off, after which you are invited to come forward and place a carnation on the wreath in memory of those who gave their lives for our country. You are also invited to visit the Memorial's Visitor Center, located to my left.
All right, you're watching Live Now from Fox. That was the United States Navy hosting their Memorial Day ceremony. We'll have more after the short 2-minute break, including here's a live look from Uvalde. You will see people there. They have been going by day and night there at the town square to pay their respects for the victims. And we will bring you the latest on the investigation here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox here. Here's a live look at the memorial site for the victims of the Uvalde mass shooting. We know that last week, 21 innocent people lost their lives. 19 of them were young children. Those 19 students, 2 of them were their brave teachers. The 2 of the first 19 children, their funeral services have started today. And yesterday, President Biden visited Uvalde along with the First Lady Jill Biden to pay their respects. And so far, we know that the DOJ is launching a review into the law enforcement response to the school shooting. Many people coming out and saying that the police response was too slow. And a lot of people are outraged and they want to know what took so long. You know, what was the issue? What was the problem here? Here is Fox's Casey Stagel with more.
Pain is palpable, and I think a lot of it's unnecessary. So I'm going to continue to push.
President Biden vowing to press ahead with new gun control legislation just a day after visiting Uvalde, Texas, where a gunman killed 21 people, including 19 children, at Robb Elementary School last week. The president and the First Lady met with folks here offering prayers and condolences and also promising action to make schools safer. He says he wants to work with Republicans on common sense reforms, claiming the shooting here changed the political landscape.
Since I haven't spoken to them, I don't know, but my guess is yes, I think they're going to have to take a hard look.
But conservative lawmakers are still largely opposed to gun control legislation. They say new laws wouldn't have stopped the shooting, pointing to admissions by police that they waited too long to enter the school classroom, possibly costing some students their lives. The Justice Department has now opened an investigation into their actions, while Republicans push for more school security. Meantime, as Uvalde mourns, funerals and visitation for the victims begin today, with officials promising to continue to support the community through all the anger, frustration, and grief.
We will not relent until Uvalde recovers.
Some lawmakers here in Texas are also pushing for a separate FBI investigation. That's the latest from Uvalde, Texas. Casey Stagel, Fox News.
And just a correction there, that was Casey Stagel with Fox News. And here is a live look at San Francisco. You can see that beautiful sunset there. And Memorial Day weekend, you know, obviously a lot of people are traveling, but this particular weekend, you know, there were many travel woes. Flights were canceled, and obviously that was a headache for many travelers. And for many people, it's considered the start of the summer. Here is Fox News with more on those travel woes.
The unofficial start of summer travel kicked off this weekend, but not for everyone.
As soon as we got here, that's when we got the email about that our flight was actually canceled.
It's nerve-wracking. I'm not happy.
Widespread cancellations, grounding thousands of flights over Memorial Day weekend, with more than 5,000 flights worldwide axed since Friday, according to FlightAware. That number increasing on Monday, one of the busiest travel days.
By the time that they actually tell you the flight's delayed, you're already in the Uber on the way to the airport, and then you're there, and then it's delayed and delayed and delayed again.
Delta Airlines scrubbing more than 400 flights on Saturday and Sunday, the most of any airline. The carrier blamed those cancellations on bad weather and air traffic control issues. Other factors contributing to the airline delays and cancellations for the estimated 3 million Americans traveling this holiday weekend: reduced staffing and COVID creating unplanned worker absences.
The travel industry is working as hard as it can to make things smooth for passengers.
This as inflation is hitting travelers in the wallet, with summer airline ticket prices taking off. Domestic airfares reaching an average of $400. That's up 24% from 2019 and a 45% increase from this time last year, according to travel data website Hopper.
It's definitely more expensive, but the planes are full, so supply and demand. In fact, the airlines don't have enough staff, so I don't really see it coming down too soon.
Despite the rising costs, roughly 6 in 10 Americans are still planning at least one summer trip. Reporting in Los Angeles, Christina Coleman, Fox News.
And tomorrow, jury deliberations are expected to continue tomorrow in the Johnny Depp defamation trial. A verdict could come tomorrow. Now, recently we spoke with a legal analyst about the possible outcomes. Here is our own Daytona Everett with more.
Lawsuit against his ex-wife, Amber Heard. If you haven't heard of it before, welcome. We have been covering it for a long time. It was 6 weeks of drama coming to a close today at a courthouse in Fairfax County, Virginia. Heard testifies that Depp physically and sexually assaulted her over a dozen times. In closing arguments, Depp's lawyers said that Heard is a deeply troubled person, calling her the abuser. Depp is, of course, suing Heard for $50 million over a 2018 op-ed that she wrote in the Washington Post describing herself as a public figure representing domestic abuse. Depp's lawyers say that he was defamed by the article, even though it never mentioned his name. Heard filed a $100 million counterclaim against her husband, or former husband, I should say, after his lawyer called her accusations a hoax. Heard's lawyers will present their arguments and already did today in the courtroom. Jury deliberations were underway. Now they have ended for the evening and for the rest of the weekend. To break all of this down, I want to bring in legal analyst Julie Rendelman. Julie, thanks for being with us. So they're done for the day, and it's going to all pick back up again on Tuesday. That was a really quick breakdown of what this trial is all about, who's accusing who of what. What could we possibly hear? Could we hear a verdict on Tuesday? And if we do, what would that look like?
So yes, we could hear a verdict on Tuesday. Look, they've been evaluating a ton of evidence. Remember, this case lasted, I don't even remember, is it 2 months or 3 months? And during that time, there was voluminous number of witnesses, exhibits. There was videos even for them to watch. So there's a lot for them to take in. And keep in mind, in Virginia, it has to be unanimous. So they have to make a decision together. And people don't always agree on everything. Sometimes at the end of the day, they don't come back with any verdict. And so Tuesday, like the hope is that we'll see a verdict next week. The last thing anyone wants is for there not to be a resolution in this case. Now, when you say, what can that verdict look like? What can that decision look like? There's so many possibilities of what that could look like. They could find that Amber Heard defamed Johnny Depp. They could find Johnny Depp defamed Amber Heard. They could find neither defamed either one of them. They could find both of them defamed each other, but find that neither of them are entitled to damages. Or they could find that both defamed each other and they both are entitled to damages. I give you so many scenarios because it really is kind of this mathematical equation that I couldn't even come up with the potential resolution, because it really is, there's so many options that could happen in this case. And the hope obviously is they come back with a decision so we don't deal with this again.
And the dollar amount could also vary too, depending on if there was defamation. If they say yes, Amber Heard was defamed, or yes, Johnny Depp was defamed, they have to determine what that dollar amount would be too, right?
Sure, and there's a presumption if someone's defamed of some dollar amount. And remember, there's punitive, and then there's just the regular damages. And so, look, they can come back and go, well, it was worth $1. They could come back and say it's worth even more than either side is requesting. I said this multiple times, and I'll say it again. I think when it comes to Johnny Depp, he could care less about whether he gets a nickel. He only cares about clearing his name. And I think that's one of the things that his attorneys focused on, is that this is his chance to clear his name. And I think they made it clear that he didn't care that much about the actual dollar amount.
Well, according to Amber Heard, she also says that it's not about the money too. That is up for interpretation. Speaking of what's been said inside of the courtroom, we had closing arguments today from both sides. What were your biggest takeaways?
So, I think both sides did a fantastic job. I'll say throughout the trial, I was more impressed with Johnny Depp's team. I thought the big thing they were able to do that was better than the other side was cross-examination. Each of them were incredibly skilled. The other side did a good job, but were not as strong throughout the case. Summations for me were a little bit different. I thought that both sides did a good job, but I thought that Amber Heard's team nailed it. And I think the reason that I think that is one of the big distinctions is that Amber's team really went into the facts and how the facts fit into the law. And one of the takeaways for me is that they focused in on the fact that an abuser does not have to be a physical abuser in order for a person to determine that they were in fact the victim or the person that perpetrated domestic violence. And they used that in terms of this case to say, we don't have to show physical injury. There's a broad view and definition of that. And that allows the jury some room for interpretation as to what she meant in that op-ed piece. So I thought they did both sides did a fantastic job, but I got to give this one to Amber Heard's team.
Wow, very interesting there. Well, we, of course, have jury deliberations, and it's always so tough when we're talking about this, and timeline is always top of mind. People are wondering, when are we going to get some answers on this? You have no crystal ball, but if you were to say, how long do you predict and expect this to go?
So it's a great question, and I always laugh because it's like reading tea leaves. We have no idea when this jury is going to come back, and I say we also don't know if they'll ever come back. Hopefully they'll come back to the courthouse, but they could at the end of the day not agree. These are people that are coming together to make these decisions, and there's so many contradictory pieces of evidence that one juror could say I believe one side and the other juror could say another. Mm-hmm. I hope that they're able to come together with some sort of decision in the early part of the week, or at least indicate that they're not able to come to a decision at that point.
So what happens for these jury members over the weekend? It's a long weekend. Do they just have to sit in their rooms? What does that typically look like?
Well, look, the judge always gives instructions not to look at what's on TV, media. This one's been very tough for people to avoid. The one good thing is this is a holiday weekend, so I would think that this might be the first time that people are walking away from their computers and kind of living their life, celebrating with their families. So it might be the perfect time for people to not, especially the jurors, to ignore this and kind of remove everything and then come back together and really think about what the right outcome is, whether it be for Amber Heard, Johnny Depp, or whatever they believe is the appropriate outcome.
Well, speaking of outcomes, what do you think is going to happen, Julie?
So I'm always worried that, look, there's been a lot of backlash about having opinions on one side or the other. I'll be honest. I think that what the defense's argument was incredibly, when I say the defense, Amber Heard's team was very effective in terms of, narrowing down kind of, or explaining the definition of abuse. I think for the jury, they have to decide something. I believe that they'll find that Amber Heard was abusive towards Johnny Depp. Physically. And the question becomes, can someone claim to be the victim of abuse when they themselves are also an abuser? I think that's something the jury's really going to have to think about when they're deciding kind of what the ultimate outcome is. I think Johnny Depp does have a much more powerful case with regards to the statements from his attorney. I don't think that Amber Heard has a leg to stand on with regards to that. I'm often wrong in my predictions, but I think that that's quite an uphill battle for her team.
Julie Rendelman, we will, I'm sure, be discussing this on Tuesday as we'll be waiting. It could come at any time. They could come together and immediately make a decision in the morning on Tuesday, or it could take us into the rest of next week as well. We'll be on it from beginning to end here. Any last thoughts?
I'm excited about the weekend to not think about it. Yeah. Look, this has been an emotional ride for both parties. And that's something I think, anyone watching should recognize, whether you believe one side, whether you believe the other. I always think about, no matter what you think, this is such an intimate event between these two individuals. And at the end of the day, I hope that both of them can move on with their lives, regardless of the outcome.
Yep. And it'll be interesting to see if any movie deals are made after this, even about the trial itself. Julie Rendelman, thanks for being with us here on the show. As always, we so appreciate you. Have a great week.
Meantime, we continue to follow developments on the Russia-Ukraine crisis, including an oil embargo. Our Andrew Kraft spoke with Hal Kemper earlier today.
Here on LiveNOW from Fox to discuss all the latest developments in the war in Ukraine, national security expert Hal Kemper. Hal, thanks for being with us on this Memorial Day. And there's a lot to get to. The latest and the newest out of Europe. European Union leaders have endorsed an embargo on Russian oil at a summit held today in Brussels, following a lot of fraught negotiations amongst EU members. So they say they're going to be weaning off of Russian oil, at least 90% of it, by the end of this year. This is a huge milestone. Do you think it's too little too late, though?
Andrew, I think everything that moves forward is progress. The thing is that Europe is really stuck on Russian oil, more so with natural gas. They have a huge dependency on natural gas, but they've got a pretty good consensus. They're going to go to about 2/3 embargo fairly fast. And then the goal is to go to a 90% embargo. Of course, it gets into the word embargo, which usually implies that you're not getting anything. So it is kind of a conditional embargo. And it is strange that they're trying to say, no, we're going to hurt you, or hurt your economy by not buying your oil, but at the same time, but we'll buy a little bit of your oil. So it's a very different sort of interpretation of that. But frankly, realpolitik, looking at the dependency they have in Europe, this is actually pretty substantial progress. And they kept, the thing was, they kept the European Union together. There was a lot of fears that there'd be a massive fracture in this. And of course, we saw where Serbia, which is not an EU member, which has talked about it, completely went another way a few days ago and said they actually put agreement together to buy more Russian oil and natural gas. So they've completely gone a different direction, which will probably stall them becoming an EU member anytime soon.
Interesting. So help me kind of understand this, because, from everyone else, we think Russia's economy has been crippled, but they have been still able to sell their oil, sell their energy supplies to, willing buyers, bringing in a lot of revenue per day, per week, per month. They still have that revenue stream, right?
They have a revenue stream. It's a kind of a different revenue stream. They're having to sell their oil at a deep discount, well below the international market rate, just to move the oil. The oil that would have gone to Europe normally and major European nations is now being shipped from the Black Sea to other places. The big two buyers are China and India. Now, India, of those two, has picked up a lot of that oil. They have some economic reasons of their own why they want to buy cheap Russian oil. It kind of fits what they're trying to do. However, that may shift as well, and it's something to watch with the global marketplace. The places I would look to is I would look to the LNG production in the Pacific. I looked to Indonesia, and I also look to Australia, because if they can ramp up production and if there can be any headway made with countries like Saudi Arabia in increasing their production, that may be enough to offset that need that they have to bring in Russian oil. That could be a huge dent on Russia. whereas their total revenues from oil are actually slightly up. They're up at the cost of selling the oil at a deep discount.
Okay.
So over the long run, that does kind of hurt them in a way. The other thing is they're also paying more for shipping in the Black Sea. Some of that they did to themselves by strewing sea mines around the Black Sea. And whereas the chances of getting hit or hitting a sea mine is fairly low, the fact that some of them are out there, they don't know where they are. And if you're a captain of an oil tanker, you really don't want to run into a sea mine. That's a bad thing. So so you can understand that there's some problems there. And on the insurance side, there's some big problems there.
Yeah. Hal, let's talk about another key commodity, and that is grain, wheat, barley, exports like that. Ukraine has not been able to ship anywhere because of the blockade in the Black Sea, although we have seen reports, you and I talked about this a little last week, of essentially Russian forces shipping that grain elsewhere, expropriating that, stealing that, if you will, sending it elsewhere. What do you make of those reports? Have you seen it yourself too?
I have seen those reports, and actually I think it was 4 days ago, I think the first shipload of Ukrainian grain may have been delivered to a foreign port. They're doing a couple things. They're expropriating Ukrainian grain, which I say grain, wheat, barley. There's other things there, even sunflower seed oil. They're expropriating that back to Russia, and of course running it through their system. The other thing they're doing is they're blocking it from getting out, and they're also shipping out their own grain. And of course, they're making a little bit more money now because the global price has gone up because of that. There is a big international work, if you will, with the EU, working with the EU and NATO to try and create some sort of sea lane to Odessa where they can bring this out. The problem is, the thought would be, well, why don't they just put it on trucks or put it on trains? Problem with trucks is they don't have enough trucks. The problem with trains is that, and I know this sounds odd in this day of age, they don't have a standardized gauge of rail line between Ukraine and NATO countries or from the European countries. So they literally have to run it up to, in some cases, the Polish border. Oh. And then they have to move them onto different cars, which is a huge logistics hurdle. It would be very painful if they had to do this on a regular basis. They've never had to do this before. So they don't have all the working parts and everything necessary to move that volume of grain to put it in there. So it's a logistics supply chain issue in terms of being able to simply move it that way. So they really want to get those sea lanes open. But yes, Russia is taking Ukrainian grain, and they're trying to capitalize on it.
Hal, let's talk about another commodity, if you will, and that is weapons. Ukraine is demanding more and more high precision targeted weapon systems, especially from the United States. And we kind of got some confusion over the weekend from President Biden, who and the White House had indicated they were going to send more long-range weapon systems, and you can maybe help us make sense of what those particular systems are. But then we got a couple days ago as well from Biden saying we're not going to send to Ukraine rocket systems that can strike into Russia, he said, meaning they're likely going with shorter but still long-range options. What do we make of all of this?
Well, some of this, Andrew, is a little bit of weaponeering semantics, if you will.
Okay.
Rocket systems versus weapon systems. Based on what I've seen, all right, we have a couple of different multiple launch rocket systems, or MLRS is what we call them, that we're providing. And the Russians have MLRS too, but their stuff really isn't that great. It's pretty bad. Some of this stuff is they're fielding systems that had been out there for a while. You know, when I started doing this stuff back in the early 80s, had been there for a long time, like the Grad multiple launch rocket system. What we're sending are these high-end rocket systems, tremendous capability, very precise. One is the M270. It's a tracked vehicle. It's a mobile vehicle. The other is a wheeled variant called HIMARS. The Marine Corps, for example, has been using HIMARS with tremendous success. Both of these have a variety of different rockets that can be, and that's where you get into the rocket system that can be used. general rule of thumb, about 70 clicks or so for most of the ordnance that you use. There is some exceptional ordnance, very high end, very high tech, where they can shoot out to, I don't know, unclassified, they say out to 500 kilometers. So that's a really long range system. I think the concern that I hear the White House is saying, which is a reasonable concern, is where would you use this 500 kilometer range rocket system? And frankly, if you look at the ground, it would be to hit targets deep in Russia.
Okay.
The concern is if you put that there, now you're going to be hitting targets deep into Russia, which could cause a major provocation. Within Russia right now, there's an interesting movement afoot amongst military veterans and some of the senior officers. They're very frustrated with how things are going in Ukraine, and they're pushing for a full mobilization, a full act of war against Ukraine. It's one of the many different political factions, if you will, or movements in there. Of course, if they were to do that, I don't know how Putin could stay in office if something like that came around, because it would be such a big shift politically, and it would undermine everything that he said, his position, that it would probably be tantamount to something close to a military coup if something like that happened. So he hasn't pushed that far. He has not been saying that. There was some discussion that he might do that on Victory Day, that he might push for something like that. And he backed off it for a lot of good reasons, because he knew what that would do to him politically. Now there's this separate movement afoot. Well, what would trigger that? If you start seeing MLRS rockets hitting, hundreds of kilometers into Russia, that could be enough to cause enough political sway to change the whole equation.
Okay. But Hal, going back to, kind of Biden's decision about this, or indecision, if you will, do you think they're equivocating a little bit? Do you think they were not very clear? Or are you just kind of chalking this up to, like you said, weaponeering semantics? Some critics have said this is not the approach to give. This shows somewhat of indecision on the White House's part, possibly a relenting of the efforts we are providing. Do you think it sends that wrong message?
I think some of it's, this is, in my own opinion, I'd love to give them a class on strategic communication. You need to be very clear when you're saying this, and it's semantics, but it also is. The critics have some very valid comments on this. Is you're saying you're doing one thing, and then you come out with language that says you're backing off what you just said you're going to do. It makes it sound like we're indecisive, and certainly from a Russian propaganda standpoint, they can play this any way they want to make it sound that way. So the fact that we're a little confused, then it's confusing. That by definition, if we're confused, if you and I are talking about this and we realize that experts are looking at this and going, we're not quite sure what you're saying, then that's confusing. And that in and of itself is kind of it kind of equates to what the criticism is, which is they need to be very clear. What it looks to me like they're doing is they're trying to keep from sending in these very high end, very long range rockets that can be used with these systems. There's another reason too. There's a lot of technology, which is very closely guarded technology that goes with this. We do not want this system or this technology to fall into Russian hands. All right. And the fear is you put it into Ukraine, and even with all the safeguards the Ukrainians would certainly put on it, it is in a battle zone. Things do move around. They do switch around. And sometimes rockets simply fail for whatever reason. You have that statistical, and they could engineer this thing backwards, reverse engineer it in such a way they can figure out what it is. So that's another reason that's there. I think, part of it is, as they're saying, they don't want to escalate things unnecessarily with all the changes going on within that second front, which is Moscow, if you will. Right. On the other hand, they also want to safeguard some of this higher end technology. We don't want to give it away. I mean, as important as Ukraine is, there's still China, there's still the South China Sea, and these are the same systems that we would be using if there was a conflict over there.
Okay. Well, speaking of the Kremlin and the rumors still swirling about whether or not Vladimir Putin has some type of ailment, has some type of illness, the rumors are so widely circulated that it got to the point where a high-ranking Russian official, diplomat Sergei Lavrov, the foreign minister, essentially had to come out and kind of swat down some of these rumors. He told a French TV network in an interview that President Putin appears in public every day. You can see him on the screens, you can read his speeches, you can listen to his speeches. I don't think sane people can distinguish any symptoms of illness in this man, trying to quell some of those rumors. Getting to the point where Lavrov has to be asked about it in an interview, that means something, does it not?
I think you kind of hit the nail on the head on that. The fact that he had to come out and say something like that tells you just how apparent it is to everyone. I've looked at a number of videos. I've looked at videos of his meeting with Lushenko before the invasion took place. I've looked at more recent ones. I've also looked at some select stuff that came out of the Victory Day parade, things that we didn't see. You know, one of the things that kind of surprised me was he actually looked. I know this sounds horrible when you're talking about some of it. He looked spry at times. Okay, which nobody wants to be called looking spry, but there were times where he was actually somewhat energetic, kind of almost bouncing up the steps, getting onto the dais and stuff. He got up there, he gave his speech, he did this long walk. And then there was other stuff that was not pushed out as much, where you see him covered up in lots of blankets and how they position him for much of it, showing that there's something very wrong with what's going on. And sure, they can pump him up with various things that would give him a burst of energy to make him look more energetic and suppress the symptoms if he has Parkinson's or something like that. So that's very possible, but the preponderance of everything out there shows that there's something that's affecting him. It affects his posture. His face looks all puffy, like he's using steroids. At times he has symptoms that look very clearly like something akin to Parkinson's. And there's times where he just seems to be almost listless, lacking energy in discussions and meetings. And of course, if you're sitting 30 feet away from somebody at a table, that's what we call a clue in the business that something's going on.
Okay.
And he does that. So yes, there's something wrong with him. Lavrov says this. I would not be surprised if you hear others around him start to say something else too, because he has no other choice but to have people around him say, oh no, he's fine, he's great, because you can't hide the symptoms.
Yeah. Hal, Russia hit quite the really horrific milestone over the weekend, according to Ukrainian officials. They have now lost 30,000 troops in 94 days of war. That was a couple of days ago. That's according to the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense. And that number just keeps going up. It's a staggering number. But let's talk about into the future, the long term. And I want to get your opinion on comments former Secretary of State and National Security Advisor Henry Kissinger made at Davos in Switzerland at the World Economic Forum last week. I didn't get you to comment on them, but I want to do so right now. He was speaking at Davos, and he essentially said that any failure to restart negotiations with Russia and further alienation of the Kremlin would have dire long-term consequences for stability in Europe. Quote, negotiations need to begin in the next 2 months before it creates upheavals and tensions that will not be easily overcome. Ideally, the dividing line should be a return to the status quo ante, he added, apparently referring to a restoration of Ukraine's borders as they were before the war began in February. He added, pursuing the war beyond that point would not be about the freedom of Ukraine, but a new war against Russia itself. And of course, you and I have spoken so often that it really is up to Ukraine unilaterally. They are sovereign to decide when the war ends, to not have some of these European parties get them to the negotiating table to carve up Ukraine, if you will. What did you make of Kissinger's comments?
Well, first off, I just want to say one thing on the 30,000. You and I had talked about that when it gets to be 30,000, that has a certain psychological impact as well. And I think if that gets out to the Russian body politic, if you will, I think that if that can get out, it's going to take a while. But once that sinks in, that may cause a little bit of a tectonic shift in terms of Russian opinion. Not that it's a democracy by any standards we recognize, but there is that Mothers of Russia thing that goes on there. Also, you got the wounded on top of that, and all the prisoners and things. On Kissinger's thing, well, as you know, Henry Kissinger has always been pretty much the definition of realpolitik.
Yes.
All right. He's always looking for a nuts and bolts way of doing stuff like this. And so what he's saying, which certainly has not disappeared completely, is go back to the pre-24 February borders, which gives Russia a foothold in the Donbass region, what they had before, and of course maintains Crimea. And that's a recognition. He's also looking at very much of what can happen in Russia. And I think he's probably looking at the same thing that we just talked about that military veterans and senior military officer movement that wants to vastly expand this war. Russia's got some serious problems on the ground. There's been some reports out. The UK's been putting a lot of stuff out, British intelligence, talking about not just the number of generals and senior officers that have been killed, but the number of junior and mid-level officers that have been killed and taken off the battlefield. This is extremely difficult to replace, and these officers have suffered an enormous amount of attrition. One of the reasons that the senior officers end up getting killed so often is because they have to go down to the front lines, expose themselves to combat, if you will, put themselves at high risk to overcome the fact that they don't have a strong cadre of junior and mid-level officers that can lead at that level. And the other problem is the Russians, their military is just simply has not caught up with world standards. They don't have a strong non-commissioned officer corps that can lead. So they rely on junior officers to do things that we rely on non-commissioned officers, senior enlisted, if you will, that can do things at the troop level. They have to rely on these junior officers. They've been losing them just at an enormous rate, and they can't regenerate that quickly. So no matter what, that's going to be a big problem. The other problem they're running into is that their logistics is really bad. And right now, they're not sending a lot of the trucks forward to resupply these units that are in eastern Ukraine, because when they send the trucks forward, a lot of times those trucks never come back, and they only have a limited number of trucks. So that's another problem they have. Along with the 30,000, they're now up to, I think, 207 fixed-wing aircraft that have been shot down. It's an enormous loss. So they're not getting the air support from the Russian Air Force. All of these things are, as much weight in terms of artillery and armor, and it's really overwhelming that they're sending into the Donbass region, eastern Ukraine. They're just not taking a lot of ground, and the Ukrainians are actually holding their positions. From a sustainment standpoint, a lot of these things I just talked about can't get fixed right away. And the longer it goes on, the worse it's going to get for the Russians. And at some point, we're sending in, like we just talked about, these advanced rocket systems and things. Those advanced rocket systems are extremely good at what we call counter battery fire, taking out artillery and rocket systems that the Russians have. Once those are fielded, once they're in place, once they start getting those high numbers of attrition on the Russian artillery, their ability to move forward to do offensive combat is going to decrease. And so Henry Kissinger is looking at this saying, this is saying the seeds for something that could happen in Russia that might be worse than what we have now. And that's what I think he's worried about. And that's not an unrealistic thing. I mean, we talk about, everybody talks about, well, if they could just take out Putin. It's not just take out Putin. You got to take out a whole cadre of folks around Putin. And then the next question is, what comes next? And there is a possibility that what comes next could be as bad or worse than what we have now. And I think that's the way Henry Kissinger's thinking about it.
No, that's an interesting perspective. And so we wanted to get you to comment on that. As always, Hal Kempfer, we appreciate your time and insight as we near day 100 as Russia's war in Ukraine.
And thank you so much to Andrew Kraft for that interview. Coming up after the short break, we will bring you more ceremonies, Memorial Day ceremonies from across the country. Stay tuned. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. People from across the country honoring the brave, those who are service members and who have fallen, including in Florida. Now, this is in Florida, and let's go ahead and listen into this Memorial Day ceremony.
Played. Before we start the music, one request. I know we all have phones, and we all want to take pictures today. Please do. But would you put them on silence for the ceremony? Thank you. That was nice. Again, good morning and welcome to the annual Bay Pines VA Memorial Day ceremony. It's my pleasure to be your host this first in-person ceremony since 2019. It's nice to be out again, huh? We want to thank you all for showing your support here today. Each year on the final Monday in May, we Americans observe Memorial Day with much respect and gratitude. On this day, we honor and remember those who have paid the ultimate price, those who have suffered physically and mentally for the freedoms that we all hold so dear. Personal word, my dad served in World War II in the Pacific. He was in the Navy. He used to love telling me stories about his time. So thank you all for your service and what you've done for our country. I've missed my dad. Ray Rhodes was my hero, but he's with me today. He's with all of us today, so thank you. We're going to officially start today's program with the performance by the Hollins High School JROTC Silent Drill Team. I ask that the audience please remain seated for the performance so that all of those in the back can see. Commander, please begin the silent drill.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my routine. I thank you all for watching.
It's tough to follow, isn't it? Thank you for that impressive performance. And now to continue with our opening, Admiral Farragut Master Chief Swanson will present the colors. American Legion VA Voluntary Service Representative David Miller will start us off with the Pledge of Allegiance. Then we're going to turn it over to Tammy Vasquez for a performance of the national anthem. Guests, if you are able, please stand for the ceremonial open. Good. And Commander, post the colors.
We're here today to honor men and women behind us in the cemeteries across the country, to remember our flag. Red represents the blood shed by many Americans in defense of life, liberty, and justice. White represents the purity of our belief in democracy and freedom. And blue represents the hue of heavens under which we live. Let us never forget that, and let's pledge allegiance to the greatest flag in the world. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we of stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. O'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Ready, cut. About.
Let us pray.
As I was.
Almighty God of grace and glory, we earnestly call upon your divine presence to be with us as we gather here at this Memorial Day ceremony, to remember our comrades, to pay homage to our fallen heroes, to commemorate the lives of these, our family and friends whom have transitioned from this place. You know their names. You know the sacrifices and diligent service they made for this great nation. And we thank you for bringing them into our lives that we might know and love them as companions on our earthly pilgrimage. In your boundless compassion, comfort us as we remember, as we mourn once more, and as we celebrate lives well lived, yet too soon ended. May the good memories of loved ones who have gone before us serve to inspire us to a better life. May your peace that passes all understanding refresh, revive, restore, and renew all hearts and minds with endless hope to continue to live and love. May we have the faith to see in death the gate to eternal life, so that in quiet confidence we may continue to run our course on earth until, by your call, we are reunited with those who have gone before. These things we ask and pray in your holy name. Amen.
Face. Move the color. Face. 2 steps forward. Arch. Left. Face. Forward. Arch.
Thank you. You can be seated. I'm going to introduce some of our guests seated on the platform who have not yet been introduced. We have Mr. Paul Russo, Director of the Bay Pines VA Healthcare System. Ms. Juliana Bohr, Director of St. Petersburg VA Regional Office. Mr. Douglas Maddox, Director of the Bay Pines National Cemetery. Over here, U.S. Representative Charlie Crist, 13th Congressional District of Florida. And U.S. Marine Corps Major General Retired Randy West. In addition, we'd like to recognize Dr. Edward Cotolo, Acting Vision 8 Network Director, David Will, Mayor of Reddington Beach, and the Young family, Beverly, Michelle, and Patrick. We'd also like to thank all of our civic leaders, federal, state, and local representatives, family members, caretakers, friends, and most importantly, our veterans for being with us today. Now please join us in welcoming Mr. Paul Russo, Director of the Bay Pines VA Healthcare System, for his remarks. Paul was appointed Director of the Bay Pines VA Healthcare System in September of 2018 with dedication to the organization's I-CARE values, that's integrity, commitment, advocacy, respect, and excellence. He oversees healthcare delivery for the entire organization, which includes 1 large medical center, 8 outpatient clinics, and more than 4,000 employees. Mr. Russo.
Good morning and welcome to all. Today is the nation's holy day, sacred to the memory of her fallen defenders. It is a great honor and privilege for me to join you on these hallowed grounds as we pay tribute to the men and women who made the ultimate sacrifice, and to those who suffered physical harm and mental anguish to create, defend, and preserve our nation. We must always remember that freedom is not free. It is not a cliche, it is not a slogan suited to bumper stickers. To the men and women who rest in Florida and all over the world, freedom is not free is the banner under which more than 40 million have fought, more than 1 million of America's sons and daughters have died since the days of the Revolution. On this day particularly, our hearts go out to the spouses, family members, and loved ones of those whose lives have been changed forever by the untimely death, disabling injury, or disabling mental condition of a veteran in service to our nation. For more than 2 centuries, untold numbers of Americans have answered the call to duty in defense of the Constitution and democracy. Many paid the ultimate price. The America we know and much of the world would not be the same if it were not for the men and women we honor on Memorial Day. At the Congressman Bill Young VA Medical Center and our community clinics, where over 4,000 employees strive each day to provide the best care possible, the price of freedom is highly visible. It is an honor and privilege for us to serve veterans and their caregivers. Amid this global viral pandemic, our staff, with great courage, have never faltered. Through fear and the unknown, they show up ready to do whatever is necessary in service to veterans. I thank them all for their commitment to our mission. In closing, I wish to share with you the poem titled Memorial Day by Sergeant Joyce Kilmer, 165th Infantry, American Expeditionary Force, killed in action July 30th, 1918, near the Ourcq River in France, while observing the German positions for the Intelligence Division. The poem is prefaced with the Latin words, Dulce et decorum est, it is sweet and honorable. The bugle echoes shrill and sweet, but not of war it sings today. The road is rhythmic with the feet of men-at-arms who come to pray. The roses blossom white and red on tombs where weary soldiers lie. Flags wave above the honored dead, and martial music cleaves the sky. Above their wreath-strewn graves we kneel.